Don't apologize to me. Think about how to explain to the academy about the students who were killed by you. In the sky above the ocean, Wang Xian looked at Director Qian and Qian who were standing in front of him and said expressionlessly, "The death of the students of the Demon Hunter College had nothing to do with him. Just like the East Ocean College and the Ocean College, he wouldn't delve into it. Everything was a matter of the academy itself." To them, Wang Xian was just a passerby. It would not be long before he left the Demon Hunter College. Director Qian and Qian, whose expressions were a little ugly. He did not expect that Wang Xian would ignore them even if he came to apologize to them personally. However, when they recalled how Wang Xian dared to attack the son of an insightful void martial artist, they fell silent. "Leave the command of the Demon Hunter College to student Wang Xian. We will definitely cooperate." Even in the face of Wang Xian's cold face, Director Qian still lowered his attitude and said respectfully, "Okay." Wang Xian nodded his head lightly. The few instructors from the East Ocean Academy beside him had some understanding. So the reason why the Demon Hunters Academy suffered losses when they rushed here was because they didn't listen to Commander Wang's orders. No wonder. Commander Wang's insight is simply heaven-defying. His commanding ability is also very strong. I feel like he can see every angle. Some of the people following behind heard the conversation in front of them, and a look of realization appeared on their faces. Soon, this matter spread to the people behind them. "He crippled all of my cultivation, crippled all of my cultivation. I want to kill him. Kill him." However, at this moment in Holy Sea Town, when Haiwen woke up from his coma and felt the energy in his body, a ferocious expression appeared on his face as he roared indignantly. "Young Master Hai, please calm down first. When you return, the general will be able to completely heal your injuries," the old man by the side said with an ugly expression. "Calm down? Others have already crippled me. How can I calm down?" Haiwen stared at the old man with a ferocious expression. "I want to kill him, kill him." The old man saw his condition and didn't dare to say anything. The young masters who were high and mighty were suddenly crippled. He who hadn't experienced any hardships couldn't accept it at all. "Where's Vice Regiment Commander Meng? Where's Vice Regiment Commander Meng?" Haiwen suddenly stood up and stared at the old man with a ghastly pale face. "Young Master Hai, I don't know whether Vice Regiment Commander Meng has returned or not." The old man shook his head and said with a bitter face, "Let's go." Haiwen directly walked out. His body became anxious and he almost fell to the ground. The old man beside him hurriedly helped him up. This made his face even paler. He directly walked towards the mayor's mansion. When he had just arrived at the mayor's mansion, the members of the Wind Riding Squad happened to be walking towards him. However, at this moment, there were only about 3,000 people in the 5,000-man squad. Many of them were walking on the ground. It was obvious that the Wind Wildebeest had already been sacrificed. Walking at the front, there was a long wound on Vice Regiment Commander Meng's chest. The wound had already stopped bleeding, but it looked extremely serious. "Oh!" The old man from Ocean Academy was shocked when he saw the heavily injured Wind Riding Squadron. He hurriedly went forward to welcome them. "Vice Regiment Commander Meng, you guys? We've encountered an ambush. Although we managed to kill the Scarlet Fish Craftsman Beast, the Wind Riding Squadron has suffered heavy losses." Deputy Captain Meng's expression was extremely grave. When he looked at Haiwen, he was slightly stunned. "Xiao-Wen, your body? Uncle Meng." Haiwen's face revealed an aggrieved expression. He walked over with a pale face and said, "Uncle Meng, you have to stand up for me. That Wang Xian actually ordered his men to cripple my cultivation. You have to avenge me." "Wang Xian." Deputy Captain Meng extended his hand to check Haiwen's body. His expression was extremely unsightly. "Xiao-Wen, didn't you tell him your identity?" "I did." Haiwen nodded. His expression was a little distorted. "I told him my father's identity, but he—" All right. Even though he knows that he's the son of the captain, he still dares to make a move. Deputy Captain Meng's face revealed a ferocious aura. Coupled with the wounds on his body, he looked like a god of death. His eyes flashed with a cold, murderous intent. "Xiao-Wen, I'll settle this matter for you." "Thank you, Uncle Meng." A pale smile appeared on Haiwen's face. His eyes were filled with excitement. I wonder how Deputy Captain Meng is doing. Wang Xian and the rest returned to Shanghai town. The president of the hiring association looked at the dark sky outside and said softly, "There shouldn't be a big problem. After all, with the strength of the Riding Wind battle team, it should be easy for them to destroy a group of ferocious beasts." The long-bearded old man from the East Ocean Academy said in a deep voice. "N." The president of the hiring association nodded. After all, the Riding Wind battle team was 1/4 of the strength of the Ocean Cultivator Corps. If they couldn't even annihilate a group of fierce beasts, how could they defend East Ocean City? I think that with Commander Wang commanding the battle from now on, Holy Sea Town can still be defended. Director Chen, who was at the side, smiled and flattered. As the crowd spoke, a few experts flew directly toward the mayor's residence. When they landed in front of the hall, they saw Deputy Commander Meng sitting in the center with injuries all over his body. Beside him sat a young man, Haiwen. The mayor was sitting in the lower seat, and his expression was very ugly. Deputy Leader Meng, Mayor. The president of the hiring association walked over, cupped his hands, and shouted, "Take him down." However, Deputy Leader Meng's voice suddenly rang out. Whoosh! 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 In the surroundings, one figure after another attacked Wang Xian's position. Hee. Wang Xian revealed a faint smile. Whoosh! 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 Behind him, 11 golden swordfish charged out directly. Their eyes were fixed on the 3 figures who had charged out. Boom! Deputy Captain Meng squinted his eyes slightly. He stood up and stared at Wang Xian coldly. Even though this young man had extraordinary insight, he had helped the Riding Wind battle team once not long ago. However, Haiwen was the son of his general and the only descendant. He dared to cripple the son of the general. No matter who he was, he would have to pay a terrible price. The aura of a half-step void interpretation was emitted directly, causing the expressions of everyone in the hall to change slightly. Deputy Leader Meng, the great calamity of Shanghai town is at hand. Aren't you guys being too cold-hearted by doing this? The mayor of Shanghai town, who was sitting at the side and said, also, does Deputy Leader Meng know what happened? Deputy Leader Meng, let's talk things over. Let's deal with the threat of Shanghai town first. The hiring association's leader saw Wang Xian's 11 subordinates standing beside him. His expression changed drastically as he said hurriedly, "Let's talk about it after we kill him." Haiwen stood up slowly and stared at Wang Xian with a ferocious expression. His eyes were filled with the excitement and malevolence of revenge. In the main hall of the mayor's residence, the entire atmosphere became solemn. Haiwen stared at Wang Xian with a murderous look. Vice Captain Meng also stared at Wang Xian with a cold expression. The aura from his body suppressed the entire mayor's residence. Beside Wang Xian, the 11 golden swordfish all unleashed their extraordinary level 8 strength as they stared at Vice Captain Meng coldly. When the mayor, Jin Qianyuan, and the president of the hiring association saw the scene, they looked extremely embarrassed. Now that the Holy Sea town was facing the greatest crisis in its history, such a situation had occurred internally. Deputy Commander Meng, the ferocious beasts are about to reach the Holy Sea town. If the Holy Sea town is lost, I will definitely report everything to the king truthfully. At that time, even General Hai will have to bear the responsibility. Jin Qianyuan looked at the soldiers who were gathered around the Riding Wind battle team. His face was solemn as he stared at Deputy Captain Meng slowly. He stood up and said, "Shut up. He must die today." Haiwen roared with a ferocious look on his face. His eyes were fixed on Wang Xian. Deputy Captain Meng's cold eyes swept across the 11 experts around Wang Xian. He then looked at Jin Qianyuan and said, "Defend the city. There is an army of ocean cultivators here." Haha, a bunch of trash. They want to kill me. However, Wang Xian, who was standing in the middle and treated as a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, laughed out loud. He swept his gaze across the surroundings and landed on Haiwen. His eyes were filled with killing intent. "Initially, I had already spared your life. However, you didn't cherish it. You dare to be arrogant in front of me? When Deputy Captain Meng saw how arrogant Wang Xian was, a look of disdain appeared on his face. He extended his arm and a wave of destructive energy shot towards him. You're courting death. Since you guys want to avenge him, I'll kill him first. Haha. Wang Xian laughed out loud. In an instant, a wave of darkness burst out from his body. The darkness instantly enveloped the entire hall and even the outside. Bang! Wang Xian's arm shook and transformed into a dragon claw. It went straight for Deputy Captain Meng's energy arm. The powerful collision caused Deputy Captain Meng's energy arm to dissipate. Oh no, he's very strong. When his strength collided with Wang Xian's, Deputy Captain Meng's expression changed slightly. He was actually able to block his attack head-on. Even though the attack was just a casual attack, it was difficult to block it without the strength of a level 9 extraordinary. However, at this moment, he had fallen into the darkness and could not see anything. Supernatural powers, light and darkness. Wang Xian had only released darkness. With his current strength of a level 7 extraordinary, he could unleash the strength of a peak level 9 extraordinary even if he was in his human form. It was a piece of cake for him to block Deputy Leader Meng's attack. He could even tremble for a moment when facing the injured Deputy Leader Meng. However, Wang Xian didn't get entangled with him. With a thought, Hai Wen, who was within the range of the supernatural ability, appeared beside him instantly. Wang Xian's palm grabbed Hai Wen's neck directly. Ah, Uncle Meng, save me. The battle in an instant left Hai Wen completely dumbfounded. When he was plunged into darkness, he had no ability to resist since his cultivation was crippled. Bastard, let him go. Deputy Leader Meng's face was filled with shock and anger. He didn't expect Wang Xian to hide such terrifying strength. Damn it, he was just a young man. How could he unleash the strength of a level 9 extraordinaire? With his current condition, it would take some time to take him down. Furthermore, there were 11 top-notch level 8 extraordinaire powerhouses beside him. Let him go? I have already let him go today. He is seeking his own death. If not for the fact that Shanghai town is in danger now, all of you would have died. Wang Xian roared loudly. His voice spread across a radius of a few kilometers. The students from the 3 major academies and the people from Shanghai town who had just returned and were resting were slightly stunned when they heard this voice. What's going on? Holy shit! What's going on? Everyone immediately raised their heads. Some of the students even flew into the sky and looked towards the hall of the mayor's residence. Wang Xian, don't court death. Let him go quickly. Otherwise, our ocean cultivator army will definitely not let you go. Deputy Captain Meng shouted sternly when he saw Wang Xian grabbing Hai Wen. Haha, you guys didn't think of letting me off just now. Do you guys think that I will let him off this time? Wang Xian laughed out loud. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Hai Wen, who was in front of him. This damn fellow had messed up his plan. No, I won't kill you. Don't kill me. No, I promise that I will not take revenge. Hai Wen felt the intense killing intent from Wang Xian and revealed a terrified expression. He shouted loudly again. Coward, do you think I will let you off twice? Wang Xian stared at Hai Wen coldly. With a wave of his hand, he threw it directly at Deputy Leader Meng. Die. Don't. No. Stop. Bang. The sound of an explosion was heard and Hai Wen's body exploded in midair. You deserve to die. Go to hell. Deputy Leader Meng looked at Hai Wen, who had turned into a cloud of blood mist. He felt like his eyes were about to split open. His only son of his commanding officer had died in front of him. He could not absolve himself from the responsibility. Deputy Captain Meng, don't think that you can keep me here. Wang Xian waved his arm and lightning struck wood appeared in his hand. He waved his arm forward. Wood World Descent. Fire Dragon's Flame. Boom. Wang Xian did not hesitate to place the 2 supernatural powers in front of him. The terrifying Wood World descended and covered the entire sky above the mayor's residence. Following that, flames rose up. Deputy Captain Meng's expression changed slightly. With a shake of his arm, the yellow soil that filled the sky appeared out of thin air and headed toward the burning Wood World. What a terrifying supernatural ability. Is this the true strength of that young man? Dual attributes of wood and fire. The strength of this Commander Wang is so terrifying. He is not at the level 7 extraordinary like what others have said. The mayor, Jin Chenyuan, and the president of the hiring association were shocked as they watched the battle that erupted from Wang Xian. Their faces were filled with shock. What the fuck? Student Wang is so powerful. This Hai One was killed by Wang Xian. Damn, that guy was the one who asked the vice captain of the Ocean Corps to avenge him. Wang Xian killed him. How shameless. Why do I feel that the people from the Ocean Corps are such trash? When they were drifting in the Holy Sea town, they even wanted to have an internal war. Damn it, they deserve to die. This Deputy Captain Meng isn't a good person either. Wang Xian had helped them a lot not long ago. Around them, the crowd heard the sounds and attacks coming from the mayor's mansion. All of them said indignantly. In their eyes, Wang Xian was undoubtedly a hero. However, a hero had to be attacked by an evil person because this evil person had a deep background. This made everyone feel like they had a common enemy. Wang Xian, come over quickly. Hide here. When everyone around was staring at the mayor's residence with furious faces. After Wang Xian released his attack, he left gracefully. He wasn't flustered at all when he faced Deputy Captain Meng. He could even play with them for a while. He was the only one who made a move earlier. The strange demon hiding in the surroundings had yet to make a move. Once the strange demon made a move, there was a high possibility that he could destroy the entire team of the Hurricane team. Just as Wang Xian was about to leave, the voice of a girl came from below. He was slightly stunned and looked down. Hurry up, it's too late. Jin Luyen waved her hand at Wang Xian anxiously and urged him. Wang Xian hesitated for a moment. He smiled and landed directly in the courtyard below. Ao Jian and the rest immediately hid in the surroundings. Dong 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 dong. When he landed in the courtyard, an urgent sound suddenly rang out. Wang Xian raised his head and looked at the tower. At this moment, the clock on the tower was ringing nonstop. Jin Liuyan's expression changed drastically when she heard the sound. Her face was filled with worry. The bell is ringing. The crisis of Shanghai town has arrived. You must hold on. Don't be like Xilai town. Otherwise, we will be finished. Sounds of crying could be vaguely heard from outside. Hurry up, Wang Xian. Hide quickly. Jin Luyen walked to Wang Xian's side and pulled him as she said, Don't worry. They can't do anything to me. Wang Xian smiled and followed him into the room. Phew, that guy Haiwen is really a bad guy. However, he is the son of the general. You have to be careful in the future. Jin Luyen quickly closed the door and reminded Wang Xian with an unpleasant expression. She had a good impression of Wang Xian. However, she could tell that Wang Xian didn't have any feelings for her. However, this wasn't to stop them from becoming friends. Don't worry. With the sound now, could it be that the ferocious beasts have arrived? Wang Xian said to Jin Luyen. The sound of the horn bell was still ringing. It sounded urgent and urgent. Clearly, the situation outside could be very dangerous. Yes, the sound of the horn bell ringing 5 times represents the highest level of warning. Now that the horn bell is still ringing, Shanghai town might be in a life-and-death situation. Jin Luyen said with a pale face. Luyen. At this moment, an urgent voice came from outside. Jin Luyen's expression changed slightly. She looked at Wang Xian and whispered, It's my father. It's all right. Open the door. Wang Xian hesitated for a moment and shook his head. Jin Chenyuan had no ill intentions towards him. Furthermore, he was not in the same group as the ocean cultivators. If he found out that he was here, he would pretend that he didn't see him. All right. Jin Luyen nodded and opened the door. Luyen, you will be following me from now on. Jin Chenyuan's anxious voice was heard when the door was opened. However, he stopped mid-sentence when he saw Wang Xian inside. He frowned slightly and shook his head helplessly. You should escape quickly. If the Ocean Cultivator Army's commander arrives, you won't be able to escape even if you want to. Father, Vice Commander Meng didn't chase after us, right? Jin Luyen asked hurriedly. No. Jin Chenyuan's face turned cold when he mentioned Vice Commander Meng. If Vice Commander Meng didn't insist on avenging Hai One, they would have greater confidence if the Holy Sea Town, the Riding Wind battle team, Wang Xian, and his subordinates were here to defend the city. Now that Wang Xian had been chased away, they had lost 1 level 9 and 11 level 8 extraordinaires. Although there were only 12 of them, their strength was equivalent to most of the strength of the Holy See Town. Now that they had been forcefully chased away, if the Holy See Town couldn't defend it this time, he would take a huge risk and report him to the king. Now that the fierce beasts have appeared at the East Gate, West Gate, South Gate, and North Gate, they have completely surrounded Holy See Town. In this battle, we can only win, not lose. The East Gate and North Gate have the most fierce beasts. The East Gate will be guarded by the Wind Riding Squad, while the other 3 gates will be guarded by the experts of Holy See Town. Lien, you follow me. If anything happens, Father will take good care of you, Jin Qianyuan said with a sullen face. It was obvious that the current situation had exceeded his expectations. The ferocious beasts are attacking us now? When Wang Xian heard Jin Qianyuan's words, a hint of surprise and joy appeared on his face. He stood up immediately. They are attacking us. Moreover, the number of ferocious beasts has exceeded our expectations. We have already requested for reinforcements from Donghai City, but we have yet to receive a reply. Jin Qianyuan looked at Wang Xian and did not hide anything. Is that so? Wang Xian's eyes flickered. I will help you defend the city. What? Jin Qianyuan was slightly stunned. A hint of excitement flashed across his eyes as he looked at Wang Xian in disbelief. I will defend one of the city gates while the Riding Wind battle team will defend the East Gate. Leave the North Gate to me. Wang Xian's eyes lit up. Before the general of the Ocean Cultivators' army arrived, the ferocious beasts had already arrived. He could definitely use this period of time to harvest the corpses of a large group of ferocious beasts. In this way, he could make up for some of his losses. It's true. Jin Qianyuan's face was filled with excitement. He couldn't believe it. Now that the Ocean Cultivators' army was trying to kill him, he even helped the Holy See to guard the city. This move touched Jin Qianyuan deeply. Of course it's true. Wang Xian nodded with a smile. Thank you, thank you. Jin Qianyuan couldn't help but grab Wang Xian's arm and said emotionally, I thank you on behalf of all the people of the Holy See Town. Phew. As he said that, Jin Qianyuan took a deep breath with slightly red eyes. He said, if the leader of the Ocean Cultivators is really here, I will inform you immediately. When the time comes, you can escape immediately and help us defend the Holy See Town. Even if I, Jin Qianyuan, offend General Tahai, I will not let anything happen to you. It was true love in the face of life and death. Look at this young man. Even when the Ocean Cultivators were chasing after them, he still helped them to defend the city. This action was worthy of the gratitude of the people of the entire Holy See Town. This reminded him of the last time when the monsters attacked the city. He still rushed to the outermost part of the city and killed countless ferocious beasts. He was touched. Wang Xian looked at Jin Qianyuan, who was so touched that his eyes were slightly red. He was slightly stunned as he knew that he had misunderstood. However, it was fine if it was a misunderstanding. In order to kill the ferocious beasts, he was helping the Holy See Town in disguise. Furthermore, with the mayor of the Holy See Town providing him with information, he would be able to avoid the intruders if they came. There's no need. The Holy See Town is half my home. Wang Xian smiled faintly. Thank you. Jin Qianyuan bowed deeply and looked at him. Commander Wang, let's go out. Everyone from the Riding Wind battle team is already at the East Gate. Let's go to the North Gate. Okay. There are so many bone scarabs, at least hundreds of thousands of them. Moreover, there are tens of thousands of green heron fire beasts in the sky. We can see a lot of beasts above Transcendent Rank 6 at a glance. Can we defend it? If we can't defend it, we're finished. Right now, the 4 city gates are all attacked by beasts. We have to defend it. Otherwise, this time it won't be like Shilai Town where 600,000 to 700,000 people will escape. If Holy See Town is breached, millions of people will die. I heard that it's a group of ferocious beasts controlled by the Blood Savage Beast. They are trying to devour our blood to evolve themselves. At this moment, at the East Gate, the city wall was filled with countless people. All the experts in Holy See Town were gathered at the East Gate. Looking at the dense, ferocious beasts coming from thousands of meters ahead, everyone's faces were filled with shock. Fuck, if I had known earlier I wouldn't have accepted this mission of Holy Sea Town. Some of the mercenary groups that came from East Sea City also frowned when they saw this scene. Their faces were solemn. There were too many ferocious beasts, and the level of the ferocious beasts was far beyond everyone's expectations. Those mercenary groups that accepted the mission had a regretful look on their faces. It should be fine. With the experts from the Riding Wind battle team and the half-step void interpretation deputy commander of the Ocean Legion, defending the city shouldn't be a problem. Some people comforted themselves in their hearts. Fuck. Commander Wang actually left. If Commander Wang and his subordinates stayed behind, it would definitely be a powerful fighting force. Yeah, just now, Commander Wang exploded out with the strength of a rank 9 transcendent and directly resisted Deputy Commander Meng's attack. His strength was extremely terrifying. If there was a Commander Wang, the strength of defending the city would increase by a lot. I really didn't expect that the Ocean Cultivator Corps would do such a thing for their own selfish desires. Fuck. Commander Wang is here to help our Holy Sea Town. Moreover, he seems to be a member of our Holy Sea Town. Now he wants to escape. At a place on the city wall, more than 10 experts of Holy Sea Town said angrily. What's going on? What happened? Who's Commander Wang? The other people on the city wall heard their conversation and asked curiously. Without hesitation, the experts of St. Sea Town told them everything. Fuck, he's so fucking arrogant. After killing 4 people, he still dares to threaten the commander. In the end, he even asked the deputy commander of the Ocean Corps to take revenge for him. This is too shameless. I didn't expect the Ocean Corps to do such a thing. Fuck, Commander Wang killed well. This arrogant guy should be killed. However, this Ocean Corps is really not human. Shoo, keep your voice down. The people of the Ocean Corps are still down there. The people were talking indignantly. Soon, the news spread around. Soon, most people learned about this matter. At this moment, some students of the 3 academies on the city wall were very dissatisfied with the actions of the Ocean Cultivator Army. Even the students of the Ocean Academy began to waver in their faith. Would they join such an army in the future? However, no one dared to speak loudly for fear of being heard by the Ocean Cultivator Army outside the city wall. After all, they were still needed to defend the city. At the West Gate, the South Gate, and the North Gate, news of this matter spread and many people's faces were filled with anger. Facing such an arrogant rich second generation, no one didn't hate them. At the same time, the Ocean Cultivators, who had helped the enemy, were also condemned by them. Everyone, concentrate and prepare to face the enemy. Behind us is our home. If we lose, our children and our families will become the food of the fierce beasts. We must defend Holy Sea Town and fight. At the North Gate, the president of the Hiring Association looked at the densely packed ferocious beasts and shouted loudly. Everyone immediately stopped their condemnation and looked forward. Their eyes were filled with nervousness and determination. The mayor is here. At this moment, the voice of a city guard came from behind. Wang Xian, Jin Chenyuan, and the rest flew directly to the position of the president of the Hiring Association. It's Commander Wang. It's Commander Wang. Why is Commander Wang here? Isn't he? What? He's the Commander Wang that you guys are talking about. The position of the North Gate was filled with people from Shanghai Town and Xilai Town who had fled here. When they saw Jin Chenyuan and Wang Xian arriving, their eyes landed on Wang Xian and they revealed a look of surprise. Commander Wang, you... The president of the Hiring Association looked at Wang Xian and spoke with some respect. He then looked at Jin Chenyuan. Commander Wang is a member of Shanghai Town and is willing to fight for Shanghai Town. If there are any other situations, Commander Wang will leave immediately. Everyone, pay attention. Commander Wang is an expert at Transcendent Level 9 and his 11 subordinates are also at Transcendent Level 8. With his help, we will definitely be able to defend our home. Jin Chenyuan said with a hidden meaning. Thank you, Commander Wang. Thank you. Thank you very much. On the city wall, everyone looked at Wang Xian with a face full of gratitude as they spoke loudly. Wang Xian was slightly ashamed. He came to Shanghai Town for a large number of ferocious beast corpses. He didn't expect them to thank him so much. He felt slightly ashamed. He looked at the front of the city wall. All the people of Shanghai town were standing behind the city wall. They were looking at the battle with pleading faces. The 1.7 to 800,000 people in the city walked out and stood there silently. It was a life and death battle. Listen to my command. I, Wang Xian, will guard the north gate. It will not be broken. Those who are good at close combat follow me out of the city to kill the enemy. Those who are good at supporting stand below the city wall. Those who are good at long-range attacks stand on the city wall. Wang Xian moved his body and flew into the sky outside. He shouted softly. 11 golden swordfish immediately stood by his side and looked at the ferocious beast race that was slowly approaching. Yes, the president of the hiring association shouted with excitement. Follow the king's command and charge. Defend our holy sea town. Kill. I'm invincible. Follow the king's command. Behind him, many warriors who were at least at Transcendent Level 3 flew out of the city. They stood on the ground and shouted loudly. Wang Xian revealed a smile on his face as he looked ahead. His eyes sparkled with a strange luster. The first wave of ferocious beasts, wood-attributed ferocious beasts. Their weakness lies in the purple spots at the bottom of their necks. Wang Xian looked over and immediately saw the weakness of the wood-attributed ferocious beasts. He shouted loudly, "Get ready, fight!" Yes, it wasn't just the 5 species of ferocious beasts that attacked Shanghai town. There were about 10 of them, which was far beyond Shanghai town's expectations. The wood devil was a type of wood-type ferocious beast that didn't belong to the aquatic species. More than 100,000 wood devils were rushing towards Shanghai town with loud noises. Get ready for battle! Get ready for battle! Get ready for battle! At the same time, roars could be heard from the 4 city gates of Shanghai town. The ferocious beasts were already in front of them. The battle had begun. The people of Shanghai town heaved a sigh of relief. The west gate and the south gate had the fewest ferocious beasts. Shanghai town had a defensive formation. Under the formation, the weak ferocious beasts could not break through the city gates and enter the town. Long-range attack kill? At the north gate, Wang Xian looked at the ferocious beasts 1,000 meters away and ordered loudly. Kill! An earth-shattering sound of killing rang out. Everyone who was standing on the city wall of Shanghai town was blushing red. Everyone raised their staffs. Dense energy gathered towards the city wall. Red flames, blue water swords, green wind blades. Long-range attacks covered the thorny wood demon thousands of meters away. It was overwhelming. Although the people of Holy Sea Town were relatively weak, there were more people guarding the city. Among 1.7 million to 800,000 people, 400,000 to 500,000 had reached transcendence. Among them, there were nearly 100,000 who were above Transcendence Level 1. There were also tens of thousands of people at the North Gate. The attacks launched by tens of thousands of people also caused great damage to the Thornwood Demons. The Thornwood Demons were the first wave of ferocious beasts that came to seek death. Most of them were at level 2 or 3 of the Extraordinary Realm. Continue. Don't stop. Wang Xian stood in the air and commanded loudly. After a round of attacks, at least tens of thousands of Thornwood Demons were killed. However, these Thornwood Demons were fearless as they attacked Shanghai town. The attacks on the city wall continued. In just 20 seconds, 70,000 to 80,000 thorny wood demons' corpses had fallen in front of them. However, at this moment, the thorny wood demons had also charged over. The thorny wood demons had 2 black legs, and their upper bodies were strangely shaped like tree demons. The thorny wood demons at the back were slightly stronger than the ones who had just sent themselves to their deaths, and they were usually around rank 3. Use supportive attacks and supernatural powers on the warriors at the front. Charge! When the wood devil was 500 meters away from the city wall, Wang Xian ordered loudly. Yes! A group of warriors who were good at supportive attacks stood at the bottom of the city wall and immediately charged at the warriors at the front. They released supportive energy onto their bodies. Charge! The 5,000 to 6,000 warriors charged at the wood devil without any hesitation. They held their weapons in their hands and charged at the wood devil at the front. Each of them had water currents and earth armor buffs on their bodies, allowing their combat strength to far exceed their usual level. Boom! 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 At this moment, the 11 golden swordfish did not hesitate at all and directly charged towards the center of the formation. Charge into the formation and break the formation of the ferocious beasts. 11 golden swords descended from the sky and directly opened up an empty space in the group of ferocious beasts. With a single strike, at least 5,000 to 6,000 thorny wood demons were killed. Kill! The people from Shanghai town also clashed with the thorny wood demons. Rays of sword rays slashed forward. The thorny wood demons waved their arms and numerous thorns attacked the experts from Shanghai town. The bitter battle began. Wang Xian stood in the sky and watched the battle quietly. This was only the first wave of ferocious beasts. He didn't make a move but watched the entire battlefield. As the battle progressed, the people of Shanghai town below relied on the support of the people behind them and their own powerful strength to kill the thorn-wood demons one by one. The thorn-wood demons fell one after another. If Yin is here with her special sound wave support, I'm afraid this group of ferocious beasts wouldn't dare to attack. Wang Xian stood in the sky and thought of the powerful sound wave support from Tang Yin and the dolphins. That kind of support came from the mind. Not only could it increase one's strength, but it could also reduce the enemy's attacks. The group of people below the city wall didn't have any professional training support. On the contrary, they were much weaker. Ha! Wang Xian looked down and moved his arm slightly. At the spot where he placed it, a middle-aged man was fighting against the dozen wood devils in front of him. A thorn fell on his body, causing him to stagger. The earth armor that was supporting him from the back was directly destroyed. His expression changed slightly. However, at this moment, a thorn suddenly appeared from behind and attacked his chest. His expression changed drastically and despair appeared in his eyes. It's over. Bang! However, at this moment, a wooden shield floated in front of him, completely blocking his body. He was slightly stunned, and hope of surviving appeared on his face. He sensed the source of the energy and raised his head, his face filled with gratitude. Thank you, Commander Wang, for saving my life. He roared and continued to fight with a face full of fighting spirit. Fight! Fight! Wang Xian stood in the sky. The lightning struck wood in his hand would point downwards from time to time and release wooden shields. Thank you, sir, for saving my life. Haha, thank you, sir. Fight. In a war, especially a war against 100,000 or even 100,000 ferocious beasts, one would die if one was not careful. This was a very normal situation. However, with the terrifying insight of the light and dark fire dragon eyes in the sky, Wang Xian was able to detect the people who were in danger in time. At the moment, Wang Xian had the void interpretation level lightning strike wood in his hand. If he wanted to release the wood shield to help them defend, he could do it in an instant. Therefore, every life-threatening person was saved easily by Wang Xian. Commander Wang is so awesome. He is able to control the entire battlefield while standing in the sky. He is able to accurately save every life-threatening person. He is too strong. Such terrifying control over his strategy. Commander Wang is simply too amazing. Not a single one of our men died. I'm impressed. He is really too awesome. With Commander Wang around, we are really lucky. We can withstand any kind of ferocious beasts attacking the city. Lord Wang and his men are also very powerful. They have already killed 20,000 to 30,000 ferocious beasts. On the city wall, the people of Holy Sea Town were excited when they saw this scene. They felt that as long as Wang Xian was here, Holy Sea Town would definitely be able to defend itself. Jin Chenyuan stood on the city wall and looked at Wang Xian in shock. Standing in the void, he could save the people who almost died with just a casual touch. This kind of control gave him a feeling of being able to dominate the world. He could not do this at all. Perhaps only an expert at the insightful void level could do this. However, at this moment, the battle continued at the East Gate, West Gate, and South Gate. However, the situation there was a little more intense. Even if the cavalry squadron was at the East Gate, they were still facing the place where the attacks were the fiercest. They suffered heavy losses. In the first wave of attacks, they had lost at least a few hundred people. Although a few hundred people weren't much, this was only the beginning, the weakest beginning. Since the Thornwood Devil has been destroyed, everyone should return to the bottom of the city wall to rest. Consume the pills immediately. All the support that can alleviate fatigue should be given to the warriors. The ferocious beasts are approaching from behind. Everyone, be prepared. Don't let your guard down. The further you go, the stronger the ferocious beasts are and the faster their attack speed will be. It will be much more difficult for me to save all of you. No one can let their guard down. Otherwise, death will await all of you. Wuxia stood in the sky and looked at the thorny wood demon who was about to be killed. He told everyone. Yes. The group of people who were fighting in front of them had an excited look on their faces. After witnessing Wuxia's strength, all of them responded respectfully. They immediately came to the bottom of the city wall and started to recover. A group of people who were supporting them released water energy, light energy, and wood energy to relieve their fatigue and help them recover. In addition, with the help of elixirs, the group of people who had only fought for more than 10 minutes could recover very quickly. However, Wuxia was not optimistic. The Impala demon was just the beginning. Looking into the distance, Wuxia narrowed his eyes. A group of blood-red figures appeared in the distance. Their blood-red bodies were slightly decomposed, and one could see fresh blood flowing outside. Wuxia revealed an astonished expression. Blood Shadow Walker. His pupils constricted slightly. Wuxia only found out about Blood Shadow Walker after he had a better understanding of Blood Barbarian demonic beasts. Blood Shadow Walker was equivalent to weaker Blood Barbarian demonic beasts. These Blood Shadow Walkers could absorb fresh blood to greatly enhance their strength. In other words, when they fought in pools of blood, they could greatly enhance their recovery ability and were extremely difficult to deal with. However, these Blood Shadow Walkers were extremely rare. Unexpectedly, there were about 70,000 to 80,000 of them on the battlefield. Behind them, there are blood savage beasts controlling them. 1, 2, 3, 5 of them. All of them are at Transcendent Level 9. Wuxia looked over and mumbled, other than the 5 blood savage beasts at Transcendent Level 9, there should be more than 10 Blood Shadow Walkers at Transcendent Level 8. There were also 20 to 30 Level 7 Blood Shadow Walkers, and hundreds of Level 6 Blood Shadow Walkers. Their strength was too terrifying. If it weren't for me, it would be impossible to defend with the strength of Shanghai town. However, the position of the North Gate is not the main battlefield. The most aggressive one is the East Gate. What kind of terrifying ferocious beasts and demonic beasts would be at the East Gate? Wuxia thought to himself. However, he shook his head immediately. His main objective was to hunt for ferocious beasts. If he could collect all the corpses of these Blood Shadow Walkers, he would have profited greatly this time. The people who came to attack the city this time will be very strong. There will be 9 Transcendents at level 5, 15 at level 8, 31 at level 7, and more than 200 at level 6. Wuxia's voice spread across a radius of a few kilometers. When everyone heard this number, their faces turned pale. Even Jin Chenyuan was slightly stunned. A look of despair appeared on his face. No way. This is clearly not the main battlefield. How could there be such a terrifying, ferocious beast here? It's over. Oh my God. Our holy sea town is completely finished. In an instant, everyone's faces were filled with panic and despair. Those ordinary people in Holy Sea Town who hadn't even reached the Transcendence level instantly felt their vision go black and their hearts were filled with fear. Their strength hadn't reached the Transcendence level yet. It would be difficult for them to escape. We can fight. When Wuxia sensed the despair on the faces of the people behind him, he raised his eyebrows slightly and spoke with fighting spirit. We can fight. It was only 2 words, but his tone was filled with strong confidence. Everyone was slightly stunned. They looked at Wuxia hurriedly with excitement in their eyes. Wuxia held the lightning strike wood in his hand. An azure dragon slowly emerged from the lightning strike wood and circled around his body. In everyone's eyes, this scene was akin to a god descending to save them. We can fight. Commander Wang said we can fight. Fight. Commander Wang could have escaped, but he still stayed here. If he said he can fight, he will definitely fight. Fight, fight, fight. Everyone had excited expressions on their faces as they roared loudly. For a moment, everyone on the city wall roared loudly with their faces flushed red. Stand in battle formation. Their voices resounded throughout the world. This was the power that Wang Xian had brought them. The Blood Shadow Walker has arrived. This time, the opponent is very strong. Everyone, don't split up. Look after each other and cooperate with each other. This time, I can't save all of you anymore. Next, I will launch the first wave of attacks. All of you follow closely behind. Wang Xian shouted softly and moved his body. He floated thousands of meters in front of him and stood there. 11 golden swordfish stood at the side, waiting for the arrival of the Blood Shadow Walkers. Get ready. Jin Qinyuan's eyes revealed a determined look. He moved his body and flew down. Mayor, your injuries haven't healed yet. The president of the hiring association saw Jin Qinyuan flying over. His expression changed slightly and he said hurriedly, "If we don't fight now, when will we wait?" Jin Qinyuan's face was filled with fighting spirit. He stood in front of the group of warriors and shouted, "Fight! Fight!" The people of Holy See Town behind him were also filled with excitement. They knew that the mayor was severely injured. Now that he was able to fight alongside them, everyone was touched. Hee hee. Wang Xian, who was floating in the sky, smiled faintly. If they couldn't expose the dragon thorns, they would be able to kill all the 70,000 to 80,000 Blood Shadow Walkers by themselves. However, even if the strange demon doesn't make a move, they can still fight. Wang Xian revealed a confident expression. Roar! 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 The Blood Shadow Walkers let out roars that shook the sky. Coupled with their terrifying bodies, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. At the back, 5 blood savage demonic beasts were hiding among them, controlling them. 70 to 80,000 Blood Shadow Strollers stared coldly in the direction of Holy See Town, carrying the smell of blood as they quickly walked over. They stepped on the thorny with devil's corpse and blood, which made them even more excited. At this moment, everyone on the city wall held their breaths, staring at the fierce beasts charging at them. Everyone clenched their teeth and held their weapons tightly. The wood world has descended. Spirit enchantment. At this moment, Wang Xian's voice rang out. The lightning struck wood in his hand emitted a dazzling bluish-green glow. The glow enveloped the dark sky. Buzz. He unleashed his full strength. Within a radius of 2,000 meters, trees that were 100 meters tall appeared out of thin air. There were over 1,000 trees, and every one of them was a towering tree. Under everyone's gazes, those trees seemed to open their eyes and come to life. Boom! 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 They released a terrifying might as they directly faced 70,000 to 80,000 Blood Shadow Strollers. What kind of divine ability is this? It's so terrifying. Commander Wang is trying to block an army of 10,000 horses by himself. Block an entire city by himself. He was defending a city by himself. He was facing an army by himself. The descent of the wood world and the spirit enchantment had always been Wang Xian's most powerful combination of abilities. Now, with the addition of the lightning strike wood in his hands, the lightning strike wood was at the void interpretation level. The attack of the wood attribute was imbued with the lightning attribute. This time, the thousands of trees that descended from the wood world were emitting a faint lightning glow. Possessing spirits could give them intelligence. Even if their intelligence was not high, under the guidance of Wang Xian, they could double the power of the descent of the wood world. In front of the north gate, after the arrival of the thousands of trees that looked like tree demons, everyone had shocked expressions on their faces. The trees waved their densely packed branches and attacked the Blood Shadow Walkers. Roar! The 70,000 to 80,000 Blood Shadow Walkers showed no fear when they saw the incoming Treants. They leaped up one by one. The dark red energy carried a strong corrosive force and attacked the group of Treants. Attack! Wang Xian, who was standing in the air, pointed his lightning strike wood finger. Countless branches were waved at the Blood Shadow Walkers. The weakest Blood Shadow Walker at the forefront had the strength of a level 3 extraordinary. However, these trees were, after all, Wang Xian's strongest attack. It was almost comparable to a strike of a half-step void interpretation. At the instant when all the trees attacked, the Blood Shadow Walker at the forefront died in large numbers under the countless branches. With just one attack, at least 7,000 to 8,000 Blood Shadow Walkers had died. There were also a few thousand who were severely injured. Bang, bang, bang. While the blood shadow strollers were panicking, thousands of trees that were hundreds of meters tall waved their branches again. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, a sharp sound came from behind the blood shadow strollers. This sound instantly calmed all the blood shadow strollers down, and their eyes that were almost dripping blood revealed a cold light. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Tens of thousands of blood shadow rambler directly jumped up toward a group of trees attack. After all, the descent of wood is a supernatural power of Wuxia in terms of flexibility is somewhat inadequate. However, under so many trees, the second attack still easily killed 3,000 to 4,000 blood shadow walkers. Ho ho ho! The angry roar came again, and tens of thousands of blood shadow walkers trembled, and black raindrops attacked the trees. Bzzz bzzz. The black raindrops landed on the trees and made an uncomfortable sound. When the trees were under a certain amount of attack, they slowly dissipated. This caused the blood barbarian demonic beast that was controlled from behind to roar once again. More blood shadow walkers attacked the trees one by one. This is the time. Wuxia smiled when he saw the tens of thousands of blood shadow walkers attacking the trees one by one. Flame of the Fire Dragon. A terrifying flame burst out from his hand and was released directly at the location where the wood world was descending. Wood-aided fire. The moment the flame landed on the wood world, a huge fire rose up. Hiss, 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 roar, roar, roar. The blood shadow walker who rushed into the wood world to destroy the trees was instantly covered in flames. The terrifying flames directly engulfed over 10,000 blood shadow walkers. How terrifying! Oh my god, wood and fire dual attributes? Too strong, too strong. Commander Wang's attacks are simply too strong. These two attacks from Commander Wang directly killed at least 30,000 blood shadow walkers, and almost half of them were wiped out. When the flames shone on the group of people on the city wall, everyone had shocked expressions on their faces. The two attacks had drowned out nearly 30,000 blood shadow striders. Almost half of them had been killed. Everyone looked at Wuxia like he was a demon. Human, you deserve to die. A brutal voice came from the back. The voice was hoarse and didn't sound like a human. Wuxia stared at the back with a cold expression. He raised the lightning strike wood in his hand and shouted, "Fight! Fight!" The people of Shanghai town behind them were excited. They raised their weapons and shouted loudly. Wuxia's two attacks had helped them to finish off half of the blood shadow ramblers. If they couldn't hold on any longer, they would be useless. Ao Jian, all of you, charge with me. Wuxia shouted softly. His eyes locked onto the 5 blood barbarian demonic beasts behind him. With a leap, he charged towards the back. Roar! Roar! One by one, the blood shadow walkers saw Wuxia flying towards the back from the sky. They leaped up and attacked him. Thousands of blood shadow walkers flew up. Ao Jian and the rest waved their arms and 11 golden sword rays slashed at him. Clang! 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 The corpse of the blood shadow walkers, which had been split into 2, fell to the ground. Kill him! A brutal voice came from behind. A group of blood shadow walkers who were at Transcendent Level 8 attacked Wuxia and the rest. At the same time, the 5 blood savage beasts who were at Transcendent Level 9 also attacked. Whoosh! The 5 blood savage beasts were like ghosts. A blood shadow flashed and appeared behind Wuxia in an instant. Its sharp claws attacked directly at his back. Humph! Wuxia snorted coldly. His arm changed instantly and turned into a dragon claw that was 2 to 3 meters in size. The dragon claw collided with the blood barbarian demonic beast's attack. Boom! After the terrifying collision, the body of the blood barbarian demonic beast was sent flying backward. Wuxia's eyes flashed. A stream of flames landed on the body of the blood barbarian demonic beast instantly. This was the flame of endless wood. Ah! The flames landed on its body, causing it to let out a miserable cry. The blood on its body churned, but it was unable to extinguish the terrifying flames. Bzzz. The demonic beast's face was filled with fear as the blood on its body churned. A large amount of blood wrapped around the flames and fell to the ground. Only then did it manage to escape the burning of the endless wood flames. Blood Demon Shadow. At this moment, the blood shadows that filled the sky suddenly appeared around Wuxia. It was the supernatural ability of the Blood Demon Beast, Blood Demon Shadow. The Blood Demon Beast excelled in speed. Under the influence of the supernatural ability Blood Demon Shadow, the 5 blood demons drew out tens of thousands of blood demon shadows and instantly surrounded him. A faint smile appeared on Wuxia's face as he sized up his surroundings with his bewitching eyes. A blood demon shadow was attacking him and Wuxia acted as if he was going to receive it. However, a figure appeared silently behind him and attacked him. Assassinating? The strange demon can be considered your ancestor. A hint of disdain appeared in Wuxia's eyes. He clawed at the back with his dragon claws. Go to hell, gold-shattering void. The dragon claws instantly turned golden in color. Gold-shattering void could be used for single-target attacks as well as area of effect attacks. As if can tear the void of the golden flash past. Ah! With a miserable scream, the blood barbarian demonic beast, who was at transcendent level 9, widened his eyes. His eyes were filled with fear. He could not believe it. He could not believe how Wuxia had discovered him. The blood shadows that filled the sky were one of the most powerful abilities of the blood barbarian demonic beasts. Humph! Wuxia waved his dragon claw and his body fell downwards. There was a hole the size of a human head on his chest. The single target attack of the gold-splitting void penetrated his body directly. Kill him, kill him. Seeing one of their comrades being killed, the other 4 blood-savage demonic beasts roared furiously. All the blood shadows emitted the same sound, causing one to feel dizzy. Blood Demon Cross Kill. At this moment, a terrifying killing intent descended once again. The cross kill came from 4 different directions. The dark red cross that contained a powerful demonic aura was like the symbol of the cross of judgment. The space seemed to be filled with a vacuum. Accompanied by the Blood Demon Cross Kill were 4 ferocious and terrifying figures of 2 meters in size. Their sharp claws emitted a thick bloody stench as they attacked. These blood-savage demonic beasts are attacking one after another. An ordinary level 9 extraordinary expert wouldn't be able to withstand them at all. Wuxia looked at the continuous terrifying attacks with a look of astonishment on his face. No wonder Vice Commander Meng had a long wound on his chest. If he were to face 10 or so transcendent level 9 blood demon beasts, he would be severely injured if he wasn't careful. 4 blood demon cross attacks arrived at the same time with the double killing intent behind them. Wuxia stood there. The moment the blood demon cross attacks came, they penetrated through his body. The 4 blood barbarian demonic beasts were also a little stunned. Their attacks stopped instantly. Die! The lightning strike wood in Wuxia's hand emitted a blue-green glow. The lightning surrounded it and drew a streak of lightning. It attacked a blood barbarian demonic beast directly. Roar! 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 The blood barbarian demonic beast couldn't dodge in time and sank into its head. The second blood barbarian demonic beast was dead. Whoosh! 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 Thorns extended out from the lightning strike wood and attacked the other 3 blood barbarian demonic beasts. At the same time, when Wuxia was fighting against the 5 blood barbarian demonic beasts, the battle on the battlefield had erupted completely. Aojian and the 11 people were directly defending against the 15 blood shadow walkers who were at transcendent level 8. The 11 people had unified supernatural powers and unified sword moves. They were not at a disadvantage when fighting against the 15 blood shadow walkers. Aojian even used his supernatural powers to take them by surprise and directly killed a blood shadow walker who was at transcendent level 8. At the location closest to the North Gate, Mayor Jin Qianyuan and the president of the Hiring Association had already led the people of Holy See Town to engage in an intense battle with the blood shadow walkers. However, the people of Holy See Town were completely suppressed by the over 40,000 blood shadow walkers. Although Jin Qianyuan was injured, it was still very easy for him to unleash the strength of a transcendent level 8. The president of the Hiring Association was also a transcendent level 8 powerhouse. All the transcendent level 8 blood shadow walkers were held back by Aojian and the rest. The 5 blood savage beasts were also held back by Wuxia. When they were faced with the blood shadow walkers who were not at level 8 transcendence, they did not feel much pressure. Jean Chenyuan and the president of the Mercenary Association were slaughtering the beasts in all directions. They were slaughtering the beasts one by one in a frenzy. On the city wall, the group of people were crazily launching attacks at the ground. The sky was filled with attacks, drowning the blood shadow walkers one by one.
It's all thanks to Commander Wang. Otherwise, we would be finished.
Haha. This is too easy. Commander Wang and his men are defending against the top-tier siege beasts. The mayor and the others are much easier. Did you see that?
Commander Wang has already killed 2 transcendent level 9 beasts. He's too powerful. On the city wall, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. With Commander Wang at the north gate, they had completely defended it.
Everyone had a happy expression on their faces. Buzz! However, at this moment, everyone felt as if the entire Holy See town had been shaken. In an instant, the noise on the entire city wall stopped. Even Jean Chenyuan and the others, who were slaughtering the blood shadow strollers below, had a slight change in expression as they hurriedly looked behind them. What's the situation?
Why do I feel as if the entire city has been shaken?
A young man revealed a shocked expression. He suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. It's a formation. It's the great city-guarding formation of St. C Town. A powerful attack has landed on the formation.
An old man exclaimed with a face full of shock.
Buzz! When the old man finished speaking, the entire St. C Town trembled once again. Someone is attacking the formation. What's going on? Could it be that there are city gates that aren't guarded?
What's happening at the other city gates? What's going on?
The array formation trembled twice in a row, causing fear to appear on everyone's faces.
The array formation was the last line of defense of the entire Holy See town, and it was also the last desperate situation.
This meant that the city gates were lost, which meant that Holy See town had reached its most critical moment. This made everyone feel a deep fear. Once a city gate was breached, hundreds of thousands of fierce beasts would enter the city. This was a huge disaster for everyone. Retreat, retreat. At this moment, at the East Gate, Vice Regiment Commander Meng's face was filled with fear as he shouted at the cavalrymen.
In front of them, there were hundreds of thousands of wandering sea demons. Behind the wandering sea demons, there were more than 30 blood barbaric demon beasts floating.
5 of the blood savage beasts stood in the center. Even if they were thousands of meters away, they could still feel the strong smell of blood on their bodies.
5 half-step void interpretation blood savage beasts, close to 30 rank 9 and rank 8 extraordinary blood savage beasts. In addition to the powerful wandering sea monsters, each wandering sea monster's strength was no less than rank 3 extraordinary, and there were even many rank 7, 8, and rank 9 extraordinary beasts.
Disaster. This was a disaster that Holy See Town couldn't resist. Even the Riding Wind battle team of the Ocean Corps fled to Holy See Town under the order of Vice Commander Meng.
At this moment, the Riding Wind battle team only had about 2,000 people. There are too many powerful demon beasts. We can't resist them. We can't resist them at all. The students and instructors of the 3 academies turned pale when they saw the Riding Wind battle team returning to Holy See Town. They walked over and shouted, "What should we do?
What should we do?
Have the reinforcements from East Sea City arrived yet?
Attack!
Don't stop attacking."
Vice Regiment Commander Meng, who had returned to the city wall, didn't reply immediately when he heard their anxious words. Instead, he shouted loudly. He looked at the people from the 3 academies and said with a gloomy face, "I haven't received any reply yet. I will ask for reinforcements. Attack! Attack!"
There are millions of our own kind behind us. Behind us is our home. Our parents and children. Attack. We must not let them rush in. Hoarse shouts rang out from the city walls at the East Gate. Below them, there was no one outside.
Because they could not defend the city, it was suicidal for them to stay outside at this time. The size of the ferocious beast was completely beyond the expectations of everyone in Holy See Town, and it was also beyond the expectations of the Ocean Cultivator Corps.
The bone scarabs that attacked the city at the beginning were very powerful, but they were all killed by the Ocean Cultivator Corps, the people from the 3 academies, and the Mercenary Corps that came to Holy See Town to carry out their mission.
However, what they didn't expect was that the second wave of beasts arrived one after another.
The wandering sea monsters had 6 legs, a long pointed head, and a long tail. There was a long sharp thorn at the end of the tail, and each of them was extremely powerful.
When the wandering sea monsters appeared, everyone at the east gate had solemn expressions on their faces. However, when they hadn't been fighting for long, terrifying blood-savage beasts suddenly appeared.
More than 30 extremely powerful blood-savage beasts instantly defeated all the people guarding the east gate.
Even Vice Commander Meng immediately ordered all the soldiers to return to the city wall.
Reporting to General, reporting to City Lord Lei, 5 half-step void interpretation level blood-savage beasts have appeared outside of Holy Sea Town and close to 30 rank 8 or rank 9 extraordinary blood-savage beasts. With our strength, we can't withstand them at all.
We need to send out void interpretation level experts. Please give U.S. instructions, General. On the city wall, Deputy Commander Meng kept on contacting with the communication stone plate. What are the chances of void interpretation level beasts appearing?
Not long after, Deputy Commander Meng received a reply from City Lord Lei on the communication stone plate. It is impossible to predict whether there are void interpretation level blood-savage beasts behind us. The blood-savage beast race controls too many fierce beasts. According to Holy Sea Town's current defense, they can at most resist for another 10 minutes.
After 10 minutes, Holy Sea Town's array formation will be broken.
Deputy Commander Meng took a deep breath and quickly said,
"Is the guy who killed Xiao Wen still there?" At this time, Deputy Commander Meng suddenly received a reply from his superior, the General.
Deputy Commander Meng was slightly silent when he saw this message. In the eyes of the experts, the lives of millions of people in a town were not even worth his son's life.
They should have escaped.
Deputy Commander Meng replied directly, "In addition, General, the blood barbaric demon beasts attacked the city with a large number of ferocious beasts. The 4 city gates were all guarded by ferocious beasts.
They wanted to kill everyone in Holy Sea Town and suck the blood of everyone to improve their strength. The weak would have a hard time escaping. If it was too late, the Wind Riding Squad might have been left here." A middle-aged man in the military camp of East Sea City was silent with a dark face. 3 corpses were lying in front of him.
Blood had already covered the ground, making the room extremely bloody. The middle-aged man drank a glass of wine. "Did you run away? No matter where you run to, I will not let you go if you dare to kill my son." The middle-aged man's eyes were extremely indifferent. He looked at the communication stone plate in front of him and replied, "If any void interpretation demon beasts appear, abandon Holy Sea Town. Void interpretation demonic beasts are still unknown." Vice Commander Meng saw the General's message and immediately replied,
"There's no time. Give up Holy Sea Town. You're back. There are 5 half-step void interpretation demonic beasts there. There might be void interpretation demonic beasts. The kingdom will let you give up." However, at this moment, City Lord Lei's message was transmitted over. Vice Regiment Commander Meng was slightly stunned when he saw it. Then he slowly nodded his head. He looked forward. More than 30 terrifying blood-savage demon beasts stood in the void as if they were the rulers of the world. Behind them, there might be void interpretation level demon beasts.
At this time, even if they sent void interpretation level demon beasts over, it would be too late. Holy Sea Town would also be destroyed. However, if an insightful emptiness realm expert came, there would be an insightful emptiness realm expert hiding among the demonic beasts. Instead, it would pose a certain threat to the insightful emptiness realm expert.
One could not risk the lives of an insightful emptiness realm expert just because St. Sea Town was 100% destroyed. However, if an insightful emptiness realm expert came over, at least 1 million people would be saved.
Vice Commander Meng sighed slightly.
However, he could only sigh. Even if a void interpretation expert were to save 1 million people, where would these million refugees be placed?
If they were all placed in Eastern Sea City, it would undoubtedly create a burden on Eastern Sea City and disrupt the peace and order of Eastern Sea City.
Therefore,
City Lord Lei and the kingdom's upper echelons tacitly acknowledged the deaths of this group of people. There were many cities in the transcendental continent that had been breached. They didn't pay too much attention to a single town.
"Let's go, Wind Riding Squad. Follow me. Return to East Sea City immediately."
When Vice Commander Meng saw the message, he looked at the beast that was about to reach the bottom of the city wall and said in a deep voice,
Yes. The members of the Wind Riding Squad were stunned for a moment, then immediately nodded.
Let's go.
Under the shocked gazes of everyone on the city wall, everyone from the Ocean Cultivator Corps flew directly in the direction of East Sea City. Abandon the city and flee. This. Vice Commander Meng. Vice Commander Meng. What are you trying to do? The 3 academies and everyone on the city wall widened their eyes and shouted in panic. However, the Ocean Cultivator Corps didn't reply. They sped toward East Sea City as fast as they could.
Buzz.
Buzz.
Buzz. At this moment, the instructors of the 3 academies all received a message from the academies.
St. C Town Abandoned Guard. Come back immediately.
St. C Town Abandoned Guard, come back immediately.
These 9 words caused the teachers of the 3 academies to be slightly shocked.
Call all the academies, go back immediately, go back to East Sea City.
The teachers quickly reacted and loudly said to all the academies, What?
At this moment, everyone on the East Gate city wall who was shocked understood.
The army of Ocean Cultivators had received the order to flee. They had abandoned the city and fled.
The people from the 3 great academies also received the order to immediately flee to East Sea City. Everyone was stupefied. East Sea City was going to abandon them. The entire Starmoon Kingdom was going to abandon them.
Facing the hundreds of thousands of ferocious beasts and the terrifying demonic beasts ahead, they would face the consequences of the destruction of the city and their lives.
Let's go, let's go. The Ocean Corps directly escaped. The 3 academies also escaped. It's over. Our Holy Sea Town is finished.
It's over, it's over. Our Holy Sea Town is completely finished. I don't want to die. What should we do? What should we do? We should also escape. We should also escape. Quick! Quick! Everyone panicked at the East Gate. The Ocean Corps and the 3 academies were the main forces guarding the East Gate.
Now that they had escaped, it meant that Holy Sea Town had been abandoned. It meant that they were dead.
What should we do? What should we do? The ferocious beasts have already arrived at the city gates. The kingdom has already given up on us. We are doomed. Our Holy Sea Town is about to be invaded by the ferocious beasts. Run, quickly run. For a moment, the people of Holy Sea Town at the East Gate were in a mess. All the ordinary people who were waiting on the streets to defend the city heard this news and their faces turned pale. They even staggered.
How could this be?
How could this be?
Mom, can we still survive?
I don't want to die, but we can't escape at all. We're too weak.
Everyone at the East Gate was in despair.
Some of the mercenary groups from East Sea City saw the Ocean Cultivator Corps and the people from the 3 academies escape, and their faces changed dramatically. They hurriedly followed behind and fled toward East Sea City. Roar! 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 At this moment, an excited roar sounded. The group of mercenaries who had just flown out of the city saw in horror that tens of thousands of wandering sea monsters were attacking them. These demonic beasts are going to kill us all. One of the mercenary group leaders had an extremely ugly expression on his face. He gritted his teeth and shouted, Run! 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 Run!
Not only the mercenary group from East Sea City, but also some people from Holy Sea Town wanted to run away. However, most of them went back to their families in despair. Son, wife, wife. Father, come here. Father, let's go. I'll take you away. The entire east side of Holy Sea Town was in chaos.
Some people could run away, but some people couldn't because this was their home and their family.
If they ran away, what would happen to their family? Moreover, even if they ran out of the city, would they be able to escape?
Where to? If they ran to East Sea City with their strength, they would definitely die on the road.
Everyone was in despair. Hundreds of thousands of people in the entire East region were screaming and screaming in fear.
The cries of children, the sobs of women, and the helpless sighs of the old man seemed to indicate death.
Death was coming.
Buzz, buzz.
The trembling sound of the array formation was heard. According to the attack of the beasts below, the entire Holy Sea Town would fall in less than 10 minutes.
In fact, if the group of blood-savage beasts were to attack, the protective formation of the entire Shanghai town might be broken in 1 to 2 minutes. At that time, 1.7 to 800,000 people would be like lambs waiting to be slaughtered in front of this group of ferocious beasts. Ha! At this moment, Wang Xian, who was fighting against 3 extraordinary level 9 blood savage beasts at the north gate, felt the vibration coming from Shanghai town. He was slightly stunned and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. This is bad. The army of ocean cultivators and the people from the 3 major academies have abandoned the city and escaped. The east gate has been lost and is about to be breached. At this moment, a terrified voice of a middle-aged man came from the position of the city wall.
Wang Xian's pupils constricted slightly. The army of ocean cultivators had actually abandoned the city and escaped?
Why didn't the Star Moon Kingdom send any insightful Emptiness Realm experts over?
Why did they abandon the Holy Sea town and 1.7 to 1.8 million people just like that? This caused him to be astonished.
Do it! With a wave of Wang Xian's arm, the entire space turned into darkness. Ah! The strange demon made its move. 3 blood-red savage beasts' miserable cries could be heard. Wang Xian moved his body and flew directly towards the city wall. When he passed by, he saw Aojian 11 and the rest were still fighting. He casually killed the Blood Shadow Walker who was at Transcendent Level 8. There were only about 10,000 savage beasts at the city gate. He immediately charged over.
Commander Wang, this is bad. The kingdom has given up on the Holy Sea town. The Holy Sea town is finished. At this moment, Jin Qianyuan flew over. His eyes were slightly red as he growled at Wang Xian.
Run. Commander Wang, you should run. The Holy Sea town can no longer be defended. At the east gate, there are more than 30 blood savage beasts standing in the void like kings. Among them, there are 5 half-step void interpretation level existences.
Jin Qianyuan continued with a face full of despair.
What? Wang Xian's expression changed slightly. A solemn expression appeared on his face. There were 5 half-step void interpretation level demonic beasts. Abandon the city and run?
They have already left.
Wang Xian frowned and asked. Yes, the east gate is no longer guarded. The formation can only hold for a few minutes. The Holy Sea can't hold anymore. Jin Qianyuan heaved a heavy sigh. Commander Wang, thank you so much. I want to. As he spoke, he shook his head and flew toward the city wall.
Wang Xian hesitated for a moment before flying toward the city wall.
Mayor! Mayor! When Wang Xian was standing on the city wall, he heard the voices of people shouting for Jin Qianyuan.
The hundreds of thousands of people on the city wall and in the vicinity had already received the news from the East Gate.
Compared to the chaos at the East Gate, there was no chaos because the place was already guarded. However, everyone's faces were extremely pale, and their eyes were filled with despair. One by one, the city guards of Shanghai town shouted for Jin Qianyuan. Below, everyone looked at the mayor. Some of them had already cried out in despair. Jin Qianyuan stood on the city wall and looked at the hundreds of thousands of people below. When he saw their despair, his eyes turned slightly red. Mayor, can we defend our home? At this moment, a crisp voice came from below. A woman was holding a boy, and the little boy's bright eyes were looking at him. When the woman heard her child speak, she quickly covered his mouth. Father, if we leave, what will happen to them? Beside Jin Qianyuan, Jin Lian tugged at her father's sleeve and looked down. Tears could not help but flow down her face. Mother was killed by a ferocious beast back then. It's fine if we don't leave. Maybe we can hold on.
Jin Qianyuan's body trembled slightly when he heard his daughter's words. He raised his head, afraid that tears would flow down his face. Mayor, run as many people as you can. You are strong. Bring the young lady and run first. We don't blame you. We have no way of turning back this matter.
An elder beside him sighed and looked down. There were more than 10 people there. They were all his family. With his transcendent rank 6 strength, he could run, but he couldn't. He flew over and hugged his grandson with a smile on his face. Who?
Jin Qianyuan took a deep breath and a determined look slowly appeared on his face. He opened his mouth and roared loudly, Fight!
Fight! The north gate has been guarded. Let's go guard the east gate. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, I, Jin Qianyuan, will never give up. Even if I die in the battle in the Holy Sea Town, I will not abandon the city and run away, he roared with all his strength. If someone wants to leave, I don't blame you. If someone wants to fight, follow me to the East Gate and defend the city.
With that, he flew directly to the East Gate.
Looking at her father, Jean Lien smiled with tears in her eyes and followed behind him. Fight!
Kill! Even if we die, we have to kill a ferocious beast. Follow the mayor and protect our home.
After 3 seconds of silence, the North Gate was suddenly in an uproar. One by one, the middle-aged youths with bloodshot eyes shouted loudly and immediately caught up with the mayor. Grandson, wait here for Grandpa. Grandpa will go and conquer a piece of pure land for you. The old man who flew down touched his grandson gently and flew over. There are no cowards in our Holy Sea Town. Fight, even if it means death.
Our Wester rival town has been defeated. Let's end this once and for all. The people of Holy Sea Town flew over one by one. Even those who were at the first level of transcendence followed behind. Faced with a desperate situation, they chose to fight with their lives on the line, even if they already knew that death was right in front of them.
Sigh.
Wuxia looked at Jin Qianyuan, who had lost his wrist. He could have escaped, but he chose to fight instead.
Looking at the warriors of Shanghai Town who were fighting bloody battles for their families and children, Wuxia was slightly touched.
I originally wanted to leave after earning a wave of ferocious beast corpses. Now, it seems like I have to fight with them. I hope there are no void interpretation experts. Otherwise, I will die and have to go to the Dragon Palace to wait for my resurrection.
Wuxia smiled and threw the storage spiritual bag to a golden swordfish. He then asked him to put the ferocious beast carcasses in it.
After that, he flew towards the East Gate. This was the first irrational choice he made when he came to the supernatural continent. However, he should not regret it.
Run. Run away from the West Gate. We're finished. We're going to die soon. I don't want to die. I don't want to die.
Ah, get out of the way. Don't crowd around.
Get out of the way.
My child.
My child. When Jin Qianyuan and the others flew over from the East Gate, they saw that the place was in chaos.
The people who had gathered at the East Gate were waiting for the result. At this moment of despair, some people wanted to escape, some hugged their heads and cried, and some wanted to find their loved ones. Chaos.
Chaos.
Some people were pushed to the ground, and some people's children and loved ones were pushed away by the crowd.
Boom. Boom.
Right at this moment, the sound of the city gate colliding was heard. The violent sound of the collision seemed to have hit everyone's heart. The array formation was trembling, and the entire Holy Sea Town was trembling.
Everyone, calm down. Jin Qianyuan's expression was extremely unsightly when he saw this situation, and he hurriedly shouted. However, when his voice rang out, it didn't cause the slightest ripple, and the area below was still in chaos. At this moment, many people had already sunk into fear. Bang! All of a sudden, there was a loud sound from the city gate, and a large hole was directly opened. In Holy Sea Town, one could see the densely packed ferocious beasts outside. Ah! The city gate has been broken. The city gate has been broken. The ferocious beasts are coming in. They are coming in. Hurry up and escape. The sudden opening of a large hole in the city gate once again caused all the people to shout out in fear, and one by one, they desperately wanted to escape into the distance. However, there were too many people completely blocking everyone. Some people even jumped up and stepped on the heads of people as they fled into the distance. Not good. Cracks have appeared in the array formation.
Jin Qianyuan and the others looked at the broken city gate with fear on their faces and despair in their eyes.
Wah.
Ah, my daughter.
As the crowd fled, a woman holding a girl was pushed to the ground. The woman was knocked away and the little girl fell to the ground. The people behind her were still squeezing on the ground. The little girl felt her legs being stepped on and started crying. Boom.
At this moment, a terrifying pressure suddenly enveloped everyone. Everyone's body stiffened and even their breathing became sluggish. Their figures instantly became smaller.
Little sister, are you all right? Wuxia floated in the air and looked at the cute girl with a ponytail who was lying on the ground. He waved his arm gently and held her hand as they floated in the air. What's the situation?
The people of Shanghai town who were enveloped by the powerful pressure revealed a look of fear. Some of them raised their heads in shock. Everyone, don't panic. Shanghai town has not been destroyed yet. Hope has not been destroyed yet. Wuxia, who was floating in the sky, shouted in a deep voice. His voice entered everyone's ears like thunder. Everyone was stunned. They raised their heads and looked at Wuxia, who was in the sky. Ha! The president of the Jin Gan Yuan and the Employment Association was slightly stunned. He looked at Wuxia with a look of astonishment. It's not that the ferocious beasts and demonic beasts outside cannot be resisted. With me and Mayor Jean around, we didn't escape. We didn't give up. This battle is worth fighting. Escaping will only lead to death. There is still hope in this battle. Everyone, all the strong ones, follow me and continue to defend. Protect your homes and protect your loved ones. Wuxia looked down at everyone and shouted in a deep voice. Bang bang. Crash. At this moment, the ferocious beasts outside the city seemed to have sensed resistance. There was an intense sound coming from the city gate. The city gate, which was more than 200 meters wide and dozens of meters tall, broke open, revealing the densely packed ferocious beasts outside. Their eyes revealed a bloodthirsty glow as they looked at everyone in Shanghai town. Everyone looked over hurriedly. At this moment, the people who had stabilized Wuxia's heart started to panic again. If you don't want to die, don't want your home to be destroyed, and don't want your loved ones to die, then let's fight. Let's fight. This battle is worth fighting. Wuxia saw the broken city gate and waved his arm. The fire dragon bead that had been nurtured all this while was covered with terrifying flames. The fire dragon bead was only at level 5 transcendence. It could not amplify his attack at all. However, Wuxia did not want to amplify it. The fire dragon bead flew towards the city gate and instantly turned into a fire god dragon that was 20 to 30 meters in size. The fire dragon god rushed out from the city gate and attacked the ferocious beasts at the city gate. The powerful flames caused all the ferocious beasts at the city gate to die. The shocking attack shocked everyone in Shanghai town. Commander Wang is a powerhouse. He is not a member of Shanghai town, but he is fighting for us. Are we going to run away in a panic now? Running away will lead to unexpected death. Only by fighting can we survive. Even if we die, we must protect our homes and family. All the citizens of Holy See Town, follow me, Jin Shenyuan. Fight! Jin Shenyuan was grateful and excited when he saw Wuxia making a move. He roared loudly. Fight! The president of the Mercenary Association and the rest who were beside Jin Shenyuan shouted loudly. Fight! Fight! Even the mayor didn't escape. We are a bunch of people who are about to die. Why should we run? Fight! Even if it means death. Fight! Even if it means death. We will die gloriously. The eyes of the young, middle-aged, and old men in Shanghai town gradually became firm as they shouted loudly. Everyone returned to the city wall immediately and fight. Wuxia roared loudly. With a gentle wave of his arm, the girl flew directly to her mother's side. He looked outside the city gate and saw many ferocious beasts surging towards the city gate once again. Fight! Wuxia smiled and transformed into a ray of light. Boom! He rushed over from the city gate. His entire body was emitting blazing flames. The phantom of the fire god dragon appeared around him and rotated around him, making him look extremely majestic. Wuxia rushed out of the city gate and immediately saw the countless ferocious beasts around him. He also saw the group of ants that were about to die as they hovered in the air like kings. Wuxia's gaze swept across the group of demonic beasts. His demonic eyes were filled with coldness. Today, I will show you what it means to rule the world. Wuxia flew into the air. Dragon transformation. Roar. A majestic roar sounded in the sky above Shanghai town. A 35-meter-long fire dragon with flames burning all over its body appeared in front of everyone. This was the first time Wuxia fought with the body of a divine dragon in front of everyone's eyes. Boom! The pressure of a divine dragon instantly filled the area in front of the east gate of Shanghai town. Below, all the wandering sirens below Transcendent Level 7 were lying on the ground, trembling. This was the suppression of the powerful divine dragon, the ruler of the ocean. Roar!
The roar of a dragon represented the arrival of Wang Xian on this supernatural continent. Below, more than 100,000 ferocious beasts were trembling. The dragon's might covered an area of 5 kilometers. Here, all the wandering sea monsters below level 7 of the supernatural realm were lying on the ground, not daring to move. At this moment, through the broken door, everyone in Shanghai town saw the scene and revealed a shocked expression. Everyone held their breaths. The noisy east door was now silent. Along with the silent ferocious beasts outside, the entire world seemed to have quieted down. Mom, is he the unrivaled hero? At this moment, the little girl who was saved by Wang Xian widened her eyes and asked in a tender voice as she looked at the majestic dragon god. Yes, he is an unrivaled hero. He is the unrivaled hero of our holy sea town. The little girl's mother's eyes were bloodshot as she looked outside with tears in her eyes. A person flew out and transformed into a powerful creature to suppress all the ferocious beasts. He was the savior of everyone in Holy Sea Town. He was their unrivaled hero. What? What kind of bloodline is this? How can it be so powerful that it can transform into the appearance of a demon beast? When a powerful bloodline is cultivated to the peak, it can indeed transform part of one's body into a demon beast. However, it is very rare to see someone who has completely transformed into a demon beast with a bloodline like this in the Transcendence continent. Could it be that Commander Wang is from the Demon Beast clan? No, the aura on his body is that of a human. Jin Chenyuan mumbled to himself. Sensing Wang Xian's terrifying aura, his body gradually became excited. All the soldiers of the Holy Sea Town follow the king's command and fight together. Fight! Fight! A roar was heard. Seeing the powerful Wang Xian, the entire Holy Sea Town was filled with hope once again. Let's fight it out with them today. It's either life or death. Fuck son, you stay here. If your father dies, don't be sad. Be a man and protect your mother and your sister in the future. Haha, so this unparalleled hero is Commander Wang. Let's fight. All the transcendents above level 1 in Shanghai town flew to the city wall. The battle continued. The flames of war had been ignited. This time, no one would escape unless they died. Roar! 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 Outside the city, sensing the terrifying pressure from Wang Xian, the eyes of the 33 blood-savage beasts at a few kilometers away slowly revealed a solemn expression. In the middle of the city, a demonic beast let out a roar. Its ferocious voice spread throughout the entire Shanghai town. Fight! However, the response this time was the roar of everyone on the walls of Shanghai town. Their arrogant expressions gradually turned cold. Roar! 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 A half-step void interpretation level demonic beast let out another roar. The wandering sea demons that were not within the range of Wang Xian's pressure headed straight for Wang Xian. The transcendent level 7 demonic beasts were also heading towards Wang Xian. In an instant, tens of thousands of roaming sea monsters charged at Wang Xian from behind. However, none of the roaming sea monsters that were within the range of Wang Xian's aura dared to attack him. They lay there trembling. When the 33 blood barbaric demon beasts saw this scene, a solemn expression appeared on their faces. Wang Xian, who was floating in the air, heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the roaming sea monsters were aquatic creatures. They were of a lower level than him, so he could control them directly. Looking at the dozens of supernatural level 7 wandering sea demons, and a few level 8 and level 9 ones that were attacking him, the flames on Wang Xian's body trembled. Roar! 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 The wandering sea demons that were within his area of control suddenly moved. They attacked the group of high-level wandering sea demons in a frenzy. The sudden attack and the attacks of 70,000 to 80,000 sea demons that were fearless of death caught the high-level sea demons that were charging over completely unprepared. They had never expected that their own kind, subordinates that were lower in level than them, would suddenly attack them. In an instant, dozens of high-level wandering sea monsters were covered by tens of thousands of sea monsters. Roar! 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 The dozens of sea monsters were caught unprepared by the sudden attack. In an instant, 7 to 8 of them were heavily injured and drowned in the group of fierce beasts. The other ferocious beasts hurriedly fled in fear. Seeing this scene, All the people of Holy Sea Town who were standing on the city wall were stunned. One person was able to suppress more than 100,000 ferocious beasts. Moreover, those high-level ferocious beasts wanted to attack, but they were actually attacked by those suppressed ferocious beasts. This was simply one person defending the entire East Gate. Commander Wang is helping us defend the city gate by himself?
This is too terrifying. This is too cool. Is the creature Commander Wang transformed into a demon beast?
Or is this a powerful divine ability of Commander Wang? Is Commander Wang the one who killed the son of the Ocean Cultivator Corps general? The Ocean Cultivator Corps still wants to kill him. That's right, it's this Commander Wang. Fuck him. The Ocean Cultivator Corps gave us up, and the kingdom gave us up. Instead, Commander Wang is fighting with us.
What the fuck is this king?
This time I can survive. There's no shit Star Moon Kingdom. Only Lord Wang. That's right. As long as we can survive. I'm willing to do anything for Lord Wang. Everyone on the city wall became excited.
Their army had abandoned him and their country had abandoned them. A person that their army wanted to kill was fighting alongside them, helping them protect their last hope. Everyone swore in their hearts that if they survived this time, they would be willing to do anything for them.
This was because Lord Wang had saved their lives. Most importantly, he had saved the lives of their entire family and protected their home. This is what a real home is like. Back when Shilai Town was attacked, the mayor had run away, and all the important people had run away. Sigh. I hope we can defend it and build a better Holy Sea Town together in the future. The refugees who fled from Shilai Town to Holy Sea Town felt sorrowful when they saw this scene. There was hope in their eyes, as well as hope for the future.
With the mayor who fought with them and Lord Wang who fought against thousands of soldiers alone, they would feel at ease in the future.
Roar! At this moment, the 33 demonic beasts behind them could no longer sit still when they saw this scene. They let out a roar and headed straight for Wang Xian's position.
One of the demonic beasts stood in the void with a cold gaze. The other 32 demonic beasts charged straight at Wang Xian. A terrifying dark energy that made one's heart palpitate was emitted from their bodies. Their bodies turned into streaks of blood shadows. Wang Xian's pupils contracted slightly as a solemn expression appeared in his eyes. For half-step void interpretation experts, even he had to treat them seriously. Roar! He roared and spewed out a terrifying flame from his mouth.
The battle had begun. Boom!
A violent collision sound rang out at the east gate of the Transcendence continent. The sound of an explosion reverberated throughout the entire sky.
32 blood-savage demonic beasts charged at Wang Xian. The powerful black fog collided with the flames. Charge! Wang Xian's body trembled. The tens of thousands of wandering sea demons that were under his control charged at the blood-savage demonic beasts without any fear of death. Beasts, you are courting death. When the 32 blood barbaric demon beasts saw the ferocious beasts that were under their control attacking them, they revealed a furious expression. Their bodies shook as they attacked the wandering sea monsters with their blood demon claws. Among the 32 blood barbaric demon beasts, the weakest one had the strength of a level 8 extraordinary. Under their combined attacks, the terrifying power tore apart the bodies of the wandering sea monsters in an instant. In an instant, fresh blood dyed the ground red. The blood on the ground had already started to thicken, and the ground was already covered with the corpses of the beasts. Hiss! What a terrifying blood-savage demonic beast!
Can Lord Wang withstand it?
Everyone looked shocked when they saw the 32 blood-savage demonic beasts killing tens of thousands of wandering sea monsters in an instant. It was too brutal and terrifying. We have to share some of the burden with Lord Wang. Otherwise, we will be finished once he is in danger. Jin Shenyuan, who was standing on the city wall, said in a deep voice. Roar! However, at this moment, the blood demon beasts who had been standing at the back and did not make a move suddenly roared.
The 50,000 to 60,000 wandering sea demons who were not under Wang Xian's control suddenly circled around 5 kilometers away from Wang Xian and attacked the Holy Sea Town. Be careful. The ferocious beasts are circling around us. Get ready for battle. Sir Wang Xian has already blocked most of the attacks for us. If we can't hold on any longer, we will be useless.
The president of the hiring association roared loudly with battle intent in his eyes.
Yes, fight.
We must not lose.
Everyone roared with battle intent. At this moment, everyone unleashed 200% of their strength.
At this distance, coupled with the fact that the group of blood-savage demonic beasts are all of the darkness attribute, even the people on the city wall wouldn't be able to see them when the strange demon attacked.
Wuxia looked ahead. 32 blood-savage demonic beasts were slaughtering the wandering sea demons at a rapid speed.
These group of ferocious beasts below level 7 could kill hundreds or even thousands of them with a single strike. Especially for the 4 half-step void interpretation existences, they were even more ferocious. Unless there were 8 or 9 half-step void interpretation humans or void interpretation masters, it would be extremely difficult to kill the 4 half-step void interpretation demonic beasts.
Wuxia hovered in the sky and did not make a move. He waited quietly.
Since you dare to interfere in the affairs of our blood barbarian demonic beasts, I shall use your blood as a sacrifice today. Ha ha ha. One by one, the blood barbarian demonic beasts slaughtered the wandering sea demons under Wuxia's control. They were closing in on him at a terrifying speed.
Wuxia smiled faintly. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes.
Do it.
His heart skipped a beat. He looked at the blood barbarian demonic beast that was pointing its sharp claws at him. A teasing look appeared on his face.
Buzz, buzz, buzz.
At this moment, a light dot suddenly appeared beside the group of blood-savage beasts that were hunting the wandering beasts. The light dot contained a terrifying power that seemed to be able to pierce through space. The moment the strange beasts appeared, all the blood-savage beasts revealed terrified expressions.
Blood flow. The few blood-savage beasts roared in unison as streams of blood flowed out from their bodies. Dot of light explosion. However, at this moment, the strange demonic beast's supernatural ability had arrived. Dot of light explosion was the strongest single-target attack.
Coupled with the piercing pupil, the strongest attack landed on the vital points of the blood barbarian demonic beast.
Boom. The sound of an explosion was heard instantly.
Ah!
In an instant, a miserable scream was heard.
You want to kill me?
The face of the half-step void interpretation blood barbarian demonic beast, who was pointing at Wuxia from afar, sank. The black fog and blood fog around its body caused the AO demonic beast to reveal itself.
Its sharp head emitted a blood-red sharp thorn. The sharp thorn emitted a dark red glow and was extremely deep.
Blood shadow penetration. It was not only this half-step void interpretation demonic beast that reacted. There were 7 to 8 other blood barbarian demonic beasts that reacted in time and immediately counterattacked the strange demon. Blood shadow penetration was a single-target attack similar to the dot explosion. It possessed unparalleled penetration and attack power.
The release of the blood shadow penetration divine ability caused the few strange demons to lose the opportunity to release the divine ability, dot explosion. However, none of the strange demons panicked. A hint of disdain flashed in Ao Yao's eyes. He thought that he had dodged their assassination, but the real killing intent had just begun. Light and dark void. Ao Yao's body trembled slightly as the blood shadow penetrated through Ao Yao's body. Light and dark dot explosion.
Void. Light dot explosion. The other strange demons also released the same divine ability. Void, for a short moment, was immune to all attacks. This was a very heaven-defying divine ability.
During the period of Void, they were invincible. When the Void passed, the moment the blood barbarian demon beast was shocked, killing intent came.
No! The half-step Void interpretation level blood barbarian demon beast showed fear on its face, and its eyes were filled with panic as it roared loudly. Boom! 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 Roar! 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 The sounds of explosions and screams were immediately recalled. Even if the blood barbarian demonic beast didn't die at the first instance, it was instantly followed by the strange demon and its last chance of survival was cut off. In just a short second, 21 blood barbarian demonic beasts died,
including one half-step void interpretation level existence.
Roar! Wuxia roared. The flames on his body rose and covered the entire area. He moved. Roar, roar.
Kill them.
Kill them all. The leader of the blood barbaric demonic beasts who was standing at the back was stunned. Clearly, He did not expect that terrifying creatures would suddenly appear and directly assassinate their 21 clansmen. Out of the 21 clansmen, none of them escaped.
At this moment, he could not hold it in any longer. He moved his body and charged towards Wuxia.
I'll leave the rest to you guys. Ao Yao. We'll take care of the other 4 half-step void interpretation demonic beasts. Wuxia's 35-meter-tall body swept his tail towards one of the demonic beasts.
The demonic beast still wanted to put up a desperate fight. Its body flew backward rapidly. Whoosh! Bang! At this moment, a half-step void interpretation demonic beast appeared on Wuxia's body. The sharp claws in its hands pierced towards the dragon scale. However, the dragon scales, which were comparable to a half-step void interpretation defensive weapon, only left behind a few scars.
You've ruined our plan. I, the Blood Barbarian, will definitely kill you. A cold and emotionless voice rang out. Instantly, thousands of figures materialized and attacked Wuxia at the same time. Divine Dragon's Fire Tail.
The light and dark fire dragon's eyes locked onto one of the bodies. Wuxia's dragon tail was like lava. The flames were restrained and swept out directly.
Boom! The fire tail of the Divine Dragon was a supernatural ability that Wuxia had comprehended when he was at Transcendent Level 7. His attack required the help of the body of the Divine Dragon. With the terrifying fire attribute energy coupled with his powerful physical body, he was able to unleash his attack. When Wuxia's attack landed on the Blood Shadow, the leader of the Blood Barbaric Demon Beast's expression changed slightly. His body moved and turned into a blood mist. The blood mist attached to the dragon's tail and produced a sizzling sound. Drops of fresh blood fell to the ground. The leader of the 3-meter-long Blood Barbarians flashed and stared at Wuxia with a cold gaze. Leader. The group of demonic beasts hiding in the void is very terrifying. The other 3 half-step void interpretation Blood Barbarians appeared beside him and spoke with a terrified expression. 20 figures that were emitting light and a powerful creature that was emitting light and darkness had actually killed 21 of their comrades in an instant. Among them, 20 were at Transcendent Level 9 and 1 was at half-step void interpretation. This made their hearts palpitate. They were 100% certain of death. They can only unleash a terrifying killing intent in an instant. There's no need to be afraid.
The eyes of the leader of the Blood Barbarians flickered as he scanned the surroundings of Wuxia.
After killing 21 terrifying creatures, they immediately vanished into the void and prepared for a second assassination attempt. Set up the Blood Barbarian space.
The leader of the Blood Barbarians trembled as red and black energy was emitted from his body. His 2 sharp claws trembled slightly. Blood bugs were swimming around. The other 3 Blood Barbarians released the same attack. The red and black space immediately covered an area of 4 to 5 kilometers.
The darkness attribute still wants to defend against Ao Yao's assassination? Wuxia's eyes revealed a hint of mockery. His body moved and his swaying body attacked them directly. Whoosh! 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 In the space, streams of blood bugs charged towards Wuxia's body. However, this attack did not leave any traces. Roar! The dragon soared and roared. Wuxia's entire body was covered in flames. His dragon tail swept across and immediately dispersed the red and black areas in the area. 4 half-step void interpretation demonic beasts appeared in 4 directions and attacked him in an instant. Boom! Wuxia's body trembled as he used his dragon tail and dragon claws to meet them. Buzz!
In the air, Ao Yao appeared beside a Blood Barbarian demonic beast. That Blood Barbarian demonic beast hurriedly dodged. After witnessing Ao Yao killing a companion of the same level in an instant, this Blood Barbarian demonic beast would not give Ao Yao any chance.
Wuxia was no match for 4 half-step void interpretation demonic beasts alone. Even if he were to face 3 of them, he would be in great danger.
Fortunately, he had Ao Yao by his side to restrain them. He could definitely restrain 2 of them. Ah! At this moment, the screams of the Blood Barbaric demonic beasts could be heard from the surroundings. There were a total of 33 Blood Barbaric demonic beasts. After 21 of them were killed by the strange demon, there were only 12 of them.
4 half-step void interpretation demonic beasts were fighting against Wuxia. There were another 8 of them.
Those 8 demonic beasts were completely slaughtered by the 20 strange demonic beasts. In less than a minute, the 8 blood barbarian demonic beasts were dead. This infuriated the leader of the blood barbarian demonic beasts. His attacks were also getting more and more explosive.
I heard the blood barbarian demonic beasts screaming from afar. Commander Wang is killing them. We can't hold them back. Kill them. Kill, kill. With Sir Wang around, we have a great chance of defending our home. At the city wall, everyone was shouting excitedly.
In the distance, Commander Wang was slaughtering the blood demon beasts. At the bottom of the city wall, they were also slaughtering the wandering sea demons. There were only tens of thousands of wandering sea demons. With the number of these beasts, Holy Sea Town could easily deal with them. In fact, it was even very easy.
Victory was right in front of their eyes. Everyone was extremely excited. The battle continued. 20 strange beasts joined the battle between Wang Xian and the rest. Although they only had the combat strength of an extraordinary level 9, with 20 of them, they could still threaten a half-step void interpretation level blood barbarian beast.
This caused their battle to be in a stalemate.
It was difficult for Wang Xian to kill them, and it was also difficult for them to kill Wang Xian. However, he was not in a hurry. When Ao Yao Yao and his supernatural powers could be unleashed again, he would have a great chance to kill one of them.
Moreover, the sustained combat strength of the divine dragon was far superior to these blood barbarian demonic beasts.
As long as he was exhausted, he would definitely not lose. Roar! 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 After fighting for more than 10 minutes, Wang Xian's body was left with scars that were 1 to 2 meters long. These scars were not fatal.
There were also scars on the bodies of the 4 half-step void interpretation blood barbarian demonic beasts.
The entire battle was extremely intense. Damn you guys! I was hunting humans to advance to the void interpretation stage, but I was stopped by you bunch of damn creatures. Your crimes are unforgivable. I want to kill all of you. I want to avenge my dead subordinates. All of a sudden, the leader of the blood barbaric demon beast moved and distanced himself from Wang Xian by 2,000 meters.
It stared at Wang Xian with a ferocious gaze and growled in a low voice.
You want to kill millions of humans. The ones who deserve to die are all of you.
Wang Xian stared at the leader of the blood barbaric demon beast with his ice-cold dragon eyes. A mouthful of dragon flames shot toward another blood barbaric demon beast in front of him.
Devour! The eyes of the leader of the blood barbaric demon beast slowly turned blood red. His eyes were filled with madness and violence as he roared loudly. King, no, don't we!
When he finished his sentence, the other 3 blood barbaric demon beasts suddenly revealed a look of horror.
Come here and give up your lives. We will avenge you. I will slaughter everyone here. I will slaughter all of them. The leader of the blood savage beast roared. He raised his head and his entire chest started to move. Hiss! A tearing sound was heard. His chest suddenly split open, revealing a cavity full of blood. The blood on his chest started to move and slowly turned into a mouth. I will sacrifice myself for the king. A blood savage beast's eyes revealed despair. His body trembled as he flew over and entered the blood-red mouth on his chest. Ah! Sacrifice for the king!
Sacrifice for the king!
The other 2 blood barbarian demonic beasts also flew over while trembling as they roared loudly.
I swear on my blood that I will slaughter everyone here, especially you.
The leader of the blood barbarian demonic beasts stared at Wang Xian abruptly. He.
A horrifying voice came out of its mouth.
Wang Xian's expression changed slightly.
Gold crack void.
Without the slightest hesitation, he directly released the metal attribute divine ability, Gold Crack Void. Buzz!
At this moment, the red and black energy that pervaded the surroundings slowly shrank into the body of the leader of the blood barbaric demon beasts. The powerful attack of Gold Crack Void was directly blocked by the red and black energy.
The 3 blood barbaric demon beasts were swallowed by the ferocious mouth on its chest, and the red-black energy slowly entered its body. Its aura, its blood, its violence, and its darkness increased at an astonishing speed. It was about to break through, a demon beast at the profound void tier.
Terrifying energy condensed in front of Holy Sea Town.
Within a radius of 5 kilometers, The black-red energy and the palm-sized blood bug-like energy slowly converged into the body of the leader of the blood-barbaric demon beasts. The aura rose and the energy rose. Within a radius of 100 kilometers, it was as dazzling as a blazing meteorite. Only an existence at the insightful void tier was able to release such power. He wants to break through. Tech. We can't let him break through. Wang Xian's expression changed drastically when he saw the leader of the blood-barbarian demonic beast, whose aura was constantly increasing. He hurriedly shouted, "Roar!" He let out an angry roar and flew over directly. The terrifying dragon tail flew towards the blood-barbarian demonic beast with a piercing sound. Boom! The immense force landed beside the leader of the blood-barbarian demonic beast, but it was blocked by the dark red energy. Whoosh! 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 The group of strange demonic beasts flickered with white light spots. However, when they were 10 meters away from the blood-barbarian demonic beast, they were blocked outside. They were completely unable to break through the defense outside. None of you can escape. All of you must die. All of you must die. The blood-barbarian demonic beast stared at Wang Xian and the rest and let out a horrified voice. "I will devour all of your blood and avenge my men." Oh no! Wang Xian had a serious look on his face as his facial expression changed drastically. He had attacked more than 10 times consecutively, but the defense in front of the blood-barbarian demonic beast did not budge at all. Could not be broken at all. We are in big trouble. Beads of cold sweat trickled down Wang Xian's face. He hesitated for a moment before flying directly towards the city wall. In front of the city gate, after the golden swordfish and the rest helped to kill the wandering sea demons, tens of thousands of sea demons were almost wiped out. However, the people of Shanghai town weren't excited at all. They could also sense the terrifying scene in front of them. The bloody and brutal aura had already reached them, making it difficult for them to breathe. What's going on? Why is that bloody demonic beast emitting such a terrifying aura? What happened? Could it be an accident? Everyone looked at the distant city wall and asked in astonishment. Jin Qianyuan also looked up. His pupils contracted slightly as he had a bad feeling. Wang Xian returned to his human form and flew to the city wall in a hurry. "Sir Wang." "Commander Wang, what happened?" That demonic beast. That demonic beast. Why is it so terrifying?" On the city wall, everyone saw him flying over and shouted loudly. When they saw Wang Xian's embarrassed expression, they were shocked and asked fearfully, "Boom!" At this moment, a muffled sound came from the front. "Oh my God! What is this? That demonic beast! That demonic beast is about to break through." Everyone looked over immediately and suddenly realized that the sky in front of them had turned dark. The sky was not filled with dark clouds. Instead, it was covered by a terrifying dark energy. Half of the sky was emitting a terrifying energy. This dark energy was like a black cloud that was pressing down on the city. It was as if it wanted to completely destroy the town of Shanghai. That demonic beast is about to break through. It is about to break through the void interpretation. An old man could not help but exclaim in surprise. His voice caused everyone to be dumbstruck. Their faces were filled with astonishment. Everyone on the city wall had their eyes focused on Wang Xian. They wanted an answer. Their eyes were filled with desire. Just now, they had already experienced despair. It was Wang Xian who single-handedly defended against a group of terrifying demonic beasts. Seeing that they were about to win and survive, a demonic beast was about to make a breakthrough. Once it made a breakthrough, it would become an insightful void-level existence. An existence at the insightful void level was something that even Donghai City had to deal with all their might. How could they, Shanghai town, fight against it? Even if Lord Wang was here, they couldn't see any hope. "It is going to break through." Jin Qianyuan's voice was trembling. He stared into the distance, his eyes full of despair. What? A half-step profound void-tier demon beast is going to break through? Is the heaven going to destroy our holy sea town? No, under Lord Wang's leadership we are about to succeed in defending the city. Damn the heavens, we are not resigned. The heavens want us to die. When everyone around heard the mayor's words, their faces revealed helplessness and anger. Hope was right in front of them, but the heavens wanted them to die.
How could they deal with a profound void-tier demonic beast?
Boom, boom, boom. He. Humans in front. All of you will die in a moment.
At this moment, the energy in the distant sky was even more terrifying.
The dark energy that blocked half of the sky was poured directly into the head of the leader of the blood barbaric demonic beasts. This time, the blood barbaric demonic beasts attacked the city for a large amount of fresh blood. They controlled the beasts to attack the city so that they could absorb the blood of the dead beasts.
The fresh blood of humans could also be absorbed so that it could break through to the half-step void interpretation realm.
However, the appearance of Wuxia had completely disrupted their plans.
What a terrifying power!
Everyone looked over in horror and despair. The entire Shanghai town fell silent once again. This time, there was no panic or exclamations. There was only helplessness. If the heavens wanted to destroy them, what could they do?
Mayor Jean, get everyone to give me all the elixirs in their hands. There might be one last way.
Wuxia said to Jin Shenyuan with a sullen face. What?
Commander Wang, you have another way.
Jin Shenyuan was slightly taken aback. He quickly asked Wuxia. The few people standing at the side also looked at him hopefully. If we have enough pills, we can avoid this crisis. Wuxia said directly. He looked at the blood barbarian demonic beast that was breaking through and said, We have to be quick. It's about to break through.
All right.
Jin Shenyuan and the rest nodded their heads immediately. Their bodies moved and they levitated into the sky. They immediately shouted loudly, Everyone, take out all the pills in your hands. Commander Wang has a way to help everyone through this crisis. Hurry up. A way?
We still have a way.
Commander Wang said that if he has a way, he definitely has a way. I believe in Commander Wang. These are all my medicinal pills. In any case, nothing will belong to me after I die. Everyone quickly take out the medicinal pills. I believe in Commander Wang.
We will naturally obey Commander Wang's words. Take out all of them.
Everyone was slightly stunned. A faint light appeared in their eyes. They did not ask any further and immediately took out all of the medicinal pills. They believed that if anyone could save them at this moment, only Commander Wang would be able to do so. They believed unconditionally.
I wonder if it's enough.
Wuxia looked at the items in the treasure vault in his mind and frowned slightly. However, at this moment, there was only this last method. Everyone take out your pills. Take them all out. I have a transcendent tier 3 pill here. I have it here. I have it too. I hope Commander Wang can help us get through this crisis.
Lord Wang has already helped us enough. Even if we fail, we will not blame Lord Wang.
In Holy Sea Town, Jin Shenyuan and a few experts of Holy Sea Town floated in the air and took the pills one by one. They didn't know what use the pills were for Commander Wang. But as long as they obeyed, it would be over. At this time, only Lord Wang could be trusted.
I hope all the pills in our pill workshop can help Lord Wang. And the pills in our pill workshop. Lord Wang, do you want spirit stones?
I have a lot of spirit stones. I have herbs here. They took out all the pills and spirit herbs that were usually extremely precious to them. They moved very fast. Soon, more than 100,000 pills were taken out in the entire Sacred Sea Town. All of these were the accumulation of the entire Sacred Sea Town. Even Jin Shenyuan and the rest took out all the pills in their interspatial rings. Outside the city wall, terrifying dark energy entered the body of the blood barbarian demon beast. This was the first time Wuxia saw a breakthrough of a void interpretation expert. This terrifying power was almost 100 times stronger than a half-step void interpretation expert. Even 100 half-step void interpretation experts could not defeat a void interpretation expert. After breaking through to the void interpretation realm, the divine ability would undergo a terrifying evolution. At that time, it would no longer be called a divine ability, but a Dharma idol.
Moreover, after breaking through to the void interpretation realm, the divine ability comprehended by the transcendence could be easily used. In the past, using it once would take half an hour to recover. After reaching the void interpretation realm, it would only take about 5 minutes.
Moreover, breaking through to the void interpretation realm was to transform the divine ability into a Dharma idol. The power of the Dharma idol was incomparably terrifying.
An insightful emptiness realm expert could easily destroy a town. The palpitating power outside made everyone in Holy See Town feel helpless. All they could do was to look at the young man standing on the city wall. That was their only hope of surviving. A half-step Abijna city guarding formation can't withstand it at all. I need at least 5 of them. Wang Xian looked at the items in the system's Dragon King's treasure house. Now that he was in the extraordinary realm, he could only exchange for extraordinary items. However, the only thing that could defend the Holy Sea Town was the city guarding formation. Sir Wang, the elixirs are here. These are the elixirs and spiritual herbs that everyone in the Holy Sea Town has. They are all here. I wonder if they are enough. Jin Qianyuan flew to Wang Xian's side and said to him nervously, I want to activate something. If the elixirs are not enough, I have no choice. Wang Xian took a glance at Jin Qianyuan and flew into the sky. Everyone looked at Wang Xian, but no one said a word. In front of them was the abyss. Above them was their hope. So many? It should be enough. Standing thousands of meters high in the sky, Wang Xian looked at the pills in his interspatial ring. A smile appeared on his face. He didn't expect the entire Shanghai town to be able to produce so many pills. It seemed that the more people there were, the more power there was. No one would hide their pills. Wang Xian poured all of them into his mouth. The pills entered his stomach one by one and immediately turned into dragon energy. Ding! Consume the pills. Host's dragon energy has increased by 500,000 dragon crystals. Ding! Ding! Consume the pills. Host's dragon energy has increased by 800,000 dragon crystals. Ding! Ding! Consume the pills. Host's dragon energy has increased by 1 million dragon crystals. One by one, the pills entered his stomach. In the end, there was an increase of 1,010,000 dragon crystals. That's enough. There's still another 10,000 dragon crystals. Wang Xian's eyes were filled with excitement as he heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, an excited and cold voice rang out, causing Wang Xian to feel a chill in his heart. Not good, it has made a breakthrough. It's a void interpretation demonic beast. A void interpretation demonic beast. It's over, it's over. Below, the people of Shanghai town looked over hurriedly. They saw a 7 to 8 meter-sized beast with 2 black sharp claws. Its arms were filled with ferocious teeth. A 10-meter-long tail appeared on its back. It was filled with demonic qi. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, a monstrous bloody smell rushed into the clouds. The terror of the void interpretation demonic beast was fully displayed. It smiled excitedly and stared in the direction of Holy Sea Town with cold eyes. At this moment, it slightly raised its head and slowly raised its arm, pointing at Holy Sea Town in the air. The black energy instantly condensed into a 1,000-meter-long death spear. It gently pointed at the distance of about 5,000 meters. The black death spear streaked a black light in the air and instantly landed on Holy Sea Town. Boom! The sound of a collision rang out and the entire Holy Sea Town began to tremble violently. Crack, 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 crack. In the sky, the water element array let out the sound of glass shattering. It could be seen with the naked eye that the array was slowly cracking. Bang! In the end, the array completely dissipated. It was only one attack and it was 5,000 meters away. Everyone in Holy Sea Town was stunned. Some people couldn't help but sit up. Kiki. All humans, prepare to die. The leader of the blood-savage beast revealed an excited and ferocious expression. With a strange cry, its body moved and directly rushed towards Holy Sea Town. His arm slowly grew longer and the densely packed teeth on his arm were gnawing on it. Whoosh! He waved his arm, and streams of blood mist quickly spread towards Holy Sea Town. It's over. On the city wall, seeing the void interpretation experts rushing over, everyone couldn't help but close their eyes. They were waiting for death. Wang! Right at this moment, they suddenly felt the surrounding air turn cold, and the blood mist was completely blocked outside. Everyone was slightly shocked. They raised their heads and looked over hurriedly. A blue array had surrounded the entire Holy Sea Town. It's Lord Wang.
Their hearts jolted as hope reappeared in their eyes.
Do you think a half-step void interpretation city protection array can stop me? The leader of the blood barbarian demonic beast's cold voice was heard. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Wuxia, who was 1,000 meters above the Holy See town.
Buzz.
However, under his gaze, the green energy in Wuxia's arm was spreading rapidly. It completely overlapped with the blue water energy.
When the leader of the blood barbarian demonic beast saw another half-step void interpretation level formation, a bloodthirsty look appeared in his eyes. I swear, I will let you die in pain. He stared at Wuxia and spoke one sentence after another. A hint of mockery appeared on Wuxia's face as he moved his arm again. A fiery red light screen appeared. This was not the end. It followed closely behind the earthen yellow light screen.
Finally, it was the golden light screen. Buzz!
The entire Holy See quaked before it stabilized completely. The strongest formation of the Transcendence level, the 5 Elements formation, was activated. Let me die in pain. Beast, come and kill me. A provocative voice sounded. Let me die in pain. Beast, come and kill me. When Wuxia said this, he gave the leader of the blood barbarian demon beast a middle finger with a face full of disdain. Wuxia's voice reverberated throughout the entire Shanghai town. The blood barbarian demon beast that was charging over was also slightly stunned. Although he didn't know what Wuxia meant by giving the middle finger, he could feel the intense provocation.
You want to stop me with a half-step void interpretation level formation? Break it! The leader of the blood barbarian demonic beast was furious. He swung his sharp claws in the direction of Shanghai town. He was the leader of the demonic beast. He had just advanced to the void interpretation level and became the king of the demonic beasts. An extraordinary ant dared to provoke him. He swore to devour this human one bite at a time.
Wuxia floated in the air and looked at the leader of the blood barbarian demonic beasts with a smile on his face. All the people in the Holy See town looked at the leader of the blood barbarian demonic beasts. Boom. Crack, crack, crack. Crack, crack, crack.
Time seemed to have stopped. When the attack of the leader of the blood barbarian demonic beasts reached the Holy See town, a blue water element formation appeared.
The array slowly cracked and directly shattered. Then the wood element array appeared. However, the wood element array still slowly cracked and shattered under its attack. When the two arrays were shattered, everyone found it difficult to breathe. However, when its attack landed on the third array, the fire element array directly blocked its attack.
Only then did everyone have a sigh of relief. Kiki kid, you're about to die.
The leader of the blood barbaric demon beast revealed a bloodthirsty and excited expression. 2 arrays had been broken. At most, 2 attacks would break them all. Not good. There are only 5 arrays in total.
The people of Holy See town also realized this and their faces turned pale again.
Boom. Under everyone's eyes, the blood-savage beast, which looked like a life-reaping devil, once again attacked the array formation with all its strength. Boom. Crack, crack, crack.
Crack, 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 crack.
However, this time the water element array formation was broken, and the wood element array formation was broken. The attack was easily blocked by the fire-shaped array formation. What's going on?
The leader of the blood barbarian demonic beast was slightly stunned. A look of astonishment appeared on his face.
Break for me. His sharp voice resounded across the sky. The tail on his back carried a terrifying dark energy as it landed on the 5-element formation once again. The third time was the same. The broken water element formation and wood element formation appeared once again. 5-element formation. The 5 elements are born together, the 5 elements are fused together, and the 5 elements are combined as one. Unless the 5 formations are directly broken, there is no way to break the formation. Although the formation is only at the half-step void interpretation level, do you think a beast who has just broken through can break the 5 formations together? Ha ha!
Wuxia laughed and said to the blood barbarian demon beast.
This formation was a low-level formation stored in the Dragon King's treasure house.
To the Dragon King, this formation was very low-level. It was also because of the uniqueness of the 5 elements formation that he kept it in his treasure house. The 5 elements formation was difficult to break without the strength of a 3rd-level void interpretation.
It was definitely the best formation in the Transcendence realm. No, no, it's impossible. The leader of the blood barbaric demon beast roared with blood-red eyes. The continuous attacks landed on the 5 elements array. However, it was useless. Roar, roar, roar. This made the leader of the blood barbaric demon beast extremely furious. He roared angrily.
Great, great.
Ha ha ha. We've defended it. We've defended it. Thank you, Lord Wang. Thank you, Lord Wang. Ah, we've defended it. We've defended it.
However, the anger of the leader of the blood barbaric demon beast caused everyone in Holy Sea Town to roar in excitement.
What?
We've defended it. We've defended it. Lord Wang has created a very powerful formation. Lord Wang said that only a powerhouse above level 3 of the void interpretation realm can break it. That beast outside can't break the formation at all.
That's great. That's great. We survived.
Thank you, Lord Wang Xian. Slowly, the situation at the city gate spread to the back. Soon, it spread to the entire Shanghai town.
This made 1.7 to 800,000 people cry tears of joy. All of them shouted excitedly. For a moment, the entire Shanghai town was in an uproar.
Even if half of the 1.7 to 800,000 people shouted at the same time, it was still like a tsunami. Everyone was venting out the depression and despair of the past few days in excitement.
Today, they could finally settle down and defend Shanghai town.
Thank you, Sir Wang Xian, for helping us to defend Shanghai town. Thank you for saving the lives of 1,700,000 to 800,000 people in Shanghai town.
At the position of the city wall, Jin Chenyuan bowed to Wang Xian with excitement. Thank you, Sir Wang Xian, for saving my life.
Around the city wall, a group of soldiers who were guarding the city knelt on the ground and shouted respectfully. Thank you, Sir Wang Xian, for saving my life. Below, a group of people knelt down slowly and shouted with gratitude on their faces.
When they saw the people in front kneeling down to express their gratitude, the people behind immediately followed. In an instant, their voices reverberated throughout the entire Shanghai town.
Thank you, Sir Wang Xian, for saving my life.
How did it feel to have 1 million people kneeling down to him?
This was the first time Wang Xian felt 1 million people kneeling down to him respectfully, reverently, and gratefully.
This made him slightly stunned. A bitter smile appeared on his face as he shook his head slowly.
All of you, get up. Mayor Jin, continue with the operation of Shanghai town and settle down all the citizens.
In addition, the array can only be used to get out. No one is allowed to come in. No one is allowed to go out. As he spoke, his eyes were filled with smiles as he looked at the blood-savage beast leader, who was standing outside the array with a furious expression. At this moment, the blood-savage beast leader was so furious that it almost wanted to go crazy, especially when it saw the excited expressions of the humans in front of it.
There was also the mocking look on that fellow's face. He attacked the formation more than 10 times in a row in a frenzy. However, it was still useless. This made him want to go crazy.
I will accept the corpses of the ferocious beasts that you brought along and the corpses of your blood-barbaric demon beast clan with a smile. Wang Xian looked at the furious leader of the blood-barbaric demon beast and said with a smile on his face, "Roar!" It was slightly stunned when it heard Wang Xian's words. Then it quickly turned its head around. When it saw that the carcasses of the beasts had completely disappeared, it was completely stunned.
Roar, 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 human, you damn human. Roar, 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 I'm going to kill you. I, the blood barbarian, will not become a demon if I don't kill you.
When he saw that there wasn't a single corpse of the beasts behind him, he started to attack the formation with his claws.
He was about to cry.
He was a demon beast of the profound void tier. He was so angry that he almost cried. The blood-barbaric demon beast clan controlled the fierce beasts and went to the human towns to massacre the cities in order to obtain a large amount of fresh blood.
They managed to control 8 or 9 fierce beast clans with great difficulty and broke into Shilai town. In the end, they were not prepared enough for the first time and more than half of the humans escaped. This made their harvest not very satisfactory, and the leader of the blood-barbaric demon beast was also unable to break through to the insightful emptiness realm.
Now that they had made a perfect plan to attack Holy Sea Town, a human had suddenly appeared and led a group of strange demon beasts to kill most of their clansmen. Under the circumstances, they could only devour their own kind in order to evolve. in order to kill the guy who had obstructed them and devour more than 1 million people of Holy See Town.
However, he had not expected this situation. Moreover, what made him most furious was that the corpses of the fierce beasts were also gone.
These dead ferocious beasts were also a huge source of energy for the blood barbarian demon beast. However, even the final corpses were gone. This made its eyes extremely red. It could not accept this outcome. Wang Xian laughed mockingly when he heard the words of the blood barbarian demon beast. Earlier on, he had asked Ao Yao to bring the corpses of the ferocious beasts in the spirit storage bag. The main reason why he came here was for these corpses. There were hundreds of thousands of corpses on the ground. Some of them were at the half-step void interpretation realm, and there were also dozens of those at the level of level 9 of transcendence. This was simply a huge amount of resources. Wang Xian did not dare to imagine what level more than 3,000 members of the Dragon Palace would be able to reach if these corpses were converted into dragon blood in the dragon transformation pool. At the very least, they would be able to reach the level of level 4 or 5 of transcendence, right? It would be easy for them to nurture a few transcendent level 7 or 8. Blood barbarian demon beast, go to hell. You still want to kill Lord Wang? Dream on. Beast, go to hell. You will never be able to enter and never be able to kill us. The words of the blood barbarian demon beast displeased everyone in Shanghai town. Damn it, he actually dared to say that he wanted to kill our savior. He was simply courting death. No, although we can't beat you, but you can't come in. We can scold you.
The people of Holy See Town immediately turned into big haters and cursed at the blood barbarian demon beast.
While cursing at them, they were secretly happy. Cursing at the demon beast of the profound void tier was still very enjoyable.
Roar. Finally, the blood barbarian demon beast roared and flew into the sky. Die, 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 all of you have to die. I don't believe that all of you won't come out. The leader of the blood barbarian demonic beast hid in the dark clouds. He stared at Shanghai town with a ferocious and twisted expression.
He wanted to wait here. Once someone came out, he would eat them up. Everyone, settle your own matters.
Wang Xian glanced at the blood barbarian demonic beast hiding in the sky and shouted loudly. Yes, sir?
Everyone below hurriedly responded. Everyone, settle your own matters. Everyone, do not leave the city for the time being. Jin Chenyuan roared loudly in the sky once again, and the news spread throughout the entire Shanghai town. Everyone walked towards their respective residences with the joy of having survived a calamity. Meanwhile, the citizens who had fled from Shilai town returned to their temporary residences with smiles on their faces. Sir Wang Xian, that demonic beast might not have left yet. It will be troublesome if it keeps guarding here. Jin Chenyuan looked at Wang Xian and walked over. Now even he addressed Wang Xian as Sir.
Just call me Wang Xian. If it wants to wait for us in the vicinity, let it wait. I will take care of it in the future.
Wang Xian smiled and said nonchalantly.
All right, I will go and settle some matters in the city first. I will let Lu Yan bring you back to the mayor's residence first.
Jin Chenyuan smiled and said.
All right, you can go and do your work first.
Wang Xian nodded his head. With a move of his body, he and Jin Lian flew towards the mayor's residence.
After fighting for so long, even he felt a little tired.
It seems like I will have to ask Feng Luan to deal with the blood barbarian demonic beast in the sky. Wang Xian came to the mayor's residence and took a look at the leader of the bloody savage demonic beast in the sky. He thought to himself, Wang Xian, I'll pour you some tea. Jin Lian looked at Wang Xian and walked into the room to prepare some hot tea with a face full of admiration. Thank you. Wang Xian smiled and took out his communication stone plate to contact Feng Luan. He and Feng Luan had only been separated for a few days. However, with the strength of the old lady, they should have returned to the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan.
When are you coming to Starmoon Kingdom?
When are you going to attack Donghai City?
Wang Xian sat on a chair and sent a message through the communication stone plate.
The internal part of the communication stone plate was a formation. Unless there was a special place to block the formation, they could communicate directly. After sending the message, Wang Xian saw Jin Lian handing him a cup of tea. Take a break, our unrivaled hero, she said with a smile. Thank you.
Wang Xian nodded his head faintly.
However, at this moment in the fiery cloud mountain range, there was an extremely huge volcanic mountain range.
It was a volcano that was hundreds of kilometers long. Many of the volcanoes were still emitting flames and the temperature could reach up to 100 degrees Celsius. This was the holy land of the fire lark tribe.
At this moment, in the middle of a volcano that was tens of thousands of meters tall, there was a holy palace. In a room in the fire cloud sparrow sacred hall, Feng Luan frowned as she looked at the information in front of her. Is the information accurate? Her expression was somewhat unsightly as she slowly asked. Empress, there can't be any mistakes. The king of Starmoon Kingdom broke through to the 4th level of the profound void realm not long ago. Starmoon Kingdom has been hiding this information all along.
The old woman nodded and said affirmatively. After hesitating for a moment, she looked at her. Empress, why don't we wait a few years?
After a few years, even if we occupy a city in Starmoon Kingdom, we can still resist the Starmoon Kingdom's army. A few years. Feng Luan was slightly helpless. She originally wanted to directly take down East Sea City and use it as a foundation to slowly develop.
However, there were some problems now. The Starmoon Kingdom's king's strength had broken through and reached the 4th rank of the profound void realm. The Fire Cloud Sparrow clan absolutely could not make a move against her current subordinates because once they revealed any traces, they would be in danger.
Besides the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, he also had 3 subordinates with decent strength. 2 were at the 2nd level of the Void Interpretation Realm, and 1 was at the 3rd level of the Void Interpretation Realm. Originally, Starmoon Kingdom's king was only an expert at the 3rd level of the Void Interpretation Realm. After taking down East Sea City, even if Starmoon Kingdom's army came to attack, they would still be able to resist.
But now Starmoon Kingdom's king had broken through. If the king personally led the expedition, then they would be completely unable to resist.
After all, Starmoon Kingdom only had 10 cities. It was impossible for Starmoon Kingdom to give up one city just because they wanted to.
Secondly, there was the issue of the people's hearts. Although this world was a world of experts, if one wanted to develop a kingdom and allow it to develop rapidly, there was a very important issue.
That was the people's hearts. The people's hearts were blood that flowed endlessly. If one lost the people's hearts, even if experts appeared, they would not be loyal to the kingdom. What use would that be? The second point was a big problem for her. She did not expect that even the first point was a huge problem. She could not take down East Sea City. It was not as easy as it seemed to be to establish a country and expand its territory. A powerful country would not be able to prosper unless it had been settled for a long time. The foundation of a country was very important. A country could only become more and more powerful if it had an endless stream of talents and experts. If one wanted to attract experts and talents, one first had to win the hearts of the people. A country without the hearts of the people wouldn't be able to go far, especially in a country like the Transcendent Continent where demonic beasts and fierce beasts roamed freely.
A few years is too long. A few years is already enough to build a city. Feng Wan looked at the information in front of her and muttered,
Empress, if you want to build a city, the manpower and material resources required are a huge amount of wealth. In addition, when the time comes, you have to attract people to live here. As the old woman spoke, she looked at Feng Luan and hesitated for a moment before continuing. Empress, you are too anxious. Yes, I am too anxious. How can it be so easy to build a dynasty?
Feng Luan smiled self-deprecatingly.
He knew that he was too anxious. Who?
Lightly exhaling, Feng Luan slowly stood up and looked outside.
Buzz.
Buzz. At this moment, she sensed the information on the communication stone plate. With a move of her arm, the communication stone plate on the table flew into her hand.
When are you coming to Starmoon Kingdom? When are you going to attack Donghai City?
When she saw Wang Xian's message, she shook her head helplessly and replied immediately, something has happened. I might have to wait for a few years.
Huh.
At this moment, Wang Xian, who was sitting in the mayor's residence of Shahai Town, was slightly stunned when he saw the message sent by Feng Luan.
Looks like you can't do it. You can only take down a city after a few years. If you were to establish a kingdom, wouldn't it take more than 10 years?
Wouldn't it take decades to overthrow the Phoenix dynasty?
He joked a little.
That's right. It might take decades or even hundreds of years.
Feng Luan replied faintly. Why didn't you take down Donghai City? Why did you change your plan? Wang Xian became serious and asked curiously. I'm not strong enough. Feng Luan didn't hide anything and replied directly. Not strong enough?
Wang Xian looked at her last sentence and raised his eyebrows slightly.
It's not that Feng Luan doesn't want to take it down, but it's because I'm not strong enough? That's right. I can't use the strength of the Fire Lark tribe. Wang Xian was deep in thought. Sir Wang Xian.
At this moment, the mayor, Jin Gan Yuan, the president of the Employment Association, and a few other experts walked in. They greeted Wang Xian respectfully. Wang Xian raised his head and nodded his head faintly.
Mayor Jin, our Shanghai town can't accommodate so many citizens. We have to think of a way to build a house. Otherwise, there will be 400,000 to 500,000 people without a place to live.
A few people walked in and an old man walking behind said in a deep voice,
Yes, this is a very troublesome matter. However, we can only build it after it is completely safe. For now, let them make do with it. Jin Shenyuan nodded, a contemplative look on his face. Mayor, should we contact Star Moon Kingdom and ask for their assistance? The old man nodded slowly. After hesitating for a moment, he suddenly spoke. His words made everyone's expression turn ugly. The Star Moon Kingdom had given up on them, but they relied on their own strength and Sir Wang Xian to tide over this crisis. When they were in danger, when they were about to perish, it wasn't the Star Moon Kingdom that saved them. However, if they did not rely on a kingdom, what could a small town like theirs do? Sir Wang Xian, please make the decision on this matter. After all, the Holy Sea Town can continue to exist because of you, Sir Wang Xian. Jin Shenyuan looked at Wang Xian and said to them,
All right. The few of them nodded and looked at Wang Xian. Sir, please decide the future of the Holy Sea Town.
Wang Xian had already heard their conversation from the side. He looked at Mayor Jin and the rest and thought of the matter regarding Feng Luan. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. All right, I'll make the decision.
As he spoke, his eyes flickered. Wait for my news. All right, Sir Wang Xian. No matter what choice you make, we will support you. Everyone nodded their heads.
Wang Xian took out his communication stone plate and revealed a smile.
I'll give you a city. Do you want it?
He sent it over.
Ha! When Feng Luan saw the message sent by Wang Xian, she was stunned. Then she smiled.
Stop joking. She sent it over with a smile. I'm not joking. Can't be called a city. It should be a town. You should know about the Holy Sea Town, right? The Holy Sea Town was attacked by demonic beasts. Star Moon Kingdom gave up on defending the town. Now that I'm defending it, do you want the Holy Sea Town? Also, there's a problem that you need to solve.
Wang Xian continued with a smile on his face. This.
When Feng Luan saw Wang Xian's message, her body froze. She looked at his message in astonishment. Yes.
She naturally knew about the Holy Sea Town. Her first stop after returning to the Transcendence continent was the Holy Sea Town. However, what she didn't expect was that Wang Xian would gift her a town while she was worrying about a base. Although it wasn't a town and was only 1/10 of the size of Donghai City, it was still a town after all. Just now, he already had the idea of building his own city. Wouldn't it be more convenient to have a town?
It would save a lot of things. It really is a lucky star. Feng Luan revealed a happy smile. The old woman at the side saw that the Empress suddenly smiled happily at this time, and her face was full of surprise. What made the Empress so happy? Yoon, get ready. Bring all the resources and subordinates to Star Moon Kingdom. The journey has begun. Feng Luan faced the old woman and revealed a confident smile. Empress, you are...
About the city. The old woman looked at her in astonishment. Wang Xian gave me a city, the Holy Sea Town. Although it's not a city, it's not bad to start with a town. The corners of Feng Luan's eyes were raised, filled with joy.
Young Master Wang gave you a town? The old woman was astonished. A town? We'll talk about it when we get there. He doesn't know how to joke.
Feng Luan said with a smile.
All right, Empress. I'll get someone to prepare immediately. If we want to reach Holy Sea Town, it might take more than 10 days. The old woman said. Okay, go and prepare. Feng Luan nodded.
The old woman walked out of the room with a big smile on her face. In this life, someone will help the Empress and someone will be with her. She won't be as lonely as she was 1,000 years ago.
I hope that young man can bring a different life to the Empress. In Holy See Town, a powerful array guarded the town, calming everyone down. However, the sadness left behind by the demon beast siege caused the atmosphere in Holy See Town to become slightly silent. Those who died defending the town were collectively buried under the arrangements of the mayor's office. The people of Holy See Town consciously came out to send off the heroes defending the town.
All of them worked together as one.
After the entire town was attacked by the desperate demon beasts, everyone in the town became much closer. They were all comrades who fought together.
Send off
our heroes, our relatives. On the third day, under the leadership of the mayor, Jin Shenyuan, the people of Holy See Town walked out of their homes and saw a tombstone. Many of the soldiers guarding the city were swallowed by the ferocious beasts, so there were almost no corpses. There was only one tombstone. The tombstone was filled with names. There were more than 3,000 names in total. If Wang Xian had not appeared at the north gate, more people might have died. The descendants of the deceased, one by one, carried the memorial tablets of their father and grandfather. They drove through the streets of Shanghai Town and finally entered the Hall of Heroes that was specially set up by Shanghai Town.
Bow! Mayor Jin looked at the tombstone of the Hall of Heroes and shouted loudly.
The tens of thousands of people standing around and the people on the streets outside immediately bowed. The deceased have passed away. The future of our Shanghai town will be better in the future. Jin Shenyuan swept his gaze across everyone around and said loudly. Wang Xian stood on the upper floor of the mayor's residence and looked down.
After experiencing this disaster, the entire Shanghai town is equivalent to being reborn from the ashes. Wang Xian looked around and said with a sigh,
Buzz, buzz. At this moment, the communication stone plate in his hand started to tremble. What's going on? It's public information. Public information was a piece of information that was forcefully released to everyone in a certain area. To release such information, the mayor of East Sea City and a few of the top bigwigs in East Sea City had to give the order.
This was the same as the mission released by the Mercenary Association.
However, when he saw this piece of information, his face instantly darkened.
Arrest warrant.
Currently, East Sea City had issued an arrest warrant. Arrest the leader of the Celestial Phoenix mercenary group, Wang Xian, a former first-year student of the Demon Hunters Academy. Anyone who had any information about this person would report it through the communication stone plate. After the information was confirmed, he will be rewarded with 1,000,000 middle-grade spirit stones. He will be killed and rewarded with 100 million middle-grade spirit stones. Below the wanted notice, there was a picture of Wang Xian. HMH, a wanted notice. Wang Xian didn't need to think to know that this was an order issued by the general of the Ocean Cultivators Army. He had killed his son. He would never let this matter rest. What? An arrest warrant?
This is an arrest warrant issued by the Eastern Sea City. I want his uncle. Damn it. It must be because Lord Wang had killed the son of the general. That's why the general of the Ocean Cultivator Corps issued an arrest warrant.
These damn guys. The Ocean Cultivator Corps had escaped when we were in danger. It was Lord Wang who saved us. He even gave us 1,000,000 middle-grade spirit stones. I won't even report to you even if you give me 10 million. We are very clear about this matter. When we went to the Ocean Mountain region to resolve the hidden dangers, the general's son killed 4 people because of his selfish desires. In the end, he even arrogantly said that his father was Tsunami Sky. What can you do about it? Fuck the Ocean Cultivator Army. Fuck the shit Star Moon Kingdom. The kingdom has already given up on us. We are not people from Star Moon Kingdom.
At this moment, the rest of the people in Holy See Town who saw the wanted notice had furious expressions on their faces as they cursed loudly.
At this moment, they did not care if you were the city lord of East Sea City, the general of the Ocean Army, or the king of the Star Moon Kingdom. In their eyes, they were all bullshit. Now, they only knew one person, their great benefactor Wang Xian. Even a wanted order? Jin Shenyuan and a few experts from Holy See Town also saw this information. Their faces turned slightly gloomy. Buzz buzz.
At this moment, Jin Qianyuan suddenly saw a message from the Castellan of East Ocean City.
Holy Sea Town was not destroyed by the ferocious beasts?
A surprise question.
At this moment, in the Castellan's residence of East Ocean City, two middle-aged men sat side by side in the center of the front row. One of them had terrifying lightning in his body. A snake-like lightning was spinning on his arm. The other middle-aged man had his palms on a huge sword. He sat there motionlessly.
City Lord Lei, it's true that the Holy Sea Town was not breached by the ferocious beasts. A friend of mine told me that they were saved by an expert named Wuxia who took out a powerful defensive formation.
On both sides of the table, there were many experts seated.
A middle-aged man stood at the front and reported respectfully to Mayor Lei.
I have already sent a message to the mayor of the Holy Sea Town, and I'm waiting for his reply.
Mayor Lei's face was solemn as he sat on the table and waited quietly. His eyes were staring at the communication stone plate and there was some fury in his eyes. Since the Holy Sea Town was already secured, it would be a waste for a small town mayor like you to not report in time when he had already sent the news of the Holy Sea Town being destroyed to the Imperial City.
Wuxia,
the middle-aged man with his palm on the big sword muttered. His eyes were filled with a strong murderous intent. Instantly, everyone felt the room turn cold. They couldn't help but shiver.
Yes, City Lord Lei. In the Holy Sea Town, Jin Qianyuan's eyes flickered. He hesitated for a moment before replying. It has been confirmed that the Holy Sea Town has not been destroyed. City Lord Lei read the message and said in a deep voice, "Ask the mayor if the guy who killed my son is still in the Holy Sea Town. I want to go over and kill him."
The middle-aged man stood up slowly. He was like a roaring ocean. Okay. City Lord Lei nodded slowly. The Holy Sea Town has been defended. If we don't report it in time, what crime should we commit?
I heard that Wuxia is there. Leave him in the Holy Sea Town and don't let him leave. General Hai, head to the Holy Sea Town immediately.
He spoke directly to Jin Qianyuan. His words were filled with dissatisfaction towards him.
He was the city lord of one of the top 10 cities in Star Moon Kingdom. He was an expert at the insightful void level. Jin Qianyuan was merely the mayor and one of his subordinates.
A single word from him could cause Jin Qianyuan to lose his position as mayor or even his life.
Therefore, his words were filled with the authority of a superior, controlling life and death. However, in Holy Sea Town, when Jin Qianyuan received the message from the Thunder City Lord, a furious expression appeared on his face.
Fuck you.
When Holy Sea Town was in crisis, the insightful Void Realm expert didn't come. Instead, he came directly because of his son's matter. Fuck! Jin Qianyuan's furious roar immediately sounded.
Fuck you.
When Holy Sea Town was in crisis, the insightful Emptiness Realm expert didn't come. Instead, he came directly because of his son's matter. Fuck!
In the front of the Hall of Heroes, Jin Qianyuan couldn't help but curse out loud. This made the people around him look surprised. They looked at Mayor Jin.
They didn't understand why Mayor Jin was so angry. Mayor Jin, what's the situation? The president of the Hiring Association frowned and asked curiously. Mayor Lei asked me why I didn't report to him about the matter of guarding the Holy Sea. He also asked me not to let Lord Wuxia leave. General Hai from the Ocean Cultivator Corps will come here directly. Jin Qianyuan said directly with a gloomy face.
What? Mayor Lei really said that? Fuck, they are a bunch of shameless people. Star Moon Kingdom has already given up on us. They want us to report to them immediately and even want to kill Lord Wang. Fuck, when the Holy Sea Town was in crisis, not a single void interpretation stage expert came. Now, because of the general's son, a void interpretation stage expert came directly. They don't even treat everyone in Holy Sea Town as human beings.
Our lives are not as important as the general's son. Mayor Jin, tell them to scram. They even want to kill Sir Wuxia. Even if we were to fight it out with him, we wouldn't agree to it.
That's right. Our lives were given by Sir Wuxia. What is the Star Moon Kingdom? I am no longer a member of the Star Moon Kingdom in the future.
When the people around heard Mayor Jin's voice, they were all enraged.
The Holy Sea Town did not come when they needed the help of an insightful Emptiness Realm expert the most. Now, because of the death of a general's son, an insightful emptiness realm expert came directly. Moreover, the person that the general wanted to kill was the savior of their holy sea town. This action instantly made everyone extremely furious. If the people of Holy Sea Town were already disheartened by the fact that the Star Moon Kingdom did not come to save them, now that they had done such a thing, it would make them angry and even murderous. As long as the Ocean Cultivator army dares to touch Sir Wuxian, we will fight them with swords and knives, an old man said with a face full of anger. Jin Xianyuan stood there and stared at the communication stone plate. When he heard the words of the people around him, his expression changed drastically. In the future, all of us will no longer be people of the Star Moon Kingdom. Fuck, this is simply going too far. He raised his head with a cold expression and roared loudly. Fine. Fuck off to the Star Moon Kingdom. Fucking Star Moon Kingdom, let them die. The surrounding people roared loudly. Humph. Jin Xianyuan snorted coldly. His gaze looked towards the communication stone plate and immediately began to reply. Where were you when our holy sea town was about to be destroyed and everyone was about to be killed? Abandoned the city and fled? Report to you? Who do you think you are? When our holy sea town was about to be destroyed, you didn't send an insightful emptiness realm expert over. Now, because of the son of a general, an insightful emptiness realm expert directly came over. You still want our benefactor to wait for you to kill him? Scram! In the future, Holy Sea Town will no longer belong to Star Moon Kingdom. You don't have the right to order me. Jin Xianyuan furiously spoke one after another. Following that, he directly cut off the connection with City Lord Lei. He's rebelling. He's rebelling. At this moment, in the Eastern Sea City Lord's manor, when City Lord Lei saw the message Jin Xianyuan sent over, he stood up furiously and slammed the table heavily as he roared with a frosty expression. The surrounding people were slightly stunned as they looked at City Lord Lei. What's going on? Tsunami Heaven looked at him and asked in a deep voice. The mayor of Holy Sea Town is so rebellious. He actually said that Holy Sea Town will no longer belong to Star Moon Kingdom in the future. I think this ant wants to rebel. Lei Feihu roared with a cold gaze. Rebel. Everyone was slightly shocked and their faces sank. A small mayor actually dared to rebel? I'll lead some soldiers of the Ocean Corps over and kill them directly. Tsunami Sky's eyes were filled with killing intent. All right, a bunch of ants from Sacred Sea Town want to rebel. We'll kill them first and report to them later. City Lord Lei also roared in a low voice filled with killing intent. In order to ensure the safety of East Sea City, the City Lord and General of East Sea City were forbidden to leave the city without orders. However, they wouldn't follow orders outside. In a situation like this, they could kill them first and report to them later. I'll bring my men and set off immediately. Tsunami Heaven grabbed the huge sword in front of him and strode out. HMPH, a bunch of fellows who were courting death. Castellan Lei realized that he had cut off the connection with the mayor of Shanghai Town. He narrowed his eyes and muttered under his breath. Sir Wuxian, there's something bad. In the mayor's residence, Jin Xianyuan and the experts of Shanghai Town walked over and spoke to him with a bad expression. About the wanted poster? Wuxian raised his eyebrows and asked them. There's one more thing. Jin Xianyuan took a deep breath and said, Just now, Mayor Lei came to interrogate me and told me that the general of the Ocean Cultivators army is coming to kill you. However, I will tell you directly that the Holy Sea Town will no longer belong to the Star Moon Kingdom. Jin Xianyuan said with a sullen face. No longer belong to the Star Moon Kingdom? Wuxian was slightly stunned. He looked at Jin Xianyuan and said, This is treason. What country? A country that even its own people are unwilling to protect. Why should we give them the tax for the grand competition every year? Jin Xianyuan said with some sarcasm. It's fine if they didn't come to save us. Now, they still want to kill you, Sir Wang. Naturally, we will not agree to it. So what if we sentence the Star Moon Kingdom? An elder beside him said with some anger. Wuxian looked at them. He was slightly touched. It was not in vain for him to save them. This could also be considered as betraying the country for him. Wuxian smiled faintly and looked at them. Don't worry. I will give you a stable residence and a safe place to stay. Sir Wuxian, you don't have to worry about anything.
The strength of the array formation in our holy sea town cannot be compared to that of Star Moon Kingdom. Even if the entire army of ocean cultivators comes, what can they do to us? Jin Chenyuan smiled and said with a carefree expression. Wang Xian smiled and nodded. We will have a result after waiting for more than 10 days.
At the same time, a wanted notice caused the entire Holy See town to be in an uproar. Everyone knew the cause and effect. This made everyone in the entire Holy See town extremely furious.
One by one, the citizens shouted that as long as the army of ocean cultivators came, they would fight to the death against them. At this moment, news came from the city guards. The mayor had already announced to the city lord of East Sea City that Holy Sea Town would no longer belong to Star Moon Kingdom. In the face of this act of treason, there was not the slightest expression on everyone's faces. Treason, then treason. A country is not benevolent. I am not righteous. Good morning, Sir Wang. Good morning, Sir Wang.
A day passed slowly. The next morning, Wang Xian came to the streets.
Order had been restored in Shanghai town. Some shops were reopened. When the citizens of Shanghai town saw Wang Xian, they greeted him respectfully and loudly. Wang Xian nodded his head lightly and came to a place that sold tea leaves. Master Wang, do you want tea leaves? Seeing Wang Xian coming in, the boss stood up immediately and asked with a smile on his face. Yes, I want to buy some tea leaves to drink. Wang Xian nodded his head. Master Wang likes to drink tea. Please wait.
As the boss spoke, he walked to the back and took out his precious tea leaves.
Master Wang, please try it. This is a good tea leaf that I have been saving for decades. I guarantee it will be the best tea in Shanghai town. The boss was all smiles. Please take it and drink it.
I can't just take it for free. How many spiritual stones?
Wang Xian shook his head and said as he looked at the boss warm and courteous manner. Sir Wang, why do you still want more spiritual stones?
Please don't torture me. If I were to take your spiritual stones, it would be a slap to my own face. My entire family's lives were saved by you. How can I take your spiritual stones?
The boss waved his hand hurriedly. In the end, Wang Xian didn't insist on being the boss. He walked out with a smile. Little brat, look at that. That is the great hero of our Shanghai town. You have to train hard in the future and strive to be as powerful as Master Wang. All right, Dad. Don't worry. I will protect you all in the future.
On the way back, Wang Xian heard voices coming from behind and the smile on his face grew wider.
Reporting, Master Jin. There's a fully armed 10,000-man army attacking from afar.
Just as Wang Xian entered the mayor's residence, he saw a guard flying over and reporting anxiously to Mayor Jin.
What? The 10,000-man army is attacking. Mayor Jin was slightly taken aback. Following that, his face darkened and his eyes flickered.
Let's go to the city gate.
Without any hesitation, Mayor Jin flew toward the east gate.
Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and flew toward the east gate.
He was waiting for the arrival of Feng Luan. However, Feng Luan shouldn't be here so soon. There was only one person left. He was from the Ocean Cultivators Army.
Boom. Before Wang Xian reached the city gate, he heard the sound of the formation being attacked.
He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked ahead. The loud noise of the formation also attracted the surprise of the people nearby. Some of them flew towards the city gate curiously.
The sea cultivators of Star Moon Kingdom have arrived. Open the city gate immediately. Do not disobey. Otherwise, you will be punished according to the crime of treason, including your 9 families.
A dignified voice was heard. The cold voice spread across half of Shanghai town.
Wang Xian landed on the city wall and immediately saw the neatly arranged army below.
The army of ocean cultivators was written on the chest of his aquamarine-colored clothes. At the front, a burly middle-aged man was riding on a 10-meter-sized ferocious beast that looked like a dinosaur.
The ferocious beast was emitting a violent aura. It was at least at level 9 of the supernatural realm. The middle-aged man stared at the position of the city wall without any emotion on his face.
Wang Xian looked over and instantly sensed his strength. He was an insightful emptiness realm expert. He was the general of the Ocean Cultivator Army, Tsunami Sky. Jin Chenyuan stood on the city wall and looked at the tens of thousands of soldiers and the general at the front with a gloomy face. 2 days ago, our holy sea town was in a crisis where the city was destroyed. Your ocean cultivator army didn't come to save us. I wonder why you are here now. He stared at the ocean cultivator core with a gloomy face and roared in a deep voice.
I'm here. Open the city gate and welcome me. Tsunami Sky ignored Jin Qinyuan's words. He looked over with an expressionless face.
PFFT, haha, how interesting. If you came 2 days ago, we would have knelt down to welcome you. But now, who the fuck are you? A city guard heard Tsunami Sky's words and mocked loudly without any fear.
In an instant, when this city guard finished speaking, the entire ocean cultivator army below was completely stunned.
10,000 stunned gazes stared directly at that city guard.
Humph.
However, what responded to the ocean cultivator army was that young man's cold snort. Who the hell dared to call their general?
To dare to call a profound void martial expert this
Was courting death. A thick murderous aura appeared on Tsunami Sky's face. He moved his arm, and the weapon placed on the fierce beast beneath him was directly picked up. He pointed at the city guard from afar with a murderous aura. You deserve to be executed. You deserve to be executed. The words that came out of Tsunami Sky's mouth with the surprise of the trial didn't go against the slightest. Haha. You should be executed for your crime? General Tsunami Sky, you have to understand something now. Right now, you don't have the right to condemn others. In our holy sea town, who do you think you are?
Jin Qianyuan also laughed and said loudly without hiding anything. That's right. Fuck, who do you ocean cultivator core think you are? Get out of my sight.
You motherfucker.
Is our holy sea town sex tax taking in trash like you just to show off?
Get lost. Give it to me.
Ocean cultivator core? Bullshit. We are no longer people of Starmoon Kingdom. Don't step into our territory. The guards and the civilians who flew over cursed at the ocean cultivator core without the slightest fear.
General? Insightful emptiness realm expert?
So what?
You've all come to kill our benefactor. Yet we're still cheering and welcoming you?
How could this be?
In the face of the enemy, if we can't beat them, we can only curse. After all, they won't be able to enter.
You bunch of damned fools of St. Sea Town. If you dare to betray our country, I, Tsunami Sky, will clean up you bunch of trash.
Tsunami Sky's brows twitched violently. The dignity and superiority he had on his body were completely destroyed by the cursing of the people of St. Sea Town. He held the big sword in his hand tightly, flew directly to the air, ice-cold roar way. General Hai, on behalf of all the people of Holy Sea Town, I, Jin Qianyuan of Holy Sea Town, declare that Holy Sea Town no longer belongs to Starmoon Kingdom. The former Holy Sea Town has been destroyed. Jin Qianyuan looked at flying into the sky full of murderous tsunami day. Flat face announced loudly.
Die.
A bunch of ants.
How dare they betray the country? Tsunami Sky held his sword with both hands and slashed at Sacred Sea Town.
The horrifying sword light, which was thousands of meters long, slashed at Sacred Sea Town from the top down.
Bang. Crack.
Crack. The 2 layers of array formation were broken, but they were still easily blocked. Tsunami Sky's face changed slightly, and he stared at the city-protecting array formation that blocked his attack in disbelief. How could this defensive formation be so strong? Hee General Hai, you'd better take your men and get lost.
Hee General Hai, it's better for you to take your subordinates and scram back.
Jin Qianyuan's eyes were filled with coldness when he saw Tsunami Sky attacking the array formation. He didn't give any face at all and shouted in a low voice. Scram back.
Scram back.
For a time, the people of Holy Sea Town who were standing on the city wall also shouted at Tsunami Sky and the army of ocean cultivators with disdain.
Good, Holy Sea Town.
Tsunami Sky revealed a furious expression. His chest heaved up and down continuously. It was obvious that he had been greatly angered by the scene in front of him.
He was the general of the army of ocean cultivators and expert at the profound void realm. He was a well-known expert in the entire Starmoon Kingdom.
Anyone who saw him would have to be respectful.
Now, in a small town, he was humiliated and even insulted in front of his subordinates. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation.
The soldiers behind him also had ugly expressions. The Ocean Cultivator Corps was ranked in the top 5 in the Star Moon Kingdom Corps. Now, they were humiliated in front of a small town. Was it so easy for the Ocean Cultivator Corps to be humiliated? General, let us attack together. Anyone who offends us must die. A burly old man raised the huge axe in his hand with a furious expression and shouted, "All right, attack. I don't believe that a small array can stop the Ocean Cultivators."
Tsunami Sky shouted with a savage expression.
"Yes. Get ready. Attack." The old man holding the huge axe had a fierce look in his eyes as he ordered loudly, "Attack." Over 10,000 soldiers of the Ocean Cultivator Army launched an attack at the same time. Each of them even released a divine ability. In an instant, a terrifying energy condensed in front of the city gate. Tsunami Sky also raised the huge sword in his hand, and his whole body shook slightly. Dharma idol heaven and earth. Sky-high sword.
The void seemed to shake slightly, and a 100-meter-long shadow appeared around Tsunami Sky, holding a huge sword that was at least 1,000 meters long. The huge sword slashed toward Holy Sea Town.
Dharma idol, sky-high sword. When everyone in Holy Sea Town saw this horrifying attack, their faces changed slightly, and some of them turned pale. Boom! 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 The attack of over 10,000 ocean cultivators landed on the array formation, and the attack of a tsunami landed on the array formation. The sound of cracking could be heard again, but what shocked them was that everyone's full-strength attack still only broke 2 arrays. Hiss! This made everyone in the Ocean Cultivator's core suck in a breath of cold air. How is this possible? What array formation is this? How can it be so powerful? The soldiers of the Ocean Cultivator Corps sucked in a breath of cold air, their faces filled with shock.
Even Tsunami Sky's expression was extremely unsightly, his gaze flickering as he looked in the direction of Holy Sea Town.
The array formation that Lord Wang took out is so awesome. Haha. Our Holy Sea Town will be incomparably safe in the future. That's right. Lord Wang said that this array formation can withstand the attacks of a rank 3 profound void martial artist. And the Star Moon City's defensive array formation can only withstand the attacks of a rank 1 profound void martial artist. Then we don't have to worry about being attacked by ferocious beasts anymore.
On the city wall, everyone looked excited when they saw the scene.
Despicable human. All he knows is internal strife. That human expert entered the void interpretation realm before him. I'm not his match, but that human can forget about killing me. In the sky, the leader of the blood-barbaric demonic beast, who had been hiding for 2 days, stared at the spot below with a flickering gaze. He did not show himself. Don't even think about breaking through the city defense formation of Shanghai Town. Wang Xian's voice rang out. He looked at Tsunami Sky and said faintly, "Buzz."
Tsunami Sky raised his head abruptly and stared at Wang Xian. "You killed my son,"
he growled in a low voice word by word. "Your son deserves to die."
Wang Xian stared at him and said faintly, "Crack,
crack."
Tsunami Heaven's arm, which was holding the huge sword, let out a crisp sound. He stared at Wang Xian and slowly closed his eyes.
"Since your Shanghai Town has betrayed the Star Moon Kingdom, I hereby sentence all of you to die. Don't think that a formation can protect all of you for the rest of your lives." Tsunami Heaven opened his blood-red eyes abruptly, and his majestic voice reverberated throughout the entire Shanghai Town.
"Get lost!"
Jin Chenyuan roared furiously when he heard his words.
"You, Star Moon Kingdom, still have the face to say such words? Get lost!"
The people on the city wall also followed suit and shouted angrily. Tsunami Sky stood there coldly, and his expression gradually became ugly. He couldn't break the city protection array, so he had no way to deal with Holy Sea Town. Was he going to let a small town separate from Star Moon Kingdom and become independent? If this were to spread to other cities, wouldn't it be a huge disgrace?
A town under East Sea City had rebelled and become independent, but in the end, there was nothing they could do.
Wasn't this a slap to the city lords and Tsunami Sky's faces? Tsunami Sky's eyes flickered. He immediately took out the communication stone plate and passed the news to City Lord Lei with a gloomy face. "Just get someone to keep an eye on their movements. We don't need to pay attention to them." Wang Xian took a look at the Ocean Cultivator army in front of him. He spoke to Jin Chenyuan and flew toward the mayor's residence. Jin Chenyuan nodded and ordered his men to keep an eye on the Ocean Cultivator army before returning to deal with the matter. On the other hand, many citizens of Shanghai town flew up to the city wall curiously and looked at the Ocean Cultivator army below.
Some people couldn't help but curse. This made the Ocean Cultivator army more than 10,000 people furious, and they stared at them with murderous intent.
But later, more and more citizens of Holy Sea Town came to see. Some of them were grumpy and opened their mouths to greet their families. In the end, Tsunami Sky, whose face was black, led the Ocean Cultivator army to retreat 5 kilometers. Don't think that just because there's a formation we can't do anything to you. I don't believe that you won't come out. Since ancient times, it's not like there's no way to deal with this. Upon seeing the message sent by City Lord Lei, Tsunami Heaven revealed a hint of malevolence on his face.
Donghai City had to settle the matter regarding the Holy Sea Town as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the entire Starmoon Kingdom were to find out about it, Donghai Town would lose all its face.
Time passed slowly. Wang Xian sat in the backyard of the mayor's residence and sipped his tea. It was a rare occasion for him to lie there comfortably. Ao Jian and Ao Jian were cultivating. When Feng Luan arrives, I will give the town of Shanghai to her. I will also have to move the Dragon Palace over. Wang Xian thought to himself. Currently, he had hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts' corpses in his interspatial ring and the storage spiritual bag.
Wang Xian estimated that the energy of these corpses would be able to increase his level after he devoured them. However, he still chose to stay behind. This was the foundation of the Dragon Palace. It was important for him to level up, but it was even more important for him to develop the Dragon Palace.
When the Dragon Palace descended, it would be the time for rapid development.
Time passed day by day. Soon, 3 days passed by in a flash. The group of ocean cultivators did not leave. The bloody demonic beasts were still hiding in the dark clouds in the sky. This ocean cultivators have such patience and ability. Why didn't they come when the Holy Sea Town was in danger?
Hee, what a joke. Wang Xian stood in a separate courtyard in the mayor's residence and sat on the roof. He looked out of the city and thought to himself. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
At this moment, Wang Xian saw many figures flying over Shanghai Town. Soon, the sky was slightly red as if flames were burning.
Shanghai Town, do you think that we can't do anything to you just by relying on the formation?
Let me tell you, if you dare to betray the country, you shall be sentenced to death. Just wait for your death.
A loud roar covered the entire Shanghai town. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the sky. The loud noise that resounded in the sky also caused everyone in Shanghai town to frown. They hurriedly looked at the sky. What happened?
Why is the sky red?
It's the formation. It must be the ocean cultivators outside who are trying to deal with us.
Damn it. Damn it.
Those bastards. Damn them.
I know
what it is. It's a fire mist formation. They've sealed our Holy Sea Town with a formation.
The fire mist formation is a tier 8 formation. It can create a fire dance space.
There's no water element energy in this space.
Quick, check the underground water.
Is the underground water sealed by the formation as well? We can't extract water from the ground anymore. It's blocked by the array. This is bad. They want to cut off our water source. The sudden change in the sky and the majestic voice caused everyone's expression to change drastically. They hurriedly shouted. When someone recognized this array, their expressions changed instantly. All of them revealed furious expressions.
The fire fog array was only a transcendent level 8 array. This kind of array wasn't very useful. It was considered a good auxiliary cultivation array for fire attribute cultivators. In this array space, if the water energy was used up, it wouldn't be able to condense water energy. East Sea City had brought over a dozen fire mist arrays to completely envelop Holy Sea Town. Cut off the water source.
Once the water source was cut off, what awaited the humans of Holy Sea Town was death. With their strength, they couldn't do without water. So ruthless, so ruthless. They're destroying everyone in Holy Sea Town.
Jin Qianyuan and the other experts looked at the fiery red sky and their faces slowly sank.
The underground water was blocked by the array. Water elemental cultivators could condense the surrounding water, But when the water energy in the surrounding space was used up, it would be troublesome. It is not necessary to destroy everyone, but it can make Holy Sea Town fall into panic.
With a level 8 extraordinary formation, they could dig into the ground all the way to the location of the formation and break the formation to get water.
However, it was already good enough to feed more than 10,000 people. It was impossible to supply 1.7 to 8 million people. Let's report this matter to Lord Wuxia first.
Jin Qianyuan and the rest had solemn expressions as they immediately headed towards the Holy Sea Town. At this moment, at the east gate of the Holy Sea Town, a group of people came to the city wall and glared at the sea of cultivators in front of them.
You bunch of despicable fellows. You didn't come to save us when we were in danger. Now that we have escaped, you want to kill us instead. Star Moon Kingdom will be destroyed sooner or later. Shameless people.
You bunch of bastards.
You'll get your comeuppance. Some of the people's faces turned red as they cursed loudly. You bunch of fools. You'll have to pay a bloody price for betraying us and violating the dignity of Star Moon Kingdom. You bunch of fools. It won't be long before you roll out and kneel in front of us. How dare you curse at our army of ocean cultivators?
Haha, just you wait. In half a month at most, you'll come and beg us. The soldiers of the Ocean Cultivator Corps burst into laughter. After being scolded by the people of Holy Sea Town for the past few days, they finally let out a sigh of relief today.
These damn fools. Just you wait for the Ocean Cultivator Corps to trample on them.
Humph, I want to see how long you can hold on.
Pay attention to the array formation. If there is any place that is broken, immediately use spirit stones to repair it.
Tsunami Sky sneered and ordered the soldiers at the side.
Yes, General. A few officers were also excited. When they came out and the formation was removed, he would let this group of stupid people know the consequences of insulting them.
The soldiers of the Ocean Cultivators Corps had a cold expression on their faces.
Hee, don't worry. Calm the people down and tell them not to worry. Wuxia looked at Jin Qianyuan and the rest who were looking at him with a frown. A smile appeared on his face as he said nonchalantly.
Putting aside the fact that Feng Wan would arrive a few days later, was this fire fog formation useful?
The 5 elements were born in harmony. Fire gave birth to earth, earth gave birth to gold, and gold gave birth to water.
All right, the fire fog formation had turned the entire Shanghai town into a space of the fire element. Under the interaction of the 5 elements, gold gave birth to water. This was equivalent to this formation. On the contrary, it could make fire attribute cultivators cultivate faster. Water shortage?
Wuxia's water hazard explosion could cause the water in Shanghai town to reach his ankles.
When he sensed the effect of this formation, Wuxia almost wanted to laugh.
Hee.
When Wuxia thought of this, he couldn't help but laugh.
Jin Qianyuan and the rest were slightly stunned when they saw Wuxia's smile.
It seemed that Lord Wang had a way to deal with this. This made all of them smile and let out a heavy sigh of relief. It's good that Lord Wang has a way to deal with this. We will appease the people.
Okay. Wuxia nodded his head faintly. Feng Luan should be here in 6 to 7 days.
The turmoil in Shanghai town quickly calmed down.
When everyone knew that Lord Wuxia had a solution, everyone in the Holy Sea Town relaxed. Lord Wuxia would not lie to them. They believed his words unconditionally. This made everyone in the Holy Sea Town smile again. Some of the soldiers from the Sea Cultivators Army wanted to see the suffering of the people in the Holy Sea Town. However, they realized that it was completely different from what they had imagined.
This made their faces sink again. Humph, just hang in there. Let's see how many days you can last. At most 6 or 7 days. At that time, your tears will be your last drop of water. Some soldiers said with gloomy faces.
A week had passed, but there was still no sign of water shortage in Holy Sea Town. This made everyone in the Ocean Cultivator Corps look terrible. Even Tsunami Sky's face turned dark.
What's going on? The array formation isn't broken. They didn't take water from the underground with their powerful strength. Why is there still enough water? Tsunami Sky was surprised. General, more than 1,000 people are coming toward Holy Sea Town from the east.
At this moment, a soldier flew over and reported immediately.
Someone is coming to Shanghai Town?
Tsunami Sky looked to the east, his eyes shining. Someone is coming to Holy Sea Town?
Let's go and see who it is. Tsunami Sky slightly narrowed his eyes and immediately walked toward the east. The soldiers of the Ocean Cultivator Corps slowly followed behind. In front of them, more than 1,000 people slowly walked toward them. The leader was a woman with a good figure. The woman wore a veil on her face, making it hard to see her face clearly. Beside the woman was an old woman. Behind her were 3 middle-aged men. One was 2 meters tall and held a big knife in his hand. The other was dressed in a red robe and held a red staff in his hand. The other was a middle-aged man with a feather fan in his hand. He had long hair and looked a little thin. Behind him was a group of young men and women. They were walking in a neat line toward them. They were silent and didn't even make any sound as they walked towards the direction of St. C town. Stop! Who are you? Where are you going? The burly middle-aged man with a huge axe in his hand shouted at them. He glanced at the group and asked with a slight frown. Tsunami Sky looked at everyone with a trace of surprise in his eyes. This group of people had clear discipline, and they possessed powerful concealment abilities. Even he could not see their strength clearly. Judging from their movements, each and every one of them was not weak. However, Tsunami Sky did not take them to heart. Half of the strength of their Ocean Cultivator army was here, and he was here as well. He knew even the insightful Void Realm experts of Star Moon Kingdom. Moreover, no one dared to make an enemy out of them. Making an enemy out of them was equivalent to making an enemy out of the entire Star Moon Kingdom. We're going to Holy Sea Town. The middle-aged man holding the feather fan looked at the group of ocean cultivators, fanned himself, and said with a smile, "Why are we going to Holy Sea Town?" The burly middle-aged man holding the huge axe raised his eyebrows and continued to ask, "Our friends are there." The middle-aged man with the feather fan stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Very good friends." The middle-aged man with the feather fan slightly narrowed his eyes. A trace of cold killing intent flashed in his eyes and the corner of his mouth slightly rose. "Very good friends. We need to enter St. C Town and settle there in the future. May I know who you are?" The middle-aged man with the feather fan swept over all of them and asked faintly, "We are." The burly middle-aged man with the huge axe in his hand was about to speak when Tsunami Sky waved his hand. "Go over," he said to the group indifferently. The middle-aged man with the feathered fan cupped his fists politely and the group continued to walk forward. "General." The burly middle-aged man walked to Tsunami Sky's side and called out doubtfully, "Let's see how they can enter." Tsunami Sky slightly narrowed his eyes, and his eyes flickered with killing intent. "Empress, these people are harboring evil intentions. There's even a void interpretation level demonic beast in the sky." The old woman's voice reached Feng Wan's ears. She lightly nodded and looked toward Holy Sea Town. "The array formation is very strong. Without the strength of a third-level void interpretation, there's no way to break it," Feng Wan said with a face full of curiosity. "The 5 elements are endless. What an exquisite formation." The old woman looked over and was also a little surprised. Just this formation alone is stronger than the defense of an ordinary kingdom's imperial city. The city defense formation was much more precious than ordinary formations. Its value was also dozens of times higher. After all, the area covered by the city defense formation was dozens or even hundreds of kilometers. The formation that Wang Xian took out was considered to be of a higher level in the Transcendence continent. The group of people ignored the group of ocean cultivators and headed straight for the city gate of the Holy Sea Town. The people who came were still Feng Luan and her group who had rushed over from the Fire Lark clan. When they reached the east gate, Feng Luan raised her head and looked at the city guards on the city wall. On the city wall, the group of city guards were also looking at them curiously. They initially thought that this group of people was from the East Sea City to deal with them. Now, it seemed that they were not. "I'm looking for Wang Xian. Please tell him that I'm here." Feng Luan looked at the group of people on the city wall and said faintly, You're looking for Lord Wang Xian?" A young city guard looked at them in astonishment. Then, he looked at the ocean cultivator army that was released later. "State your name." Lord Wang Xian didn't say that someone came to look for him. The young city guard asked loudly in disbelief. Feng Luan didn't say anything.
She took out her communication stone plate and contacted Wang Xian immediately.
At this moment in Shanghai town, Wang Xian had received the message from Feng Luan. He stood up with a smile on his face. His body moved and he flew directly toward the east gate. Are they here?
Feng Luan raised her head and looked into the distance. A smile appeared on her face. At this moment, in front of the Ocean Cultivator's army, Tsunami Sky revealed a faint smile on his face when he saw Wang Xian flying over. Attack!
Surround them all.
Tsunami Sky revealed a cold expression and waved his hand indifferently.
Yes.
The middle-aged man who was holding the huge axe laughed and shouted, "Surround them all!"
Boom. Boom.
Boom.
The tens of thousands of ocean cultivators had a ferocious look on their faces. Their bodies were emitting a murderous aura as they charged over with cold eyes. The tens of thousands of people surrounded Feng Luan and the rest. What are you doing?
The middle-aged man who was holding a feather fan turned cold as he looked at Tsunami Sky and asked coldly, "What are you doing? You will know soon enough." Tsunami Sky smiled coldly as he looked at the city wall. At this moment, Wang Xian landed on the city wall. Looking at Feng Luan and the rest who were surrounded by the ocean cultivators, he was slightly stunned. He looked at the old lady beside Feng Luan and his gaze finally landed on her. He smiled faintly.
You're finally here.
Wang Xian smiled at Feng Luan.
I'm here.
Feng Luan nodded her head faintly. Looks like you guys really know each other. Tsunami Sky raised his eyebrows when he saw how calm they were. He stared at Wang Xian coldly and asked, "We know each other. We're very good friends."
Wang Xian nodded his head. Good friends? That's even better. Haha. Tsunami Sky suddenly burst into laughter. Since we're good friends, let's undo the formation and open the city gates. Otherwise, what do you think?
Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and asked with a smile. Otherwise, I'll kill one of them every minute. The huge sword in Tsunami Sky's hand landed heavily on the ground as he spoke in a ghastly tone. Clang, clang, clang. When he finished speaking, the soldiers around him drew their weapons and pointed them at Feng Luan and the rest.
Wang Xian heard his words and was slightly stunned. Was he courting death? Wang Xian suddenly felt that Tsunami Sky was extremely stupid. A mocking expression appeared on his face.
Then why don't you try killing one?
He said faintly. Why don't you try killing one of them?
On the city wall, Wang Xian looked at Tsunami Sky and the group of ocean cultivators in amusement.
They might not have understood what kind of existence they were threatening.
Tsunami Sky looked at Wang Xian's teasing gaze and frowned slightly. He stared at Feng Luan and the rest who were surrounded. There were more than 1,000 people. Under their encirclement, they did not panic at all. They stood there very calmly.
They did not even look at the soldiers around them.
This made him suspicious. His eyes were flickering. Could it be that there were experts among this group of people? The situation at the city wall had attracted the attention of the people of Shanghai town. Because the city gate had been broken through by the ferocious beasts, they could see the outside of the town from the inside. Some of the citizens flew up to the city wall curiously when they saw Wang Xian.
What are these despicable people from the Ocean Cultivators' army doing? I don't know. The people who were surrounded outside seemed to be friends of Lord Wang.
Fuck. What are these despicable people trying to do now?
The citizens who rushed over looked outside angrily.
Now, as long as it was related to Wang Xian, the people of Shanghai town were extremely irritable. Fine, make your move. As long as you don't withdraw the formation, I will kill all of your friends right in front of you. Upon hearing the curses from the crowd on the city wall, Tsunami Sky's eyes were filled with fury as he spoke furiously. Over the past few days, he had been scolded by the people of Shanghai town from time to time. This had already made him extremely furious.
All of you bastards, stop.
Stop immediately. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite in the future.
Some of the citizens of Shanghai town who were unaware of the situation were standing on top of the wall and shouting anxiously.
Their shouts caused more people to come over. Wang Xian smiled slightly when he saw the situation on the city wall. However, he didn't say anything. This was good as well. He wanted to let the people of Shanghai town see the strength of Feng Luan and the rest so that they could prepare for her to take charge of this place. Feng Luan looked at Wang Xian before looking at the sea cultivators around her. "I'll leave these troubles to you guys." Wang Xian smiled and said to Feng Luan, "All right." Feng Luan nodded her head faintly and gestured to the middle-aged man with a feather fan beside her. "Kill a few hundred of them first."
However, at this moment, Tsunami Sky's cold roar sounded.
At this time, he couldn't care less whether these people were experts or not. He also didn't believe that these people who were surrounded by them could be comparable to them. "Attack!"
The burly middle-aged man with the huge axe raised the axe in his hand and shouted. "Ha!" A shout was heard in unison. "Bastard!
Damn it! Damn it!"
The people of Holy Sea Town who didn't know the situation were furious when they saw them attacking their Lord Wang's friend.
"Attack!" The middle-aged man holding the feather fan opened the feather fan in his hand and ordered.
Boom! At this moment, thousands of middle-aged men in red shirts moved behind them.
A terrifying aura burst out from their bodies. Buzz, 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 buzz. The aura of level 7, level 8, level 9, and even half-step void interpretation was released in an orderly manner. The aura that burst out in that instant caused the entire world to change color.
There were around 500 level 7 transcendents, 300 to 400 level 8 transcendents, and more than 100 level 9 transcendents.
As for those who were half-step void interpretation, there were no less than 20.
"Leave this guy to me."
The 2-meter-tall man standing behind Feng Luan, who was holding a large saber, stared at the tsunami. He roared and instantly disappeared.
"King, should we get rid of that demonic beast in the sky?" The middle-aged man holding the red staff looked up at the sky and asked respectfully. "Get rid of it."
Feng Luan nodded and said directly, "Yes." They moved. The people behind Feng Luan all moved. However, the moment they moved, the bodies of the tens of thousands of ocean cultivators and the soldiers who were about to make a move froze.
Their eyes slowly revealed fear. Boom!
Ah! At this moment, screams of terror rang out. Everyone in the Ocean Cultivator Corps looked over with endless fear on their faces. In their eyes, their general, the invincible commander in their hearts, an expert at the profound void realm, was actually sent flying.
In fact, they didn't even see how their general was sent flying.
At this moment, Tsunami Sky, who was spitting out blood, stared at the big man in front of him with a face full of despair.
In that instant just now, he didn't even have time to react before he was struck in the chest by a punch.
He felt as if his internal organs had been shattered.
He looked at the big man in his line of sight, his gaze somewhat absent-minded.
How was this possible? He was a powerhouse at the insightful void tier, and he was the strongest powerhouse in Star Moon Kingdom. How could any burly man injure him so severely?
What frightened him the most was that his opponent had clearly not used his full strength just now. That was because his blade had yet to strike.
"Beast, come out and surrender." At this moment, he heard a voice that was filled with authority. Immediately after, he saw a fiery red chain directly pierce into the clouds.
It was heading towards the sky a few thousand meters high. The chain was fiery red and it contained a terrifying temperature.
Not good, not good. A powerhouse, a top-tier powerhouse. A top-tier powerhouse of the human race. The leader of the blood barbaric demon beasts, who had been hiding in the sky, saw the middle-aged man suddenly attacking him, and his heart pounded violently.
He had been hiding in the sky a few thousand meters high, and even the profound void tier general had not noticed him in the past few days. However, that middle-aged man had directly and accurately attacked him.
The terrifying majesty contained within that chain made it tremble.
"Flee, flee, flee."
The blood-savage beast leader's expression was extremely unsightly. Without the slightest hesitation, it wanted to flee into the distance in fear.
However, that fiery red chain was like a soul-chasing chain, and its speed suddenly increased, reaching a terrifying level.
Pa pa pa. The sound of collision was heard. The leader of the blood barbarian demon beast was full of fear. Its sharp arm directly chopped at the chain. Ah! At the moment of collision, the face of the blood barbarian demon beast changed, and it let out a blood-curdling scream. The chain coiled, directly wrapping around the leader of the blood barbarian demon beast. Don't kill me, don't kill me. The leader of the blood barbaric demon beast begged for mercy in fear. It realized in despair that it could not break the chains by itself. The opponent's strength was at least at the second level of the profound void tier. A human expert at the second level of the profound void tier was not something a demon beast that had just advanced to the profound void tier could deal with. The leader of the blood barbaric demon beast was extremely miserable. It organized fierce beasts to attack the city, but the city was not taken down. All of its subordinates were killed. Now that he had swallowed his subordinates and was preparing to take revenge and massacre the city, a group of terrifying human experts had suddenly appeared. How could there be so many experts in this tiny star moon kingdom? This. Cough, cough, cough. Tsunami Sky's eyes widened when he saw the scene. There was actually a void interpretation level demon beast hiding in the sky. And this void interpretation level demon beast was easily trapped by the middle-aged man holding the staff. He looked at the burly man who was staring at him mockingly, and then looked down. At the very least, there were over 1,000 experts at the 7th level of the extraordinary realm. They were slaughtering his subordinates at a terrifying speed. They were slaughtering the soldiers of the Ocean Cultivator army. They didn't have the ability to resist at all. They were easily killed in an instant. None of them could resist. Finally, he looked at the woman who hadn't taken action yet, the old woman beside the woman and the middle-aged man who was holding a feather fan. Who are they? Tsunami Sky's face was filled with fear as a thought flashed through his mind. You can die now. The burly man with the large saber in his hand looked at Tsunami Sky and coldly said, No, don't kill me. If you kill me, Star Moon Kingdom won't let you off. Tsunami Sky saw the killing intent in the burly man's eyes and hurriedly shouted in fear. Die! The burly man did not hesitate at all. His body moved and the large saber in his hand directly slashed towards Tsunami Sky. No! Feeling the thick and heavy saber light of the burly man, Tsunami Sky's face was filled with despair as he shouted out loudly. Layers of water currents on his body blocked, but the difference was too great. He is at least a 3rd-level profound void martial artist. Tsunami Sky thought in terror. Boom! With a slash, Tsunami Sky's body was split into 2. Roar, roar. I can't accept this. At this time, the blood-savage demonic beast's desperate scream came from the sky. The leader of the blood-savage demonic beast died under the attack of the chains. The corpses fell to the ground. On the ground, there were already corpses. The thousands of experts who attacked didn't shout or make any sound. They could only kill. In less than a minute, tens of thousands of soldiers of the Ocean Cultivator Corps were killed. Blood flowed like a river. At this moment, in the sacred sea town, screams, the red chains in the sky, the terrified roars of the Tsunami Sky, and the terrified pleas of the blood barbaric demon beasts. All over the sacred sea town, the people who stood on the city wall and witnessed this scene widened their eyes and gaped. This. A young man's body trembled as he rubbed his eyes with all his strength. Heavens, the Ocean Cultivator army, an expert at the profound void realm, was actually killed so easily. So powerful, so terrifying. They actually killed the general of the Ocean Cultivator army at the profound void realm in an instant and killed the leader of the blood barbaric demon beasts that were hiding in the sky. Powerhouses. All of them are top-notch powerhouses. Among the over 1,000 of them, none of them are lower than Transcendent Level 7. Oh my God! Everyone was shocked. They looked at the group of people outside the city and their faces were filled with astonishment. This group of people were simply god-killers. Wang Xian was not too surprised when he saw this scene. After all, he had already witnessed the terrifying existence of the old lady who could teleport. It was within his expectations that Feng Wan could build up such strength. His body moved and he flew out directly. Not bad. Wang Xian came to Feng Wan's side. He looked at her and said with a smile, Is this the town that you want to give me? Feng Wan looked at her with a smile. How is it? This gift is not bad, right? Wang Xian said with a smile. He looked at the corpses around him and waved at Ao Jian who was behind him. Give these corpses to me as a return gift. Wang Xian said with a smile.
He threw the storage bag to Ao Jian and asked him to put away the corpses.
It was another huge harvest. Feng Luan rolled her eyes at him. Open the formation. Let's go in. All right. Wang Xian nodded. Follow me. I'll bring you to take a look. As he spoke, he walked side by side with Feng Luan into Shanghai town. Feng Luan's eyes were sparkling as she looked at the town. Behind her, the middle-aged man who was holding a feather fan, a large saber and a staff, as well as more than 1,000 people behind him, looked at the young man who was walking shoulder to shoulder with their king in shock. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. As die-hard loyalists, they naturally knew the identity of their king. The empress from 1,000 years ago, the noble and aloof empress.
Now she was actually so close to a young man. Even the powerful and terrifying old man had to take a small step back in front of their empress. However, this young man was walking together with the empress.
Lord Wang.
Lord Wang.
Lord Wang. Wang Xian brought them into Holy See Town. The people of Holy See Town looked at them and greeted them respectfully. They looked at Feng Luan and the group of people who followed him in with curiosity and respect. Who is that beauty?
Could she be Lord Wang's wife?
With such strength, Lord Wang must have a powerful background. Don't you think so?
It's possible. However, this group of people is so terrifying. They killed 2 insightful emptiness realm experts directly. They are too invincible.
It should be someone called by Lord Wang to help us solve the predicament of Shanghai town. The surrounding citizens whispered. Along the way, all the citizens who met Wang Xian greeted him respectfully. Some children even bowed to him in admiration.
Feng Luan saw all of this and was slightly surprised. At the same time, she was very happy.
Looks like you have quite a reputation in Shanghai town.
When they were about to arrive at the mayor's residence, Feng Luan said to Wang Xian with a smile.
Of course, now that Shanghai town has left Star Moon Kingdom, everyone here will listen to my orders. Otherwise, how can I give Shanghai town to you?
Wang Xian said with a smile. The people's hearts are united. This is better than taking down a city directly. Although the town is smaller, the most important thing is the people's hearts. The old lady saw the entire Shanghai town in her eyes.
After experiencing despair, Shanghai town had undoubtedly experienced nirvana. Everyone's spirit and energy were more vigorous. Such a new town had immense potential. Moreover, with the people's hearts united, the future development would be very easy.
The old lady said to Feng Luan with a smile on her face.
That's right. This place can save 1 to 2 years of development. Feng Luan also nodded happily. Then you have to thank me properly, Wang Xian said with a smile on his face.
Sir Wang Xian.
At this moment, Jin Qianyuan came up to the entrance of the mayor's residence. He had already learned about what had happened outside the city.
When he saw Wang Xian leading a group of terrifying powerhouses, he had a faint feeling that something big was about to happen.
Mayor Jin, please call all the powerhouses in Shanghai town over. I have something to announce, Wang Xian said to Jin Qianyuan. Yes. Jin Qianyuan nodded his head. You guys wait here first. After entering the mayor's residence, Feng Luan spoke to the people behind her as she looked at Wang Xian. Wang Xian nodded. Let's go.
He brought her to a courtyard in the backyard. The two of them sat inside while the old lady stood by the side.
Are you sure we should start from here? Wang Xian looked at Feng Luan and asked her directly.
Yes. Initially, I wanted to take down the Eastern Sea City. However, the king of Star Moon Kingdom has broken through to the 5th level of the Void Interpretation realm. It's not something I can handle. The Holy Sea Town is pretty good.
The Holy Sea Town is just a small town. Even if it's lost, the king of Star Moon Kingdom wouldn't come personally. Feng Luan nodded and sat beside Wang Xian. I have to thank you this time. Otherwise, I might have to wait for a few years. Wang Xian smiled and shook his head. It's better for you to be here. I'm preparing to move the Dragon Palace to the supernatural continent. Are you going to move it over? Feng Luan's eyes revealed a hint of joy. That's even better. We can take care of each other while you are at the sea area next to us.
Wang Xian nodded. The situation in Shanghai town is a little special now. The city of Shilai town has been invaded by ferocious beasts and about 800,000 people have escaped to Shanghai town. There are too many people here now and we need to expand the city.
More people? That's even better. Feng Luan was full of smiles. I'm not afraid of more people, but I'm afraid of fewer people.
Oh right, when you take over Shanghai town, you have to establish a kingdom. What's the name of the kingdom? Is it the Fengxian Kingdom? Wang Xian asked curiously. Fengxian Kingdom? When Feng Luan heard his words, her face turned slightly red. However, she quickly shook her head.
No, I've already thought of a name.
Feng Luan smiled and shook her head. She looked to the side and said, the name is the Dragon and Phoenix Dynasty.
Dragon and Phoenix Dynasty?
Just use the word dragon.
As for the Dragon Clan,
it doesn't matter. Although the Dragon Clan is extremely overbearing, if they don't mean to insult you, the Dragon Clan won't find trouble with you for no reason. Moreover, more than 1,000 years ago, there was a Dragon and Phoenix Dynasty. However, it was destroyed by me at that time.
Now, the name is a little misleading, Feng Luan said with a smile on her face. Dragon and Phoenix. It fits perfectly. Wang Xian looked at her with a smile. Feng Luan rolled her eyes slightly when she saw his smile. When are you going to move the Dragon Palace to the Transcendence Continent?
I'll take action immediately after helping you settle the matter here. Wang Xian retracted his smile and said seriously.
Okay.
Feng Luan nodded her head. Sir Wang Xian, everyone has been called over.
At this moment, Jin Chenyuan walked in and said to Wang Xian.
Wang Xian nodded his head and looked at Feng Luan. Let's go.
In the mayor's residence, a group of people with some reputation and strength were all standing inside.
They were discussing in a low voice out of curiosity. From time to time, they would look at the group of terrifying experts outside.
Sir Wang. Upon seeing Wang Xian's arrival, everyone looked over and immediately greeted him respectfully. Yes, I've called everyone over. I have an important announcement to make. Wang Xian nodded and walked to the front. Feng Luan stood beside him and swept her gaze across everyone.
Sir, please give us your instructions. Our lives are given to us by you. No matter what you say, even if we have to go through fire and water, we will do our best. The group of them also realized that something big might happen next. They bowed and expressed their opinions respectfully.
Wang Xian did not doubt their words at all. Jin Chenyuan also stood respectfully in the middle of them, waiting for Wang Xian's announcement.
This is my family member. Her name is Feng. The group of people standing outside have 2 experts at the 2nd level of the void interpretation stage, 1 expert at the 3rd level of the void interpretation stage, and more than 1,000 experts. I am prepared to hand over Shanghai town to her. Wang Xian said to them. Jin Qianyuan and the rest were slightly stunned. Their faces were filled with shock.
She will use the Holy Sea Town as her foundation to establish the Dragon Phoenix Kingdom. Wang Xian continued to speak when he saw the shocked crowd. What?
Establish a kingdom.
This. When Wang Xian finished his last sentence, everyone, including Jin Chenyuan, could not remain calm.
Establish a kingdom? This was establishing a kingdom.
Establishing a kingdom.
To be able to do such a thing, everyone must be an expert, a formidable person, and a person with great ambitions.
Otherwise, who would dare to establish a kingdom?
Now, Wang Xian actually said that the woman beside him wanted to establish the Dragon Phoenix Kingdom. This made everyone feel surreal. My name is Feng. Everyone can call me King Feng in the future.
At this moment, Feng Luan spoke.
She did not reveal her real name because she still needed to hide it. The moment she spoke, a majestic aura erupted from her body like a prehistoric beast.
The moment she opened her mouth, it was as though the entire space was centered around her.
Jin Qianyuan and the others felt their hearts skip a beat. They suddenly felt that this veiled woman in front of them was like a high and mighty god.
She was like a peerless expert who controlled the power of heaven and earth, like their king.
This made them feel an urge to become small and worship her.
Jin Chenyuan's eyes widened slightly, and his face was filled with shock. He had once witnessed this aura. It was the aura of a king. He had once seen the king in the royal palace of Starmoon Kingdom. When he saw the king, he did not dare to look directly at him.
However, this young woman in front of him had an imposing aura that was dozens or even hundreds of times that of the king. This was definitely not an ordinary woman. Even the princes and princesses of Starmoon Kingdom could not compare to her. Shanghai town has already withdrawn from Starmoon Kingdom. From now on, follow Feng and conquer the world together. She will lead all of you to lead Shanghai town to the stage of the supernatural continent. Wang Xian said from the side. Sir Wang, what about you? An old man looked at Feng Wan with some respect, then looked at Wang Xian and asked, Me? I will always be here. However, I will not ask about your matters in the future. Leave everything to Feng. As Wang Xian spoke, he looked at all of them and said in a deep voice, I have no other requests. I hope that all of you will obey Feng with all your might and follow her to build an invincible empire that will shake the entire supernatural continent. Invincible empire. Jin Qianyuan and the rest widened their eyes and could not help but gulp. Empire? There were only 5 empires in the supernatural continent. We will listen to Lord Wang Xian. Everyone replied respectfully. Following that, they looked at Feng Luan. Greetings, King Feng. Greetings, King Feng. Everyone knelt on the ground and bowed. Since Lord Wang Xian had asked them to respect her as king, they would respect her as king in the future. Rise. Feng Luan looked at the people kneeling in front of her and revealed a faint smile on her face. She had finally taken her first step. She turned around and looked at Wang Xian with gratitude in her eyes. Wang Xian shrugged. Let's go out. Okay. Feng Luan nodded and followed beside him. Wang Xian walked out of the mayor's hall and flew directly to the central tower. Feng Luan moved and followed closely behind him. Jin Qianyuan and the rest didn't hesitate and followed behind him. They knew that the time for the establishment of the dynasty had arrived. Wang Xian was floating in the sky above Shanghai town while Feng Luan stood beside him. Citizens of Shanghai town, I am Wang Xian. Today, I have something important to announce. Wang Xian looked down and shouted in a deep voice. In an instant, Wang Xian's voice spread across the entire Shanghai town. Oh, it's Master Wang. Master Wang has an announcement to make. Hurry up and come out. Come out, come out. Put down what you are doing and come out. With just one sentence from Wang Xian, everyone in Shanghai town put down what they were doing and walked out of their houses. Some were standing on the streets while others were standing in the courtyard. Basically, everyone walked out of their houses and raised their heads to look at Wang Xian, who was in the sky. From today onwards, I will hand over Shanghai town to my family next to me. Her name is Feng. Today, Feng will use Shanghai town as the starting point to establish the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty. In the future, Shanghai town will become a citizen of the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty. Wang Xian shouted loudly again, and his voice entered everyone's ears. Everyone was slightly stunned as they looked at the beautiful figure beside Wang Xian in astonishment. Boom! Feng Luan moved her feet lightly as a warm flame was emitted from her body. I am Feng. Today, I will use Shanghai town as the imperial city to establish the Dragon Phoenix dynasty. While everyone was in a daze, Feng Luan spoke directly. At the same time, streams of warm flames were emitted from her body. The flames blocked the radiance of the sun and emitted a warm radiance that made everyone feel warm. Everyone in Holy See Town had shocked expressions on their faces as they stared blankly at the infinitely enlarged phoenix in the sky. I am the king. All living things in the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty are equal. The people are not affected by hunger and cold. I am the king. All living things in the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty are safe and undisturbed by fierce beasts. I am the king. All living things in the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty can strive to become stronger. I am the king, and all beings in the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty are invincible, fearless, and without fear. Feng Wan's voice resounded in everyone's mind. Everyone widened their eyes and slowly opened their mouths. Equality, peace, self-improvement, and invincibility. These grand ambitions shocked everyone. Today, the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty is established, and I am the king. The city will be expanded and the Dragon and Phoenix Academy will be established. The first principal of the academy will be Yu Chengzi, a rank 2 insightful void martial artist. Every child will have a chance to become a peerless expert. Feng Luan's face revealed endless dignity as she slowly walked over. I am Yu Chengzi. Everyone, please advise me. When Feng Luan spoke of Yu Chengzi, the middle-aged man holding the feather fan directly flew into the sky and looked down at all the people below. He cupped his fists and said, The Dragon and Phoenix Empire will establish the Dragon and Phoenix City Guards. The commander, Yan Wanshan,
is a rank 2 profound void martial artist.
Feng Luan continued to speak. I am Yen Wenshan. Please enlighten me.
The middle-aged man holding the red staff flew into the sky and cupped his fists at everyone.
The Dragon and Phoenix dynasty has established the Dragon and Phoenix army. There are 1,200 people in the army. The commander, Mang Hong, is at rank 3 of the profound void martial stage. I am Mang Hong. Please enlighten me.
Dragon and Phoenix army. Please enlighten me.
The middle-aged man holding the big saber flew into the sky and shouted loudly.
The 1,200 experts of the Dragon and Phoenix Corps flew into the sky at the same time and shouted at everyone in Holy Sea Town. Today, Holy Sea Town will be renamed Dragon and Phoenix City, Feng Luan finally announced. When he finished saying this, he waved his arm.
One after another, feng shui compasses floated around him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. One after another, feng shui compasses instantly formed a large array. Rain Formation, Rank 4 Void Interpretation Formation. Lives in Dragon Phoenix City. People don't get sick. Their bodies are cleansed. Wind Pattern Formation, Rank 5 Void Interpretation Formation, City Defense Formation. The formation can release Rank 4 Void Interpretation attacks to attack intruders.
Boundless Spirit Formation, Rank 5 Void Interpretation Formation. Gathers spiritual energy within 1,000 miles. Increases the concentration of spiritual energy in Dragon Phoenix City by 5 times. Mingqing Array, 3rd Grade Void Interpretation Array, Auxiliary Array. It can make people's minds clear.
Rays of light covered Holy Sea Town as Feng Luan spoke one by one. Following her actions and her words, all the people in Holy Sea Town could feel the changes in their surroundings.
When they heard the level and function of this array, all of their faces revealed shocked expressions. Many people's bodies trembled. Heavens, what is this? For powerful array formations at the profound void tier. Under these 4 array formations, Holy Sea Town was definitely a paradise.
Even the array formation in Starmoon City was far inferior to it, right?
Even some of the Empire's large cities had such an array formation.
First, it was Feng Luan's grand wish, then the profound void experts they looked up to, and finally, this priceless array formation.
It was no exaggeration to say that this array could buy their sacred sea town.
However, as the citizens of Sacred Sea Town, they were a little stunned at first, but now they were a little excited. Oh my God, we can actually live in such a city?
This is completely the transformation of thatched cottages and villas. Below, even Jin Shenyuan and the others were trembling at Feng Luan's grand gesture.
They knew what this array meant and what it meant for the future of the Holy Sea Town under these arrays. Grand gesture, grand gesture. She was really going to use the Holy Sea Town as a starting point to build a powerful kingdom. At the thought of Wang Xian's words, they were all excited again.
We are willing to be the citizens of the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty. We are willing to make you the Phoenix King.
Long live the Phoenix King. Jin Qianyuan and the rest looked at each other. He could see the shock in each other's eyes.
The group of people knelt on the ground and shouted loudly, "We are willing to be the citizens of the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty. We are willing to serve you as the Phoenix King."
Long live the Phoenix King. Jin Qianyuan and the rest took the lead. The rest of the citizens of Holy Sea Town quickly shouted loudly as they slowly knelt on the ground.
Not to mention the great ambitions that the Queen had said. The things that she had brought out were worthy of their kneeling. Moreover, with the Queen and her subordinates in the future, why would Holy Sea Town be afraid of demon beasts attacking the city?
Just now, many people had seen with their own eyes that her subordinates, who were floating in the sky, had directly killed the leader of the blood barbaric demon beasts.
He had exterminated the Ocean Cultivator army and the general who wanted to kill them within a minute. All citizens, today is the first year of the establishment of the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty. From now on, we will enter the year of the Dragon and Phoenix calendar. Today will be the day of the founding of the National Day. In the future, I will make the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty the Dragon and Phoenix Empire, standing at the top of the extraordinary continent. You will be my first batch of citizens. Next, we will lead everyone and create miracles.
Feng Luan looked at the 1.7 to 8 million people below and smiled. She said calmly as if she was stating a fact.
Everyone below widened their eyes. They looked at the Queen who was emitting flames and were in a daze.
This kind of absurd and whimsical thing seemed to be coming true from her mouth. This made them feel that they might be a little crazy, but they actually believed her words.
Next, I will quickly transform Dragon Phoenix City and build a city guard team.
Everyone, please do your own things now. After Feng Yuan finished speaking, she flew down directly.
Wang Xian followed her back to the mayor's residence.
Oh my god, that beauty, no, our queen, she actually built a dynasty in our Holy Sea Town. We can't call it Holy Sea Town anymore, we should call it Dragon Phoenix City instead. The array formation the queen brought out is so powerful and the spiritual energy here is increasing rapidly.
It's not just spiritual energy. I can feel the water energy falling on my body, and now my whole body is feeling very comfortable.
Haha, in the future, when our Holy Sea Town has these arrays, the demon beasts and fierce beasts attacking the city are just courting death.
Exactly. With our 4 arrays and Lord Wang's arrays, even insightful Emptiness Realm experts can't do anything to us. Besides, the Dragon Phoenix City now can't even be compared to those big cities in the empires. Our queen was brought here by Lord Wang. I wonder what the relationship between Lord Wang and her is.
I saw them when they were passing by the city. They seem to be very close to Lord Wang. All right. The queen's private affairs are not something that we can discuss. We will definitely have good fortune after surviving a great disaster, haha. In the future, when the academy is established, the insightful Emptiness Realm expert will be the principal. There will be abundant spiritual energy and strong instructors here. Perhaps my child will also be able to become a hero like Lord Wang.
When they saw the queen leave, all the citizens had excited expressions as they started chatting. As they looked at the sky, they suddenly felt that it was extremely blue and filled with hope. Especially when the queen said, "I am the queen." It made their blood boil. They had the urge to fight for the queen.
In just a few minutes, Feng Yuan had won the hearts of everyone.
Impressive. As expected of the number 1 empress of all time.
Wang Xian looked at Feng Yuan with a smile. Even without me, you can win the hearts of the people.
Without you, it would be much more troublesome. Feng Yuan shook her head. If she were to attack a city, the city lord's mansion would definitely gather the entire city's strength to defend the city. If someone was defending the city, she would have to kill the person defending the city.
Once someone was killed, the family members of the person defending the city would resent her.
Even if she were to take out so many treasures, it would still cause the family members who died defending the city to resent her. They might even take revenge. And here, with Wang Xian around, the hearts of the people were united. She only took out some treasures and gathered the hearts of the people. In front of the people who had experienced despair, she was naturally extremely grateful.
A large part of the reason was still because of Wang Xian. I'll return in a while. You guys stand still. I'm going to officially enter the Transcendence Continent. Wang Xian looked at Feng Yuan and said with fighting spirit in his eyes. Okay. Call me when you've migrated over. I'll go meet Sister Shu Qing and the rest.
Feng Yuan nodded.
Okay. Wang Xian smiled. Here are the remaining pills. Take them.
Feng Yuan gave him the remaining pills from the sale of the half-step void interpretation bloodline.
Wang Xian stretched out his hand and took them. A smile appeared on his face. All right, I'm leaving. Be careful of the Star Moon Kingdom. Yes, the Star Moon Kingdom will not mobilize all their forces just because of a town. Feng Yuan nodded at him. Let's go. Wang Xian shouted softly. With a move of his body, he flew directly to the location of the Earth's passageway.
Ao Jian and the group of strange demons immediately followed behind.
Feng Yuan looked at Wang Xian's figure and revealed a smile.
Empress, young Master Wang's subordinates have all made breakthroughs in just half a month. It's especially so for those kinds of creatures. It's absolutely easy for them to assassinate martial artists who are at level 9 of the extraordinary realm.
The one who combines light and darkness has reached the peak below the void interpretation realm.
The old lady looked at Wang Xian's figure and whispered,
Xiaoyun, I might not be able to return to the peak in the future history of the Transcendence Continent, but he will definitely be able to stand at the peak of the Transcendence Continent and be worshipped by all races.
Feng Yuan's eyes flickered as she said, "Oh!" A trace of shock appeared in the old woman's eyes. This was the first time she had heard the Empress say such words. She looked at the gradually disappearing figure in astonishment, and a smile appeared on her face. If he is really like what the Empress said, Then this young Master Wang will help you return to your peak. I want to do it myself.
Feng Huan's face revealed a resolute expression, followed by a valiant smile as she went to deal with the problem of Dragon Phoenix City. I wonder what Xu Qin and the rest are doing?
Are they still in seclusion? This is the longest time I have been away. Wang Xian smiled and entered the ocean.
Eh?
When Wang Xian was about to reach the passageway, he was astonished.
With a thought, he flew to the left.
That's Ao Qitian. Wang Xian looked over and saw Ao Qitian and Ba Qi attacking a 5-headed giant squid that was at Transcendent Level 5.
Ao Qitian and Ba Qi were both at Transcendent Level 4. However, due to their blood barbarians, there was no problem for them to fight above their level.
The 5-headed giant squid was about to be killed by them. Dragon King! Dragon King!
Ao Qitian and Ba Qi also sensed Wang Xian's arrival. They turned around and shouted excitedly. Not bad. Let's go. Let's go back first. Wang Xian looked at them with satisfaction on his face. The last time they returned to the Dragon Palace, he had asked Prime Minister Gue to send people into the Transcendence continent to hunt ferocious beasts. Based on Ao Qitian and Ba Qi's abilities, their gains were not bad. It's the Dragon King.
The two of them nodded respectfully. They put away the corpses of the 5 giant squid and swam toward the passage.
This time around, it's time for the Dragon Palace to conquer the extraordinary mainland. Wang Xian moved his body and returned to the Dragon Palace through the passage.
He was familiar with the Dragon Palace and was surrounded by the Water Tribe cultivators. This made him smile.
He slowly walked to the Dragon King's palace.
Greetings, Dragon King. The Water Tribe members who had learned of his arrival stood respectfully at the Dragon King's palace and shouted loudly.
Prime Minister Gue, Ao Qitian, Ao Nu, Ao Shi, Ao Yeka, Ao Qi, and Ba Qi.
The 7 high-level officials of the Dragon Palace, together with Ao Jian and Ao Yao, were the current pillars of the Dragon Palace. Prime Minister Gue was in charge of the overall situation. Ao Qitian was in charge of the Devil War Department. Ao Nu was in charge of the environment in the Dragon Palace, and Ao Shi was in charge of the Internal Affairs Department.
Ao Yeka was in charge of the Dragon Defense Department, patrolling the 4 seas. Ao Qi was in charge of the Thunder Department, while Ba Qi was a technician who was in charge of developing poisons.
Ao Jian was in charge of the Golden Swordfish clan and belonged to the guards of the Dragon Palace. Ao Yao was in charge of the Dragon Spur Department and was in charge of assassinations. Wang Xian looked at his subordinates in front of the Dragon King's hall with a satisfied expression on his face.
Although other than Ao Jian and Ao Yao, the rest of them were very weak, their potential was limitless. Among them, all of them were at Transcendent Level 4. Ao Shrimpy and Ao Nu were slightly weaker.
I have something important to announce upon my return. Wang Xian looked at them and said directly.
Prime Minister Gue and the rest bowed and waited for Wang Xian's words.
In 7 days, I will move the Dragon Palace to the Transcendence continent. At that time, we will develop in the dangerous Transcendence continent.
Wang Xian glanced at all of them and said, Before we develop, I will improve your strength first. Prime Minister Gue, gather all the members of the Dragon Palace.
It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gue nodded respectfully. Where are the Dragon Queens?
Wang Xian looked at Ao Nu and asked her.
The Dragon Queens are cultivating in the bedroom. Ao Nu replied respectfully. Okay, I'll go over first.
Wang Xian nodded. His body moved and he went straight to the Dragon King's bedroom. Looking at the 6 girls who were sitting cross-legged on the big bed and cultivating, Wang Xian smiled.
My babies, I'm back.
Wang Xian chuckled and his voice echoed in their minds. The group of girls were awakened by him. When they opened their eyes and saw Wang Xian, they were pleasantly surprised.
Ha ha!
Wang Xian pounced on him shamelessly. After leaving for such a long time, he really missed him to death. You only know how to do this when you just arrived.
You annoying fellow. Ah! The tens of thousands of words that could not be described were omitted. After 6 hours, Wang Xian walked out in high spirits.
Following him were 6 beautiful women who were beaming with happiness. I'm going to raise the strength of the Dragon Palace. All of you follow me. Wang Xian looked at the members of the Dragon Palace who had been waiting for a few hours. He smiled and flew over.
All right, little Xian. The group of girls followed behind him happily.
Dragon King, Dragon Queen, all the members of the Dragon Palace are here. Prime Minister Gue said respectfully when he saw them coming.
Wang Xian nodded and looked over. The Dragon Palace currently had a total of 3,560 members, including about 900 members from the Demon War Department.
The Dragon Palace had the largest number of members. The rest of the Hag clan, the Thunder Shrimp clan, and the Golden Swordfish clan only had 300 to 400 members. The Strange Demon clan had the smallest number of members, only 156. However, the Strange Demon clan was also the strongest. When Wang Xian came to the Dragon Palace for the second time, he had increased the strength of a group of strange demons.
Now, there were 20 strange demons who had reached Transcendent level rank 3. The strength of the 9 flood dragons had also reached Transcendent level rank 3.
Out of the 3,500 members, only half of them had reached the Transcendent level.
There were also many who were at the level of upper-level immortals on Earth and were half-step into the Transcendent level. Other than the few subordinates that Wang Xian had subdued back then, the rest of them were the dolphins.
The dolphins and Tang Yinxian cultivated a special type of sound wave. When Tang Yinxian had broken through to the Transcendent stage, she had comprehended a supernatural ability. It was a water attribute supernatural ability. It used a special wave to boost the morale of the troops. The clarity of mind, energy recovery, and injury recovery of the creatures covered by the supernatural ability would be doubled.
This was a very abnormal divine ability, but it was only effective on creatures of the same or lower level. For those creatures that were stronger than her, the divine ability had no effect on them. The other members of the Dragon Palace had different types. There were sea snakes, sea turtles, all kinds of sea fish, and all kinds of sea beasts. This group of chaotic creatures took up half of the total number.
Ao Jian, have all the corpses been placed beside the dragon pool? Wang Xian asked Ao Jian. Dragon King, 1/3 of the corpses have been placed there. There are too many corpses in the storage bag.
Ao Jian said, "All right. Everyone head to the dragon pool."
Wang Xian walked in front and headed towards the dragon pool. Inside the dragon pool, there were 9 divine dragons spiraling on the dragon pillars. Their huge dragon heads were spitting out streams of bright red blood. At this moment, the dragon pool that could accommodate thousands of people had already reached 80% of dragon blood. This was the first time that so much dragon blood was stored in the dragon pool.
However, this amount of dragon blood was not even used on 1/3 of the corpses. So much dragon blood.
It was the first time that Guan Shuqin, Lan Qingwei, and the other 6 girls had seen so much dragon blood. They were very clear about the value of dragon blood. It's time to upgrade the strength of the Dragon Palace. After this upgrade, the Dragon Palace will be transferred to the Transcendence continent. At that time, all of you will be with me.
Wang Xian smiled.
Wow, that's great. In that case, we can be together every day.
The 6 girls were filled with joy. Prime Minister Gue, Ao Qitian, the 7 of you will enter first. After upgrading your strength to level 6 of the Transcendence, come out immediately.
Wang Xian said to them.
It's the Dragon King. The leaders of the Dragon Palace entered the Dragon Pool directly and began to raise their strength rapidly. Members of the Strange Demon Clan, enter the Dragon Pool and raise your strength to Transcendent level 6. In addition, choose to advance your dragon species as the Light Spike. 9 dragons, enter the Dragon Pool and raise your level to Transcendent level 6.
Wang Xian looked at the 12 dragons of the Bizarre Demon Clan and gave his order.
The Bizarre Demon Clan's development in the Transcendent continent was of utmost importance. Therefore, the Bizarre Demon Clan had to be strong. The 12 dragons were the future divine wind dragons. Naturally, they couldn't fall behind.
Thank you, Dragon King. The group of bizarre demons and the 12 dragons immediately jumped into the dragon pool.
Dolphins, enter the dragon pool and level up your cultivation to Transcendent level 5.
Wang Xian looked at the over 200 dolphins and ordered. Thank you, Dragon King.
Over 200 dolphins, each 2 to 3 meters in size. Their eyes were filled with wisdom as they entered the dragon pool directly. Wang Xian watched them enter the dragon pool and didn't say anything else.
To Wang Xian, the dolphins were an important race in the Dragon Palace. Their demonic sound was their strongest technique.
They were extremely useful in large-scale battles. The strength of the dolphins could not be too low.
Xiaoxian, I have something to tell you.
At this moment, Lan Qingyue, who was standing at the side, looked at Wang Xian and said suddenly,
What is it? Wang Xian looked at her in astonishment.
After entering the extraordinary continent, I want to bring Xiao Lan out to explore. You want to bring Xiao Lan to explore alone?
This won't do. Qingyue, you.
Upon hearing Lan Qingyue's words, Wang Xian's face was filled with astonishment. He quickly shook his head.
Actually, some time ago, I wanted to enter the Transcendence continent, but I was stopped by Prime Minister Gue. Lan Qingyue looked at Wang Xian with a hint of determination in her eyes. Following her gaze, she looked at the top of the Dragon Palace.
Boom! At this moment, a huge object blocked the sky above. It had a gray body and was extremely huge. It looked like a prehistoric giant beast.
The Kuan was one of the most powerful creatures in the universe.
When Wang Xian left, the Kuan that Lan Qingyue raised was only about 300 meters long. Now, it was at least 600 to 700 meters long.
Xiao Lan went to the south and north poles that the Dragon Palace has never been to before. She devoured 80% of the creatures there. Now her cultivation has reached Transcendent Level 6. My strength has also reached Transcendent Level 5. There is no room for Xiao Lan on Earth anymore. I am prepared to go to the Transcendence continent with her.
As Lan Qingyue spoke, her body emitted a gray energy. Furthermore, Xiao Xian, I have inherited the inheritance of the ancient god who raised the Kuan master. I have become the last bloodline of the ancient god race. I want to help you and not drag you down.
This. Wang Xian looked at her and was slightly silent. Lan Qingyue had obtained the inheritance. It was the best inheritance in the universe. There were only a few that could be compared to her.
The Kuan of the ancient god race dared to devour the divine dragons and phoenixes, as well as all kinds of top-tier races.
A Kuan that had grown up was not weaker than the top-tier dragon kings of the divine dragons. After obtaining such an inheritance, Lan Qingyue wanted to become stronger, help him, and show the glory of the ancient god clan.
Qingyue, I'm afraid that you will be in danger. The extraordinary continent is not Earth. There are countless level 6 extraordinary creatures there. Your and Xiao Lan's strength is not enough to deal with the unknown danger, Wang Xian said with some worry.
Xiao Xian, don't worry. The ancient god clan was once hunted down by all the major races in the universe. They are definitely top-notch when it comes to avoiding danger. Moreover, I don't think that an extraordinary continent can cause the death of an ancient god-level Kuan master, even though he is just an ancient god-level Kuan master who has just obtained the inheritance.
Lan Qingyue smiled and said confidently.
Wang Xian saw her determined look and touched her face. I have 2 void interpretation level corpses here. In a while, pass one of the transformed dragon blood to Xiao Lan. Thank you, Xiao Xian. Lan Qingyue kissed him happily.
Wang Xian smiled and said, Where's Xiao Yu?
I wonder how long it will take for her to return from this trip to the extraordinary continent. Little sister Xiao Yu came back a few days ago. She even said to inform her next time if you were here. Guan Shuqing replied to Wang Xian.
Okay. Inform her and ask her if she is going to the supernatural continent. Wang Xian hesitated for a moment before replying. All right. Let's inform little sister Xiao Yu. The few girls nodded their heads.
Wang Xian looked at the sky and flew into the sky.
On Earth, due to the gravitational force, his speed was 10 times faster than that of the extraordinary continent. The destructive force that he could cause was several times greater than that of the extraordinary continent.
With a single attack, he could cover an area of 10 kilometers. He could easily destroy a huge mountain.
Looking around, he could see a location of 50 to 60 kilometers with his dragon eyes of light and dark fire. The entire Earth had undergone tremendous changes. Martial arts had gradually replaced science and technology.
Under the nurturing of the spiritual energy, the Earth's gravitational force will also increase. At that time, it might reach a balance with the Transcendence continent. At that time, it might not be able to fly until one has reached Transcendence. Wang Xian arrived in the sky above a city within a dozen seconds. Looking at the lush and verdant city below, he thought to himself. After taking a round, Wang Xian returned to the Dragon Palace.
In the next few days, Wang Xian stayed in the Dragon Palace. The strength of the members of the Dragon Palace was improving at a terrifying speed.
There were hundreds of thousands of corpses, including many high-level corpses. This was a huge improvement to the Dragon Palace.
In the past few days, Ao Yao, Ao Jian, and the rest led Prime Minister Gui to the sea of the supernatural continent. They were searching for the location of the Dragon Palace. Brother, on this day, Xiao Yu and Feng Lingtian arrived at the Dragon Palace. Xiao Yu ran over excitedly and hung herself on Wang Xian's body.
All right, you're already married. You're such a big girl.
Wang Xian patted her head with a smile on his face.
Brother, how many days will you be staying for this time?
Xiao Yu asked hurriedly.
I might be staying for 4 to 5 days. I'll be leaving in 4 to 5 days. Furthermore, I'm preparing to move the Dragon Palace to the supernatural continent. Wang Xian looked at Xiao Yu and said lovingly.
Ah!
Xiao Yu was slightly shocked. She stared at him with her eyes wide open. Her face was a little anxious.
I want to ask if you guys are going to the Transcendence continent or staying on Earth. Wang Xian looked at Xiao Yu and then at Feng Lingtian before asking directly.
That brother-in-law of mine, I have long thought of this day. It is very difficult for me to step into a higher realm while I am on Earth. My lifespan is no more than 500 years. Unless I improve my strength, I will finally be able to reach a higher realm.
Feng Lingtian, who was standing at the side, smiled. His eyes were shining.
The great Tao of humanity was eternal life. In this environment on Earth, it was probably the peak for extraordinary experts to appear. If one wanted to step into a higher realm, the only way was to enter a higher world.
Yes, brother. From now on, we will live in the Dragon Palace and fight side by side with the Dragon Palace. Xiao Yu seemed to have thought of this day as well. Without much hesitation, she said directly.
All right. Wang Xian revealed a smile. Brother-in-law, when you enter the dragon pool later, I will teach you the cultivation method of the wind god dragon. Feng Lingtian revealed an excited expression and nodded quickly.
Xiao Yu's willingness to enter the extraordinary continent with him was somewhat out of his expectations. However, this was the most perfect thing. Time passed day by day as batches of members of the Dragon Palace entered the dragon pool.
The dragon blood was being consumed rapidly.
Roar, roar, roar. Buzz, 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 buzz.
A week after Wang Xian returned to the Dragon Palace, a roar that sounded like the end of the world was heard from the sky above the Dragon Palace. The roar was extremely loud and it even spread across a radius of several thousand kilometers.
All the humans who heard the roar had a look of shock in their eyes. A Kuan that is half a step into the void interpretation realm. With such power, it shouldn't be a problem for it to kill a first-level void interpretation realm expert. Looking at Xiaolan, who was more than 1,000 meters in the sky above the Dragon Palace, Wang Xian felt his scalp tingling. After consuming a large amount of dragon blood, including the corpse of the leader of the blood barbaric demon beast, its strength had directly increased to half a step into the void interpretation realm. It was invincible.
Dragon King, we have already chosen the location of the Dragon Palace. At this time, Prime Minister Gui came to report.
Good. Then get ready to descend to the extraordinary continent.
In 7 days, the group of girls had settled everything on Earth.
Xiao Yu and Feng Lingtian had also settled everything at home. Feng Lingtian's father, Ling Xiao, did not follow them.
Looking at the dark passage, everyone in the Dragon Palace was excited. A fighting spirit was emitted from their bodies. At this moment, there were 800 demon monkeys of the Demon War Department standing behind Wang Xian. All of them had the strength of level 4 transcendence. The 800 members of the Thunder Department were also at level 4 transcendence. The 800 members of the Dragon Defense Department were all at level 4 transcendence.
The 400 members of the Golden Swordfish clan of the Dragon Guards were all at level 4 transcendence, other than Ao Jian's 11 strong ones.
There were 100 members of the 8-headed poison-making department who were at transcendent level 4. There were 220 dolphins and all of them had reached transcendent level 5.
There were 150 bizarre demons. The current bizarre demons could be called light spikes. This group of light spikes didn't include the bizarre demons who had followed Wang Xian previously. The 150 bizarre demons and the reserve members of the dragon spikes had all reached transcendent level 6. There were also 50 civil officials trained by Prime Minister Gui and 100 members in charge of the Dragon Palace. The members of the various races who had broken through the Dragon Gate had all chosen a direction of evolution to make up for the various legions of the Dragon Palace. There were a total of more than 3,500 members of the Dragon Palace. This was the full strength of the Dragon Palace. It was not strong, but it was definitely not weak. The main reason was that the Light Thorn tribe was the strongest. With 150 light thorns, they were able to assassinate an enemy at level 8 extraordinary. In addition to the 20 people who had reached level 7 extraordinary and Ao Yaozai, the strength of Wang Xian's subordinates was only slightly weaker than the Phoenix and Dragon army.
This is a new journey. We must let the Dragon Palace stand at the top of the extraordinary continent.
Wang Xian was also extremely excited. We will fight for the Dragon King and the Dragon Palace to the death.
The members of the Dragon Palace roared loudly.
Alright, Ao Yao Yao, Ao Jian, you guys lead the way. Everyone, enter the passageway. Wang Xian waved his arm and said directly, yes.
Ao Yao Yao Ao Jian was the first to enter the passageway. Behind him, Prime Minister Gui and the rest followed closely behind. One by one, the members of the Dragon Palace entered the passageway. In the end, Xu Qing, the girls, Xiao Yu, and the rest also entered the passageway. Move the Dragon Palace to the other end of the passageway.
After everyone left, Wang Xian looked at the Dragon Palace and thought to himself,
ding! Congratulations to the host for conquering the ocean of a planet. In order to leave behind the race of the divine dragons on this planet, the system will establish a level 1 Dragon Palace to remain on Earth. At this moment, the system's voice sounded. Wang Xian was stunned for a moment before a smile appeared on his face. This time, Wang Xian had left behind some foundations on Earth after entering the extraordinary mainland. Prime Minister Gui left behind a few civil servants and a few subordinates of the Dragon Palace on Earth. They taught the Water Tribe who had potential and nurtured them into strong individuals. They were continuously transported to the Dragon Palace on the extraordinary mainland.
However, the system was even more considerate and left behind a level 1 Dragon Palace.
Let's go!
The huge Dragon Palace entered the extraordinary mainland through a passageway. A miniature version of a level 1 Dragon Palace appeared beside it.
Wang Xian's body moved and entered the extraordinary mainland through the passageway.
At the last moment, a gigantic object that was more than 1,000 meters long entered the passageway.
Let's go! The Dragon Palace appeared out of thin air in the ocean of the extraordinary mainland. The gigantic Dragon Palace descended to the bottom of the ocean like a miracle. The Dragon Palace with a radius of 20 kilometers instantly attracted the attention of all the ferocious beasts and demonic beasts in the surroundings. Let's go over immediately. Wang Xian moved his body and the members of the Dragon Palace entered the Dragon Palace in an instant. They were observing their surroundings. Boom! At this moment, the Dragon Palace suddenly trembled. The formation protecting the Dragon Palace was shattered. This is bad. A level 2 Dragon Palace can't withstand the attacks of the creatures of the extraordinary mainland.
Wang Xian's expression changed slightly. He transformed into a divine dragon and let out a dragon's roar. Xiao Lan! Lan Qingyue immediately shouted at Xiao Lan, who was following behind. Xiao Lan's body shook and a terrifying aura spread out in the surroundings instantly. The 5 giant squid that was attacking the Dragon Palace turned into a bloody mist and entered its body after being knocked lightly by it.
Ao Yao, your clan will be around to prevent other ferocious beasts from attacking. Let's go! Controlling the Dragon Palace, they flew quickly towards the base of the Dragon Palace.
In fact, this was not the first time Wang Xian had come to the base of the Dragon Palace. He was no stranger to it.
The Sea Mountain region was not far from the current Dragon Phoenix City. Mountain peaks stretched out from the sea, but this did not affect the migration of the Dragon Palace. On the contrary, this was the most suitable place in the vicinity.
The sea here was more than 20,000 meters deep, which was close to the extraordinary mainland. There were no powerful fierce beasts or demon beasts around.
However, even if it was close to the sea, a Dragon Palace with a circumference of 20 kilometers had traveled dozens of kilometers, which caused a huge sensation at the bottom of the sea.
Fierce beasts swam over quickly. When they saw the Dragon Palace, their eyes were filled with greed.
Some of the ferocious beasts flew towards the Dragon Palace recklessly and were killed by Ao Yao and Ao Jian.
I have to upgrade the Dragon Palace to level 3.
Wang Xian looked at the level 2 Dragon Palace. The ferocious beasts from the supernatural continent could basically break through the array formation and enter the Dragon Palace directly.
He looked at the items in his interspatial ring and smiled. It was not very difficult for the Dragon Palace to upgrade to level 3. The spiritual stones only required 100 million middle-grade spiritual stones, the array formation of the supernatural level, and various materials. When he was in Dragon Phoenix City, Wang Xian had collected the corpses of the ocean cultivators. The interspatial rings of the tens of thousands of soldiers were also in his hands. The items inside were sufficient to upgrade the level of the Dragon Palace. The materials required for the construction of the Dragon Palace have always been a benefit given by the system.
Wang Xian was full of smiles as he looked ahead. The sea mountain region appeared in front of him. Buzz!
Wang Xian moved the Dragon Palace to the center of the sea mountain region. It occupied a quarter of the entire sea mountain region. Boom!
When the Dragon Palace landed at the bottom of the sea, it was perfectly compatible with the surrounding environment.
The upgrade of the Dragon Palace requires 100 million middle-grade spirit stones and 10 extraordinary grade formations. Wang Xian looked at the requirements for the upgrade and took out the items from his interspatial ring.
I found 10 extraordinary level formations. Do you want to merge them to upgrade the Dragon Formation? I found 10 million middle-grade spirit stones and 5 tons of extraordinary materials to upgrade the Dragon King Palace. One by one, the materials were taken out and quickly absorbed by the Dragon Palace.
Ding!
All the buildings in the Dragon Palace have been upgraded to level 3. The Dragon Palace has been upgraded. At this moment, the Dragon Palace began to undergo a tremendous change at the bottom of the sea, which was 20,000 meters below the sea.
All the buildings were expanding at a terrifying speed.
The ocean pacifying needle, which was more than 100 meters tall, slowly became more than 500 meters tall.
The Dragon King Palace, which was about 2,000 meters wide, became 5 times bigger, and the 50-meter-long dragon throne became 100 meters long. The Dragon Palace was evolving rapidly.
Dragon Palace, level 3. Dragon Lord, Wang Xian, extraordinary 7th level 5 elemental divine dragon. Buildings. Dragon King Palace, level 3, raises the Dragon King's cultivation speed and recovery speed by 2,400%. Dragon Transformation Pool, level 3, absorbing dragon blood can give birth to a dragon seed, dragon blood, 1,432. Dragon Gate, level 3, a fish can only become a dragon after leaping through the Dragon Gate, effective against creatures below the void interpretation level. Ocean Pacifying Needle, level 3, Pillar of the Dragon Palace, set 500 kilometers of the Dragon Palace to be calm, increase the combat strength of the members of the Dragon Palace by 300%.
Dragon Cave, level 3, with 6,000 Dragon Caves. The cultivation speed of the creatures in the Dragon Cave will be increased by 1,600%. Dragon Field, level 3, practice martial arts in the Dragon Field. Increase comprehension by 800%. Dragon Array, level 3, Dragon Palace Array, concealment, defense, gathering of spiritual energy, teleportation, detection. Spiritual items. Ancestral Tree, level able to return souls to creatures below transcendent level. Activate spiritual intelligence of creatures. Increases the speed of fire attribute cultivators by 200%. Attached, Dragon Transformation Pool to nurture dragon seeds. Current dragon seeds: golden swordfish, thunder shrimp, demon monkey, strange demon, light spike, hydra, dragon turtle, yiksha, clam girl, golden lobster. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of spiritual energy gathered toward the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace, which had only occupied a quarter of the sea mountain area, now completely covered the sea mountain area. Even on the transcendent continent, which was rich in spiritual energy, the upgrading of the Dragon Palace and the upgrading of the powerful buildings caused a storm within a few hundred kilometers. A large amount of spiritual energy gathered toward this direction. At this moment, the Dragon Palace was comparable to the top-notch Grotto Heaven Paradise on the transcendent continent. The spiritual chi in the Dragon King Palace was 24 times that of the outside world. What kind of concept was this? 1 day of cultivation here was equivalent to 24 days in the outside world. Even the Dragon Cave, where the members of the Dragon Palace lived, had 16 times the spiritual chi of the outside world. This terrifying enhancement was definitely a top-notch cultivation place on the transcendent continent.
Furthermore, a dragon palace that had advanced to level 3 would have a formation that could withstand the attacks of creatures below the void interpretation level. Under such concealment, only experts at the void interpretation level would be able to discover the existence of the dragon palace. Creatures at the transcendence level would not be able to discover the dragon palace at all. Compared to a level 2 dragon palace, the effect of a level 3 dragon palace had doubled. Wang Xian revealed an excited expression. Prime Minister Gui and the other members of the Dragon Palace were also filled with excitement. With the improvement of the Dragon Palace, their cultivation speed would be doubled. Even if they didn't have any resources, all the members of the Dragon Palace would be able to advance to the insightful Void tier after 10 years of dedicated cultivation. After all, they possessed the bloodline of the Divine Dragon. 10 years of cultivation here was equivalent to 160 years of cultivation in the outside world. What dense spiritual energy! Oh my god! Feng Lingtian felt the spiritual energy here and his body trembled slightly. Damn it, he had a bright future following his brother-in-law. Just by cultivating in the Dragon Palace, he was able to reach a realm that he could not imagine. This is our starting point and the beginning of a new journey for the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian floated in the sky above the Dragon Palace and looked at the Dragon Palace with a circumference of 80 kilometers. His gaze landed on the members of the Dragon Palace as he said in a deep voice, "It won't be long before our Dragon Palace will stand on this continent and become the master of this ocean." Prime Minister Gui said confidently. Prime Minister Gui, organize it. First, guarantee the safety of the area within 1,000 kilometers. Then, we will formulate a development plan. Wang Xian ordered Prime Minister Gui. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gui nodded his head heavily and immediately organized it. They had just arrived at the extraordinary mainland, so they had to understand their surroundings and make plans for the future development of the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace has changed so much that it covers an area of 80 kilometers. Even Little Blue can enter the Dragon Palace. And this ocean is so deep. It's more than 20,000 meters deep. It's so shocking. The 6 girls looked around in shock, their eyes full of joy. The Dragon Palace, which had been upgraded to level 3, was even more magnificent. However, with such a large area, it seemed that there were fewer members in the Dragon Palace. The area of 80 kilometers is already bigger than Dragon Phoenix City. Moreover, Dragon Phoenix City can't be compared to my Dragon Palace at all. If Feng Luan were to see this place, I wonder if she would be extremely envious. As Wang Xian thought of this, a smile appeared on his face as he brought a few girls around. The Dragon Palace enveloped over 1,000 mountain peaks. Under the modification of the system, these mountain peaks turned into dragon caves directly. The dragon field was divided into 2 regions, which could accommodate more than 100,000 people cultivating at the same time. The entire Dragon Palace was like a miracle. Wang Xian could guarantee that even the imperial capitals of the empires were not as magnificent as the Dragon Palace. They were also not as powerful as the Dragon Palace. Buzz. Suddenly, the sky above the Dragon Palace shook and an image came from afar. It was a creature that was emitting a green glow. He looked very similar to a human, but the difference was that he had 2 green horns on his head. He had a pair of mystical green eyes. There were 3 red dots connected to each other in his eyes. He looked extremely mystical. His body size was similar to that of a human. His arms were much longer than a human's. They were extremely slender and were covered in green scales. This is the effect of the detection formation after the upgrade of the Dragon Palace. It can detect any threatening creatures within a 50-kilometer radius of the Dragon Palace. This creature that is similar to a human should be a type of demonic beast. Furthermore, it should be in existence at the insightful Void tier. Wang Xian had a solemn expression on his face. This green humanoid creature had a bow on its back and was extremely agile. His eyes were looking in the direction of the Dragon Palace in disbelief. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, more than 300 similar creatures appeared in the scouting of the Dragon Palace. One could clearly see the difference between men and women. If not for the color of their bodies, the horns on their heads, and their slender arms, they were almost the same as humans. This is a group of demonic beasts. Their strength is not weak and they have an existence at the void interpretation level. They have discovered the Dragon Palace. They might not be friendly. Wang Xian's eyes flickered.
Dragon King, there's an invasion. All the members of the Dragon Palace are ready to fight. The enemy might have an expert at the void interpretation level. However, we have Xiaolan and Ao Yao. With the enhancement of the Dragon Palace, we can deal with the enemy. At this moment, Prime Minister Gue flew over and reported to Wang Xian hurriedly.
Let's go out. Let's see what the enemy wants to do first. Once they show any hostility, leave no one alive.
Wang Xian nodded and flew toward the west gate.
At this moment, under the detection of the array formation of the Dragon Palace, the first demonic beast that arrived was standing on the ground. He crouched on the ground carefully and looked at the majestic underwater city in shock.
Behind him, the clansmen carefully laid on the ground and moved forward without making a sound.
Dragon King, this should be a race of demonic beasts. Furthermore, they are not weak.
At the west gate of the Dragon Palace, Wang Xian looked ahead. Behind him, a group of members of the Dragon Palace followed behind him.
Other than the leaders of the strange demon clan and Prime Minister Gue, most of the subordinates of the Dragon Palace had the strength of a level 5 extraordinary being.
With the divine dragon bloodline, they were able to unleash the combat strength of level 6 extraordinary.
With the enhancement of the array formation of the Dragon Palace, their strength could be tripled and they could unleash the strength of level 7 extraordinary.
With over 3,000 warriors of the Dragon Palace, in addition to Xiaolan's strength, the strength of the Dragon Palace could be considered a powerful race of demonic beasts at the bottom of the sea.
Wang Xian nodded his head and looked at the group of demonic beasts that were carefully sneaking over.
Get ready to welcome them. Wang Xian walked out slowly and stared ahead.
Hide in the surroundings.
Prime Minister Gue waved his hand at the group of members of the Dragon Palace behind him and ordered.
Yes. Ao Qitian, Ao Qi, and Ao Jian immediately led their subordinates and hid behind the surrounding mountains. The strange monster clan immediately disappeared.
Under the detection of the array formation, 300 green figures with longbows on their backs slowly approached.
The figure at the front looked around vigilantly. A huge building suddenly appeared at the bottom of the sea. Even if he was a profound void tier creature, he was still extremely fearful. What kind of power could directly build a group of buildings at the bottom of the sea? Such a vast amount of spiritual energy is gathering here. This must be a paradise. If we can cultivate here, our Windai clan will definitely be able to improve quickly. The green eyes of the figure at the front flickered as he looked at the sky, flickering with an unknown luster.
Oh my God! What a magnificent building!
What's that pillar? It's emitting golden light. It's too terrifying. How could such a majestic underwater city appear out of thin air?
At the back, all the creatures of the Wind-Eye clan were staring at this place in shock with green light flashing in their eyes.
Although their strength had not reached the profound void tier, their powerful ocular arts allowed them to see through the formation.
Looking at the golden ocean pacifying divine needle that was hundreds of meters tall in front of them, their faces were filled with shock.
We've been discovered. When the creature at the front saw Prime Minister Wang Xiangue and the rest who were standing in front of the west gate of the Dragon Gate, he was slightly shocked.
Oh, they saw us from a distance of 10 kilometers. It seems that this demonic beast race also possesses ocular skills.
Wang Xian and the demonic beast looked at each other. He could tell that the other party had already seen him. May I know why all of you have come to my Dragon Palace? Wang Xian asked the creature in a deep voice. The creature that was lying on the ground hesitated for a moment before standing up. The group of people from the Wind-Eye clan behind him also stood up when they saw Wang Xian. They frowned and looked ahead. Leader, we.
An aged creature from the Wind-Eye clan walked forward. He looked at the leader at the front and said,
Let's go and take a look. This underwater city that suddenly appeared is too close to our lair. We have to know if it's a friend or foe. The creature standing at the front had a thoughtful look on his face. After hesitating for a moment, he walked towards the front.
The group of people following behind did not hesitate at all. They followed behind and walked towards the direction of the Dragon Palace. The group of creatures from the Wind-Eye clan at the back took down the longbow on their back. They scanned their surroundings vigilantly, looking at the Wind-Eye clan who was walking towards the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian sized them up from head to toe.
A demon beast at the void interpretation level should be at the first level of the void interpretation level.
There were 3 to 4 half-step void interpretation level demon beasts, More than a dozen of them were at Transcendent Level 9, and the rest of them were all at least at Transcendent Level 6.
The closer they got, the more shocked the people from the Phoenixi clan were. The leader who was walking at the front was also sizing up Prime Minister Wang Xiangue and the rest. His eyes were filled with astonishment. "We are the Wind-Eye Demon Beast clan. We are located more than 100 kilometers away from here. Just now, we sensed a large amount of spiritual energy gathering here. We are here to investigate. What is your race?"
The leader of the Wind-Eye clan stared at Prime Minister Wang Xiangue and the rest cautiously. Then he stopped 3 kilometers away. The people of the Wind-Eye clan behind him looked around. The Wind-Eye Demon Beast clan? Wang Xian looked at them with a twinkle in his eyes. "We are from the Ocean Dragon clan. This will be our territory in the future. I wonder if you are interested in joining our dragon clan." Prime Minister Gue was carrying a turtle shell on his back. He sized them up and narrowed his eyes slightly. Prime Minister Gue's words made the leader of the Wind-Eye clan alert. He looked at Prime Minister Gue and then at Wang Xian. "Dragon Palace? What does it have to do with the Dragon Clan in the Sea of Dragons?"
He asked them with a twinkle in his eyes. "It doesn't matter. I wonder if your Wind-Eye clan is interested in joining our Dragon Palace,"
Prime Minister Gue said as he took 2 steps forward slowly. He looked at Wang Xian and said, "This is the Dragon King of our Dragon Palace. If you join the Dragon Palace, you will become citizens of the Dragon Palace and live in the Dragon Palace. Our Dragon Palace is a huge paradise. Cultivating in it is many times better than cultivating in the outside world." Prime Minister Gue said slowly as the turtle shell on his back shimmered. "I'm not interested."
The leader of the Wind-Eye clan shook his head slowly. "Then do you guys want to be our guests?" Prime Minister Gue invited them with a smile on his face. "No need. We are just here to take a look." The leader of the Wind-Eye clan shook his head warily. Wang Xian looked at Prime Minister Gue beside him and smiled.
This Prime Minister Gue was really cunning. It was obvious that he wanted to subdue the Wind-Eye clan. At the very least, he wanted to keep them here.
Survival at the bottom of the sea. The strong preyed on the weak. If the Dragon Palace wanted to develop rapidly, the only way was to kill and subdue the ferocious beasts.
There was no other way.
On the way to the throne, there was no mercy. There was only fighting.
"Everyone, since you are here, don't leave this place for unnecessary trouble." The turtle shell on Prime Minister Turtle's back trembled slightly. The Demon War Division, Thunder Division, and Golden Swordfish Clan, who were hiding behind the surrounding mountains, were all standing on the mountains. Roar!
A soft sound was heard. At the position of the Dragon Gate, Xiaolan, which was more than 1,000 meters in size, swam out slowly and hovered above Wang Xian and the rest.
Her 2 eyes were bigger than a house. Her gray eyes were staring at everyone from the Wind-Eye tribe. "Hiss! What giant beast is this?" 3 kilometers away, the expressions of the creatures from the Wind-Eye tribe changed drastically. Just the visual impact of the giant beast, which was more than 1,000 meters in size, shocked them greatly.
The expression of the Wind-Eyed race's leader also changed slightly. His eyes revealed a cold expression. "You are even more cunning than humans.
The weak are prey to the strong, and the strong are the kings."
Prime Minister Gue heard his words and said indifferently without any expression, "If you are stronger than us, we are willing to submit to you and give this place to you."
Prime Minister Gui continued with a genial expression. "If you feel that you are weaker than us, then join us. Don't worry. In our Dragon Palace, we will help you to improve your strength and your bloodline. Submitting to us is definitely the best choice for your Wind-Eye clan." Wang Xian looked at Prime Minister Gue's expression and felt a little impressed. If Prime Minister Gue wasn't too hot-tempered, he wouldn't be as arrogant as if he would die if he didn't submit. He wouldn't be the slightest bit weak either. This head butler of the Dragon Palace did a good job. He was indeed a talent who was well-versed in all the history and literature on Earth.
If Prime Minister Gue didn't use him 100%, Wang Xian wouldn't even dare to use such a person. Who knows when he would take you down? He was too awesome.
HMPH, you guys don't have the ability to make us submit to you. The leader of the Wind-Eye clan revealed an angry expression. With a move of his arm, the longbow on his back appeared in his hand.
"Eye of the wind, arrow of the wind." He shouted softly and pulled his arm. A green arrow flashed with a green glow and shot towards Xiao Lan in an instant. The terrifying arrow shot towards Blue's eyes. Blue saw the terrifying arrow and slowly closed its eyes. Gray energy flickered around its body as the gray energy gathered towards its eyelids. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded, but the shockwave from the explosion was completely blocked by the gray energy on Blue's body. If it wasn't for its resistance, the aftershock alone would have affected a radius of 1,000 meters. What a terrifying attack. It's much stronger than the leader of the blood barbaric demonic beast. Wang Xian revealed a surprised expression and his pupils contracted slightly. Clap, clap, clap. This leader is very strong. Speaking of which, he's much stronger than me. Prime Minister Gue saw the attack of the leader of the Windai clan and clapped with a smile on his face. Humph, let me tell you, the Windai clan will not join your dragon palace, and you can forget about forcing us to join. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. The leader of the Windai clan narrowed his eyes slightly when he saw that the giant beast was not injured at all. Then he said with a cold face, "There are only benefits and no disadvantages for you to join our dragon palace." Prime Minister Gue was full of smiles. Then, he looked at the people behind the leader of the Windai clan and said with a smile, "Let's do it." The moment he finished his words, bang, bang, bang. The sound of blows came from the back. Not good. Watch your back. Watch out. The faces of the entire Windai clan changed dramatically as they shouted, "What is it?" However, when the group of Windai clan's clansmen turned their heads to look, their expressions changed drastically. At this moment, there were already over 100 clansmen lying on the ground. Their bodies fell straight to the ground. They only saw a flash of white spots. In the end, over 100 clansmen were killed in an instant. "You dare to kill my clansmen?" The leader of the Windai clan turned his gaze over. Streaks of blood appeared in his eyes as he furiously roared. Leader, they are not dead. They are just unconscious." A member of the Windai clan hurriedly walked over to check and said, "What? They are not dead." The leader of the Windai clan let out a sigh of relief. "Yes, they are not dead. However, we can kill them easily. Our Dragon Palace sincerely invites all of you to join us." Prime Minister Gue's voice came through, and he said with a smile. The leader of the Windai clan looked extremely embarrassed. This was a blatant threat. "What if I don't agree?" The leader of the Windai clan asked with a dark face. "The strong prey on the weak, right?" Prime Minister Gue said with a smile. It was just the law of the jungle. He understood this principle. The strong prey on the weak. This was the survival rule of demon beasts, fierce beasts, and even humans, and even the entire transcendental continent. When the weak were killed, no one sympathized because the strong wanted to develop. Feng Yan was slightly silent. He looked at his subordinates lying on the ground, his expression extremely unsightly. Just now, his gaze swept the surroundings, and he could see many spots of light hidden there. There were more than 100 of them. He could see the hidden demon beast race, but his clansmen whose strength had not reached the profound void realm could not discover them at all. At this moment, the group of light spots had already disappeared and no one knew where they were hiding. This made him, who had an eye technique, extremely solemn. If he didn't submit, then the strong would prey on the weak. To put it simply, he wanted to attack them. He didn't dare to guarantee that he would be able to escape. This sudden appearance of the Dragon Palace was too mysterious. As for his clansmen, he was certain that they wouldn't be able to escape the assassination of the white spots. "We are not slaves to join you." The leader of the Windai clan took a deep breath and said with an embarrassed expression, "We will not let a demon beast clan with a profound void martial artist become a slave. If you join the Dragon Palace, you will be the leader of the Wind Arrow Division of the Dragon Palace. Your position will be second only to Prime Minister Gue." At this moment, Wang Xian spoke directly. The leader of the Windai clan looked at Wang Xian deeply. He gritted his sharp teeth and nodded his head heavily. "All right, our Windai clan agrees. It's one thing for you to agree. You still need to pass through the Dragon Gate. Only by passing through the Dragon Gate will you be qualified to become a member of our Dragon Palace." Prime Minister Gue smiled and pointed at the Dragon Gate behind him. "It's just an entrance. What's so difficult about passing through it?"
The leader of the Wind Eye clan had a solemn expression. "Take it." Wang Xian flicked his finger and a drop of blood that was emitting a golden glow flew in front of the leader of the Wind Eye clan. Looking at this drop of blood, he was shocked. What kind of blood is this? How can it possess such pure energy and a vast will? You'll know once you take it. Remember, don't resist. Wang Xian said solemnly. The leader of the Wind Eye clan showed hesitation on his face. In the end, he swallowed it directly. Instantly, the vast will wanted to enter his mind. Don't resist. It won't hurt you at all. Wang Xian's voice rang out again, causing the leader of the Wind Eye clan to have a drastic change in expression. He could sense the terrifying bloodline contained in the blood, but he could also sense the will contained in the blood. Consuming it would bring unimaginable benefits to his bloodline, but he would have to pay a price. Consume it. It's a demon beast at the insightful void level. If he is unwilling, we can't subdue it at all. Wang Xian stared at the leader of the Wind Eye clan. After a full minute, a smile finally appeared on Wang Xian's face. Leader of the Wind Eye clan, Mao Zisen pays his respects to the Dragon King. I swear to follow the Dragon King to the death. In front of the Dragon Palace, the leader of the Wind Eye clan, a powerhouse at the first level of the see-through void stage, flew directly to Wang Xian's side and bowed respectfully to him. Mao Zisen? You guys have your own surnames. Wang Xian looked at Mao Zisen with a hint of surprise on his face. Yes, Dragon King. Our Wind Eye clan once entered human society and lived with humans for a period of time. However, we were betrayed by humans, so we returned to the ocean once again. Mao Zisen replied respectfully. Wang Xian nodded. It was not unusual for demonic beasts to live together with humans. Looking at the first expert of the Dragon Palace who was at the profound void tier, Wang Xian was very satisfied. He had just arrived at the Transcendence continent, but he had already subdued an expert of the profound void tier. This was great news. Moreover, with the addition of the Wind Eye clan, the Dragon Palace's strength would be much stronger. How many people are there in the Wind Eye clan? Wang Xian asked directly. Reporting to the Dragon King, there are a total of 430 people in the Wind Eye clan. The people who came with me are the main force of the Wind Eye clan. Mao Zisen replied respectfully. Call all your clansmen over and break through the Dragon Gate. Wang Xian gave him an order. After breaking through the Dragon Gate, they would officially become members of the Dragon Palace. Only then could they enter the Dragon Palace to cultivate. It's the Dragon King. Mao Zisen nodded. He looked behind and roared. His clansmen immediately flew over. Mao Zisen didn't pay much attention to Wang Xian at the beginning. From his senses, Wang Xian's strength had yet to reach the insightful void realm. He was willing to join the Dragon Palace because of Prime Minister Gui's threat. However, after consuming Wang Xian's bloodline, his vast will allowed him to consume Wang Xian 100%. Even his will was 100% obedient. Come and pay your respects to the Dragon King, Mao Zisen said directly to his clansmen. The members of the Wind Eye clan were a little surprised by their leader's performance. However, they were 100% obedient when their leader gave the order. The Demon Beast clan was different from humans. The suppression of the Demon Beast bloodline was very great. The leader had the greatest authority in a clan. Although some Demon Beasts had learned the human etiquette, there was one thing that had not changed. The strong were king. Once a Demon Beast's strength had reached the first level of the see-through void tier, they could challenge the leader. After defeating the leader, they could become the king of the clan. It was slightly different from the human race. Greetings, Dragon King. The members of the Wind Eye race knelt in front of Wang Xian respectfully. Kiki, it seems like the poison we refined is quite effective. Ba Qi, who was at the side, looked satisfied when he saw the more than 100 members of the Wind Eye race behind him. Their faces were pale and they looked a little drowsy. Wang Xian smiled faintly. Get up. Do you see the Dragon Gate behind us? Charge through it. It's the Dragon King. They looked at their leader and nodded immediately. Then they moved and flew towards the Dragon Gate. The Dragon Gate was 2,000 meters wide and over 300 meters tall. It looked very impressive. However, all the members of the Wind Eye clan didn't take it seriously. They rushed towards the Dragon Gate. Ha! However, when they came to the side of the Dragon Gate, they felt a strong attraction and repulsive force. They suddenly had a feeling that as long as they passed through, it would be like a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate.
However, they found it extremely difficult to pass through. The members of the Wind Eye clan who looked down on them looked a little embarrassed. Soon their eyes began to burn. They had a strong desire in their hearts to rush over. They had to rush over. Come with us. I will teach you the cultivation method later. Wang Xian said to Mao Zedong and brought him into the Dragon Palace. Mao Zedong followed behind Wang Xian and entered the Dragon Palace. Immediately he felt a terrifying spiritual energy entering his body. A shocked expression appeared on his face as he stared at the magnificent buildings with his mouth agape. Even though he was a powerhouse at the dimension-sundering realm, this was the first time he had experienced such a powerful paradise. Joining the Dragon Palace and becoming the Dragon King's subordinate is indeed the best choice. His eyes were burning with passion. Prime Minister Gui is in charge of the operation of the entire Dragon Palace. When I'm not around, listen to his arrangements. It's the Dragon King, Wang Xian said to him. Mao Zedong nodded his head heavily. Are your clan good at archery? Do you have eye bloodline techniques? Prime Minister Gui asked from the side. That's right. Our Wind-Eyed Demon Beast clan has eye bloodline techniques. Can increase our vision by 5 times and allow us to see the flow of the wind clearly. We are best at archery. The supernatural ability that we have awakened is also beneficial to archery. In the Transcendence continent, our wind-eyed archery can be ranked among the top in the Transcendence continent. Mao Zedong said confidently. Archery skills. Not bad. What our Dragon Palace lacks at the moment is long-range attacks. Archers are very important in both attacking and defending the city. Wang Xian nodded his head. Archers were like snipers. Naturally, there was no need to mention the usefulness of a sniper on the battlefield. After practicing the divine wind dragon transformation, the wind-eyed demonic beasts would become even more terrifying. I'm in. Oh my god. Is this the Dragon Palace? What terrifying spiritual energy. Thank you, Dragon King. I've leaped through the Dragon Gate and possess the potential to become a divine dragon. I can't feel the upper limit of my bloodline. Haha, this is great, this is great. The excited voices of the wind-eyed demonic beasts could be heard from behind. Wang Xian also revealed a happy smile. The Wind-Eye clan could be considered to have been lured in by Prime Minister Gui's coaxing and threats. In addition to the mysteriousness and intimidation of the Dragon Palace, Mao Zedong had consumed his bloodline. However, this was also a great opportunity for them. In the next few days, apart from attracting the Wind-Eye Demon Beast clan, the migration of the Dragon Palace did not cause too much of a commotion. What made Wang Xian happy was that not only did he manage to subdue the Wind-Eyed Demon Beasts, he also obtained all the treasures of the Wind-Eyed Demon Beasts. There were not many precious treasures, but there was one that made Wang Xian's eyes burn with passion. The bloodline of the Wind-Eyed Demon Beasts. Currently, this bloodline was completely useless to the Wind-Eyed Demon Beasts. However, to Wang Xian this was a priceless treasure. Buzz. Just as Wang Xian was busy dealing with the matters of the Dragon Palace for the past 2 days, a message suddenly came from the communication stone plate. After reading this message, Wang Xian's elated mood turned cold. Zhang Fengying's family was wiped out. Now she was the only one who escaped. Her younger brother, her uncle, and her other relatives were all wiped out by the Ocean Cultivator army. Apart from her information, there was also information about Fengluan. Starmoon Kingdom began to counterattack. A kingdom's insightful emptiness realm expert was killed, and a town was occupied. Starmoon Kingdom couldn't just ignore this. They actually wiped out the Zhang family just because of my relationship with Zhang Fengying? Wang Xian's face was gloomy and extremely embarrassed. Wang Xian had met Zhang Fengying's nephew and her niece, Zhang Etian, especially Zhang Etian, the leader of the Amethyst mercenary group of the Demon Hunters Academy. She was a very tall and beautiful girl. He didn't expect the Ocean Cultivators to be so ruthless. He also didn't expect the Eastern Sea City to be so ruthless. They wanted to kill all of them just because of a little relationship. Now, Zhang Fengying had escaped to Dragon and Phoenix City. Wang Xian clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were filled with flames of anger. Xiao Xian, what happened? The 6 girls at the side saw Wang Xian's angry look and asked hurriedly. A family was wiped out because of me. Only one person managed to escape. Wang Xian heaved a sigh of relief and said in a deep voice,
Are we going out?
Guan Shuqing looked at Wang Xian and asked in a deep voice.
Yes, we are going out. Come with me. We can go and see Feng Luan. Wang Xian looked at the few girls and said, All right, we want to go to the Transcendence continent to take a look. The few girls nodded immediately. They had not gone out in the past few days since they came to the Transcendence continent. I won't go, Xiao Xian. Lan Qingyue suddenly said. Have you decided?
Wang Xian looked at her and asked seriously.
I've decided. Don't worry. Nothing will happen to me. Moreover, I'm basically in the ocean. Unless, one day, Xiaolan can block the sky, we will only appear in the starry sky of the Transcendence continent.
Lan Qingwei revealed a smile, a fighting spirit flashed in her eyes. We won't be in any danger. Moreover, I have a piece of soul returning with me. Even if something really happens, I believe that you will come looking for me. However, such a probability is almost non-existent.
All right. Wang Xian walked over and hugged her.
Don't worry, Xiao Xian. As the last legacy of the ancient god race and the owner of the ancient god's Kun rearing plant, I will become a powerhouse in no time. I will come back when the time comes. I will be back very soon. Lan Qingyue's eyes were slightly red as she lay in Wang Xian's embrace. Sister Qingyue, we'll miss you.
Guan Shuqing and the other girls hugged her.
With the communication stone plate, we can communicate frequently. Don't worry, I'll leave Xiao Xian to you guys. Don't let him drift away.
Don't worry, Qingyue. If he dares to drift away, we'll take care of him. Okay. I'm leaving. Little Xian, Shu Qing, Yin Xian, Qinglan, Agaya, Lingxiu.
After saying her goodbyes, Lan Qingwei moved and stood on Little Blue's body, swimming toward the depths of the vast ocean.
Wretch!
A special sound came from Little Blue's mouth, echoing within a radius of 100 li.
Lan Qingyue stood on Little Blue's head and looked at the incomparably deep ocean.
After inheriting the heritage of the ancient god race, the last bloodline of her ancient god race would be able to reproduce the divine power of the ancient god race.
When the voice of the Kuan resounded across the supernatural continent, it was the time for everyone to submit to her. Lan Qingyue's departure caused Wang Xian's bad mood to sink once again. Let's go. Let's go to Dragon and Phoenix City. Wang Xian took a deep breath and said to the few girls. All right, little Xian.
The 5 girls nodded.
After the 5 of them had consumed a large number of elixirs, the weakest one among them was at level 5 of the extraordinaire.
The strongest one was Sun Lingxiu. Her cultivation had reached level 7 of the extraordinaire and was the strongest among the girls. She had a light physique to begin with and her cultivation speed was about 10 times that of the members of the Dragon Palace. Coupled with the enhancement of the array formation of the Dragon Palace, her cultivation speed was simply heaven-defying.
Wang Xian relied on the consumption of various elixirs and water tribe to improve rapidly. On the other hand, she only consumed a portion of the elixirs while the rest relied on her own cultivation. It was extremely perverse.
Everyone flew out of the Dragon Palace. Ao Jian led his 10 subordinates to follow beside him while Ao Jian and the rest hid in the surroundings. Now that the Dragon Palace was on the right track, they were scouting out the ferocious and demonic beast races within a radius of 100 miles. They were preparing to devour them bit by bit. With Mao Zisen and existence at the insightful void level, their future development would be much smoother. Ha! When Wang Xian flew out of the ocean, he immediately sensed the gazes hidden in the surroundings. Wang Xian swept his gaze over and a look of astonishment appeared in his eyes.
There are so many spies. They should be investigating the matter of Dragon and Phoenix City. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. The name of Shanghai Town had been changed to Dragon and Phoenix City. Furthermore, someone had established the Dragon and Phoenix Empire here. The general of the Ocean Cultivator Army had been killed here. These matters could not be concealed. When news of Donghai City came, it caused a huge commotion. The city lord, Lei Feihu, was filled with shock. He immediately reported this matter to the king. When Starmoon Kingdom received this news, they were also filled with shock. A general had been beheaded, a town had been taken over, and a dynasty had been established. This was simply going against Starmoon Kingdom. However, they didn't make a move before they had a clear understanding of their opponent's strength. This caused the surroundings of Dragon Phoenix City to be filled with spies from Starmoon Kingdom. A town had been seized, and a general had been killed. This matter couldn't be resolved so easily. A war was inevitable. A bunch of damned fellows.
Wang Xian thought of Zhang Fengying's family and a hint of anger appeared on his face. Kill all the spies of Starmoon Kingdom.
It's the Dragon King.
Ao Yao's voice was heard and immediately disappeared from the surroundings. Wang Xian had arrived in Dragon Phoenix City for more than half a month. The city walls of Shahai Town had already been demolished. Dragon Phoenix City needed to be expanded. As the future imperial city, the future imperial capital, Fengluan was preparing to expand it wantonly.
One could see hundreds of thousands of people transporting stone materials.
With the protection of the formation, it didn't matter whether the city walls were there or not. Sir Wang. Hello, Sir Wang. Wang Xian had just flown to the side of Dragon Phoenix City when he heard respectful voices.
They looked at Wang Xian and then looked at Guan Shuqing and the rest who were beside Wang Xian. Their faces were filled with curiosity. Okay. Wang Xian nodded his head with a smile. His gaze swept across the surroundings.
As expected of the Empress. Everything is in perfect order. Wang Xian praised in his heart. He flew directly to the location of the mayor's residence. In the future, it would be the Royal Palace and the Imperial Palace. Flying was prohibited in Dragon Phoenix City even for the city guards. However, to others, Wang Xian was an exception. Even the leader of the city guards, Yan Wenshan, who was at level 2 of the see-through void stage, would not say anything. After all, this young man was a very special case in their eyes. His status could not even be compared to the loyal old servant of the Empress. Furthermore, this city was a gift from him to the Empress. Feng.
Sister Feng. Wang Xian, Guan Shuqing, and the rest shouted as they landed in the city lord's mansion. The few girls' voices were filled with joy. In the hall of the city lord's mansion, Feng Luan sat in the center. Beside her was the dean of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, Yu Chengzi, the leader of the Dragon and Phoenix City Guards, Yan Wenshan, and the commander of the Dragon and Phoenix Army, Mang Hong. Jin Chenyuan sat on the left and right respectively. Jin Chenyuan was also the mayor of Holy See Town, and his strength was at rank 9. More importantly, the boldness that Jin Chenyuan displayed during the siege of the demon beasts had won the hearts of the people. Now, Jin Chenyuan's position was the city lord of Dragon Phoenix City. Although there were still Feng Luan and 3 insightful Void Realm experts above the city lord, Jin Chenyuan also knew that if the Dragon Phoenix dynasty really became powerful in the future, he would be the city lord of the Imperial City. He would also be the founding minister of the Dragon Phoenix dynasty. Feng Luan, who was discussing the matter of Dragon Phoenix City in the hall, relaxed when she heard the voice from outside. She smiled and walked out. The 4 people in the hall looked at each other and knew who it was.
Only that young man could make their queen let go of all her worries. Shuqing, Lingxiu, Inxian, Ajiaya, Qinglan.
Feng Luan walked out of the hall and saw Guan Shuqing and the others. She smiled and went up to them.
Sister Feng Luan.
Guan Shuqing saw her walk out and walked over with an intimate expression. She gave her a hug.
Among the group of girls, Guan Shuqing and Feng Luan had the best relationship and were also the most intimate. Shuqing, I didn't expect you guys to come so soon.
Feng Luan grabbed her arm with a face full of affection and sized her up from top to bottom.
Eh? Where's Qingyue?
Feng Luan chatted with them warmly one by one and suddenly found that Lan Qingyue was not here. So she asked curiously. Sister Qingyue took Xiao Lan to explore the world alone.
Guan Shuqing explained to her. Is that so?
Feng Luan nodded her head slowly. Among Wang Xian's women, none of them were simple.
However, the most mysterious one was Lan Qingyue.
Even she could not see Lan Qingyue's potential clearly. Her weak strength gave her a terrifying sense of threat. Sister Feng Luan, we brought you many delicious things and beautiful clothes. A few girls took out some gifts from Earth and said to her happily.
Thank you, sisters. Let's go to my room. Feng Luan nodded. She didn't have the demeanor of a great empress but was more like an ordinary woman. Oh right, Miss Zhang Fengying is in Jin Liuyan's courtyard. You should go and see her. Feng Luan looked at Wang Xian and said suddenly. Okay. Wang Xian nodded. You guys catch up first. I'll go and take a look.
Zhang Fengying?
Seeing Wang Xian leave in a hurry, Guan Shuqin and the other girls raised their eyebrows and looked at Feng Luan. Sister Feng, who is Zhang Fengying? A very beautiful woman with a very hot figure. Feng Luan said directly. What? She has a hot figure like Sister Ajaya. Guan Shuqin screamed immediately. Her figure is even hotter than Sister Ajaya's. What's the relationship between Xiao Xian and her? I don't know. When I met Wang Xian, he already knew that beautiful woman. Moreover, their relationship was pretty good. This time, because of Wang Xian, their family was exterminated by the people of Donghai City. This. I knew that he wouldn't change. Pervert, this pervert. Shuqing, what you said is wrong. You even scolded us like shit. However, Xiao Xian is the same as a pervert. We'll talk about it when he comes back. Sister Feng Luan, let's go. Tell us, what have you been doing for the past 3 years? Wang Xian walked out and heard the angry voices of the girls behind him. He shook his head bitterly. When he arrived at Jin Liuyan's courtyard, he knocked on the door. You're here. Wang Xian, you're here. You're here to see. Jin Liuyan's voice was heard. When she opened the door and saw Wang Xian, her eyes lit up and she asked, Mem, is he inside? Wang Xian nodded his head. He's sitting there. Jin Liuyan pointed at Zhang Fengying, who was sitting in front of the pool in the courtyard, and sighed slightly. She sat there and looked at the small pool in front of her with empty eyes. Compared to when they parted, she looked much more haggard. The aura of a strong woman had completely disappeared, revealing a sense of weakness. I'm sorry. I've implicated your Zhang family. Wang Xian walked over and said slowly. No, it's not your fault. All of a sudden, Zhang Fengying turned around when she saw Wang Xian. She sat on the bench and hugged Wang Xian's body. She couldn't help but cry. Ever since she found out that her family was destroyed, she was in a trance. Her family was destroyed and she lost all her family members. Now that she saw Wang Xian, whom she knew, she couldn't help but cry. I will avenge your family members. I promise we will kill them all. Wang Xian's hands landed gently on her back and patted her gently. Phew, I'm sorry. I need to calm down. Zhang Fengying, who had been sobbing for a few minutes, suddenly stood up and wiped the tears from her eyes. She took a deep breath and walked straight into the room. Fengying, Wang Xian stretched out his hand but didn't know how to console her. If you have anything to say, you can tell me. If there's anything I can do, tell me. Wang Xian hesitated for more than 10 minutes before walking to the door and speaking to her. However, Zhang Fengying did not respond. Wang Xian was helpless and stayed outside the door for more than 2 hours. I'm staying in the mayor's residence next door. If there's anything you need, come and look for me. I'll look for you tomorrow. The sky gradually turned dark. After saying that, Wang Xian walked out. Jin Liuyan watched from the side and didn't say anything. What? Sister Feng Luan, we don't have to be afraid. Come back to the Dragon Palace with us and cultivate for 1 to 2 years. We will definitely beat them up. When Wang Xian arrived at the mayor's residence, he heard Guan Shuqing's voice coming from inside. It's not as simple as you think. The King of Starmoon Kingdom has already broken through to the 4th level of the Void Interpretation stage. The King of Starmoon Kingdom has broken through to the 4th level. There was a mistake earlier and it has been revised. The stronger we act, the more they will be afraid of us. Feng Luan shook her head and said to them, Did you run into any trouble? At this moment, Wang Xian pushed open the door and entered. He asked Feng Luan, According to the information we received, the General and Deputy General of the Starmoon Army have already led the Starmoon Army into East Sea City. They are accompanied by a deputy sect leader of the Skymoon sect. Feng Luan did not hide anything when she saw Wang Xian enter. Starmoon Army? Skymoon sect. Wang Xian looked at Feng Luan in confusion and asked her. The Star Moon Army is the strongest army in the Star Moon Kingdom. The leader is the younger brother of the current king, a level 3 see-through void martial artist. The Sky Moon sect is a sect in the Star Moon Kingdom. The deputy sect leader has the strength of a level 2 see-through void martial artist. Feng Luan explained to Wang Xian. On the transcendental continent, not only were there powerful kingdoms and empires, but there were also powerful sects, and divine sects. The Heavenly Moon sect was a powerful sect within the territory of Star Moon Kingdom. The
The sect was located on the Heavenly Moon Island next to Star Moon Kingdom, and there were 4 to 5 experts at the Profound Void tier within the sect. The sect master of the sect had the strength of a 3rd-level Profound Void tier expert. In the past, although the Heavenly Moon sect was located within the Star Moon Kingdom because it was located on an island, the Star Moon Kingdom wasn't able to restrict it at all. Because the Star Moon Kingdom was afraid of the strength of the sect master of the Heavenly Moon sect, the two sides had always treated each other as equals. The Heavenly Moon sect had over 20,000 disciples, and most of them were talented disciples recruited from the Star Moon Kingdom's major cities. However, now that the Star Moon Kingdom's king had broken through, it was obvious that he had suppressed the entire Heavenly Moon sect. The vice commander of the Star Moon army also has the strength of a level 2 Profound Void martial artist, and in addition to the East Sea City Lord, a level 1 Profound Void martial artist. However, as far as I know, these people are definitely not the only ones who have arrived, Feng Luan said as she slightly frowned. Currently, in Dragon Phoenix City, there were only 4 Profound Void martial artists in addition to her. However, she could not make a move because she wanted to act as a deterrent. Generals versus generals, kings versus kings. If even a king like her came out to fight, her strength would be exposed instantly. Star Moon Kingdom would also understand that the strongest person in this Dragon Phoenix Kingdom was a powerhouse at level 3 of the Insightful Void level. If that was the case, the king of Star Moon Kingdom might fly over directly and destroy this place. Have you thought of a solution? Wang Xian looked at her frowning face and asked worriedly. We still don't know the strength of our opponents. Star Moon Kingdom doesn't know our full strength either, so they will come over to test us. War against war. War against generals. If Star Moon Kingdom has a crushing victory, Star Moon Kingdom will basically be able to test out the strength of Dragon and Phoenix City. Feng Wan spoke one by one. Although Holy Sea Town was only a town, it was not that easy to take it down. If he had chosen East Sea City back then, all the top-notch experts of Star Moon Kingdom would have gathered here by now. There was still room for maneuver after taking down a town. Will the strength of the Star Moon army be stronger than your subordinates? Wang Xian looked at Feng Luan. Her army of more than 1,000 people was at least a level 7 supernatural realm expert. Although there were fewer people in this army, it was definitely very terrifying. Unless all the elite forces of the Star Moon Kingdom are mobilized, there really aren't any experts with the strength of the Dragon and Phoenix army. A smile appeared on Feng Luan's face. She was very proud of building a powerful army within 2 years. One had to know that a rank 7 transcendent expert could build a pretty good family in a town. A rank 9 transcendent expert would be a peak expert in East Sea City. We'll deal with it when the time comes. Feng Wan shook her head and looked at Guan Shuqin and the others. Sisters, Dragon Phoenix City is still under construction. There's nothing fun about it, but I can bring you to try the delicacies here. Sure. We haven't tried the dishes here yet. The few girls nodded their heads excitedly. Oh right. Xiao Xian. What's up with that beauty, Zhang Fengying? Ajaya suddenly asked Wang Xian. She really wanted to see what that beauty who was even more popular than her looked like. This. Wang Xian revealed a bitter expression and told her everything helplessly. A few girls glared at him but didn't say anything. They walked out together with Feng Luan. Feng Luan changed her appearance so that the citizens of Dragon Phoenix City wouldn't be able to recognize her. After staying in Dragon Phoenix City for 2 days in a row, Wang Xian accompanied Xu Qing and the rest out for a stroll during the day. In the afternoon, he went to visit Zhang Fengying and felt a lot more relaxed. Reporting to your majesty, there's news from the front. There's a large group of people heading towards our Dragon Phoenix City. On the morning of the 3rd day, Jin Chenyuan anxiously came to the hall and reported loudly. Are they here? Feng Wan directly stood up with a solemn expression on her face. Have you estimated the strength of the other party? Feng Luan directly walked toward the east gate and said with a gloomy face and cold eyes. The flag of the Star Moon Army has a total of 10,000 people. There are also over 10,000 people in East Sea City, a total of 20,000 people. We don't know exactly how many experts there are, but the Black Fiend battle team of the Star Moon Army is here. We don't know who is the Void interpretation expert. Mang Hong and the other 2 lords have already left the city to welcome them. Jean Chenyuan reported with an embarrassed expression. Has the Black Fiend battle team made their move?
Feng Wan's face revealed a trace of solemnity. The Star Moon Army had 5 great battle teams, and the strongest one was the Black Fiend battle team. The Black Fiend battle team's mount, the Black Fiend Beast, was a type of extremely powerful fierce beast. The weakest one was at least at rank 6 extraordinary, and it was the Star Moon Army's trump card.
This time, the Black Fiend battle team was sent out directly. It seemed that the Star Moon Kingdom paid more attention to this Dragon Phoenix Kingdom that had suddenly appeared. Xiao Xian. Sister Feng Luan seems to be in trouble. Guan Shuqing and the rest saw Feng Luan walking out anxiously. They frowned and said to Wang Xian. Wang Xian revealed a contemplative look. Ao Jian, send someone to call the Wind Eye clan over. Also, call the Strange Demon clan over. Let the Strange Demon clan hide first, so that they won't be discovered by void interpretation experts.
He said to Ao Jian, who was outside. He looked at the few girls and said, let's go and take a look too. All right, if we can help Sister Feng Luan, then help her more. We are her only family.
Guan Shuqing and the rest nodded and said to Wang Xian. Don't worry, I will help her become the Empress again.
Wang Xian revealed a hint of confidence in his eyes. What's going on?
The army of Star Moon Kingdom is attacking us. These damn bastards. Bastards, kill them all. They didn't come to rescue us. In such a short period of time, so many soldiers have come. Kill them all.
Kill those bastards of Star Moon Kingdom. In Dragon Phoenix City, when the citizens heard that the army of Star Moon Kingdom was attacking them, their faces were filled with rage. One by one, the citizens walked toward the East Gate with furious faces.
When Wang Xian and the group of women arrived at the East Gate, they saw an army rushing towards them from a distance of 3 to 4 kilometers away.
In the sky, 5 people were flying in the sky.
An old man dressed in yellow armor and holding a long spear was in the middle. On the left and right sides, there were 2 middle-aged men and 2 old men.
Each of their eyes were like torches. Their terrifying aura was not concealed at all. A group of 5 people with thousands of troops and horses rushed over with an aura that could ride the wind and break the waves. When the people who came to the East Gate saw this scene, their faces changed drastically.
Feng Luan did not leave the city. She stared ahead with an expressionless face. Yu Chengzi, Yen Wenshan, and Mang Hong floated in the sky. Below them were more than 1,000 soldiers of the Dragon and Phoenix Legion. The 3 of them stared coldly at the 5 people 3 kilometers away. The more than 1,000 soldiers of the Dragon and Phoenix Legion also stared fixedly at the people of Star Moon Kingdom.
I, Xingguang, am the general of the Star Moon Legion.
I, Zhu Xiuwei, am the Vice-General of the Star Moon Army. I am the Vice-Sect Master of the Heavenly Moon Sect, the Heavenly Moon Star Brilliance. I am the Heavenly Moon Sect's Elder, the Heavenly Moon Sun. I am the City Lord, Lei Feihu. At this moment, 5 people who were floating in the sky and emitting a terrifying aura 3 kilometers away suddenly spoke.
Their voices covered the entire Dragon and Phoenix City, and everyone could hear them clearly. What? The general of the Star Moon Army.
Oh my God. It's the general of the Star Moon Kingdom, the Star Moon Army, and the experts of the Heavenly Moon Sect.
It's Xingguang. It's him. It's actually Xingguang, a top-notch expert of the Star Moon Kingdom who once slaughtered 100,000 ferocious beasts by himself.
He's incomparably powerful. It can't be.
The Star Moon Kingdom actually produced such a terrifying expert.
That's an existence at the 3rd level of the Profound Void tier. The Heavenly Moon Sect actually interfered. When their voices spread throughout the entire Dragon Phoenix City, everyone's bodies stiffened. The names of these few people were like thunder that resounded in everyone's ears.
In comparison, their former city lord, Lei Feihu, had the lowest status amongst this group of people.
Especially the name Xing Guanghuan. Everyone in Star Moon Kingdom knew of him. He was the general of the Star Moon Army, and he controlled the most powerful army in Star Moon Kingdom. They were also very familiar with the Heavenly Moon Sect, the most powerful sect in Star Moon Kingdom. There were tens of thousands of elite disciples in the sect, and they were extremely powerful.
Each and every name caused everyone in Dragon Phoenix City to reveal frightened expressions, and they discussed in fear.
This time, all the people were on tenterhooks. After all, the group of people in front of them were a group of legendary figures. In the past, they had only heard of names. Just the name alone was enough to cause them to feel incomparable reverence. Now that they were actually here to attack them, how could they not feel fear and fear? The Dragon Phoenix dynasty dares to occupy the towns of our Star Moon Kingdom and establish a dynasty. They really don't put us in their eyes. Xing Guanghong, who was floating in the middle, revealed a cold expression. His gaze stared at Mang Hong and his eyes flickered with a cold killing intent. Your Star Moon Kingdom's territory? No. Yu Qingzi, who held a feather fan in his hand, waved the fan in his hand. When the ferocious beasts and demon beasts attacked the city, you gave up on this town. After that, this town also gave up on your Star Moon Kingdom. What about your territory? That's right. When Holy Sea Town was once subjected to a destructive attack, what about Star Moon Kingdom's rescue? What about Star Moon Kingdom's insightful emptiness realm experts? Now that we've defended the town and broken away from Star Moon Kingdom, instead, insightful emptiness realm experts have come to invade us one after another. Haha, what a joke! At the rear, Jin Shenyuan roared loudly. Where were you when we were in despair? Now you're even fucking attacking us. Everyone from Star Moon Kingdom, scram. Get out of our place. This is the Dragon Phoenix city that we've defended. Scram. We're not from your Star Moon Kingdom. Scram. Jin Shenyuan's words also stirred up the anger of some of the citizens and they roared loudly from behind. HMBitch, you're too stubborn. Xing Guanghuan heard the voice coming from ahead and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He snorted coldly and said, I'd like to see what kind of strength you have to dare establish a dynasty in our territory. Soldiers of the Star Moon Army, get ready. He raised the long spear in his hand and roared. Yes, it was the soldiers of the Star Moon Army who responded to him. Yes, a cold killing intent resounded in the sky. It could be heard clearly even within a radius of dozens of miles. I'm warning you. Remove the formation and surrender immediately. Otherwise, kill everyone without mercy. Xing Guanghuan roared and warned them. Prepare to face the enemy. However, Mang Hong's cold voice responded to his warning. Good. It seems that all of you have become enemies of Star Moon Kingdom. Xing Guanghuan stared at Mang Hong and gripped the spear in his hand tightly. You dare to kill the general of Star Moon Kingdom and occupy the cities and towns of Star Moon Kingdom. All of you will die. Lei Feihu's eyes similarly flickered with a cold glint as he roared in a low voice. Get out of our Dragon Phoenix Empire's territory. Otherwise, kill. Mang Hong did not show any signs of weakness as he glared at them and roared with killing intent. Kill. Below, the Dragon Phoenix Army's 1,000-plus people did not show any signs of weakness in the face of 20,000 enemies as they roared loudly. At this instant, the 1,000-plus people instantly unleashed their full strength. At the lowest level of Transcendent Level 7, there were more than 20 half-step void interpretation experts and more than 100 Transcendent Level 9 experts. The moment this aura burst out, it slightly shocked the Star Moon Army. Even the pupils of Xing Guang and the 5 powerful void interpretation experts in the sky slightly constricted. There are more than 20 half-step void interpretation experts and there are more than 100 Transcendent Level 9 experts. Lei Feihu's eyes widened, revealing a hint of shock. Where did they come from? How can there be so many top-notch experts? Xing Guangheng's expression slowly sank. More than 20 half-step void interpretation experts and more than 100 rank 9 transcendents. Fortunately, the Heavenly Moon Sect's core force came this time. Otherwise, they wouldn't be their match. As he spoke, he looked at the 2 elders on the left. I also didn't expect that we, the Heavenly Moon Soul Chaser, would be needed. The 2 elders frowned slightly. The Heavenly Moon Sect had been forcefully taken over by the Star Moon Kingdom a few months ago and became a subsidiary sect. In fact, the Heavenly Moon Sect had existed for a longer time than the Star Moon Kingdom. The Heavenly Moon Sect had existed for more than 3,000 years. At that time, the sect master of the Heavenly Moon Sect had the terrifying strength of a rank 6 profound void martial artist. However, after the death of the old sect master, the Heavenly Moon Sect had declined somewhat. Today, it had actually been taken over by the Star Moon Kingdom. However, they had no other way. The current Star Moon Kingdom was not something their Heavenly Moon Sect could contend against.
This time, they followed the orders of the Star Moon King and brought the core strength of the Star Moon sect, the Heavenly Moon Soul Chaser.
The Heavenly Moon Soul Chaser had a total of 500 people. The strongest people in the entire Heavenly Moon sect had all joined the Heavenly Moon Soul Chaser.
Of the 500 people, the weakest was at rank 6 Transcendent, the strongest was at half-step Profound Void stage, and there were 11 people at half-step Profound Void stage. Although there weren't more than 100 rank 9 Transcendents, there were still more than 40 people. This was all the power that the Heavenly Moon sect possessed back then, when they weren't restricted by the Star Moon Kingdom.
It was also the heritage left behind by the Heavenly Moon sect after 3,000 years of inheritance.
With the power of the Heavenly Moon Soul Chaser, the Black Fiend battle team of the Star Moon Army and the soldiers of the Ocean Cultivator Army, we can deal with this group of people. Xingguang's eyes flickered as he stared at the 1,000-plus people of the Dragon and Phoenix Army.
The strength of these 1,000-plus people was already comparable to the strongest army in Star Moon Kingdom, and was even slightly stronger. This time, if it wasn't for the Heavenly Moon sect's presence, they really didn't have the slightest bit of confidence. It's also fortunate that His Highness is wise enough to send our Star Moon Army's Black Fiend battle team. Standing beside Xingguang, the Star Moon Army's deputy commander, Zhu Xiuwei, who held a red staff in his hand, slightly narrowed his eyes as he spoke indifferently.
The Black Fiend battle team was the strongest battle team in Star Moon Kingdom's strongest army, the Star Moon Army. It could be said that the Black Fiend battle team was the strongest battle team in the entire Star Moon Kingdom. Only the cream of the crop in the army had the qualifications to enter this battle team.
The battle team had a total of 2,000 people, but there were dozens of extraordinary 9th rank experts among them. There were even quite a number of half-step void interpretation experts. One should never underestimate the strength of a kingdom. With thousands of years of foundation and hundreds of millions of citizens, the possibility of nurturing dozens of extraordinary 9th rank experts was still very high.
This was especially so for some kingdoms. In order to nurture elite warriors, they would nurture bloodline warriors.
For example, the half-step void interpretation bloodline that Wang Xian sold last time. After a kingdom purchased it, they would nurture such bloodline warriors.
With the support of the kingdom, it was possible to nurture dozens of half-step void interpretation warriors.
The captain of the Black Fiend battle team was an expert with the Black Fiend beast bloodline. His bloodline level had reached the peak. The ferocious beasts under him were also at the half-step void interpretation level.
When combined with the Black Fiend beast, their strength was extremely terrifying.
This was also one of the reasons why Feng Luan's expression was grave when she heard the Black Fiend battle team. Star Moon Kingdom's warriors, kill this group of intruders for me. Kill this group of traitors.
Zhu Xiuwei raised the staff in his hand and gave an order.
Kill! Roar, roar, roar. An angry roar and the roar of a fierce beast. In the middle of the two soldiers, a group of 2,000 soldiers who were emitting a terrifying aura were clad in black armor. The armor covered their entire bodies, leaving only a pair of cold eyes.
Beneath them was a 3 to 4 meter long beast. The beast was also completely black, even its eyes were black. They had 2 huge fangs and their limbs were covered with dense spikes.
Boom!
Boom! Boom! The order to attack had been given and the beast began to roar.
Kill! The 20,000 soldiers at the back, ranging from Transcendent Level 4 to half-step void interpretation, charged forward in a frenzy. The advantage in numbers and the earth-shattering roars caused the entire Dragon and Phoenix City to tremble.
They are going to fight together.
There are too many of them.
Damn it, are they going to fight with me? Kill them. Some of the citizens in the formation of Dragon and Phoenix City revealed furious expressions. Some of them even charged out with furious expressions.
Can we deal with them? At this moment, Wang Xian saw Feng Luan who was standing in front of him. He walked over and asked in a deep voice. Yes.
Feng Luan looked at the 20,000 enemies who were charging over. A faint smile appeared on her face. As long as Star Moon Kingdom does not deploy all their forces, we can deal with them. Mang Hong and the rest can also deal with the 5 insightful Emptiness Realm experts.
That's good. Wang Xian nodded his head. Whoosh.
At this moment, a voice that Wang Xian was familiar with came through the formation and charged towards the battlefield outside.
Wang Xian was stunned for a moment before he frowned. Ao Jian, you guys go and protect her. The other 5 strange demons are also following by her side.
Wang Xian said immediately.
Hearing his anxious voice, Feng Luan, Guan Shuqing, and the other girls looked at the figure who was charging towards the battlefield. They were slightly enlightened and glared at Wang Xian.
With just you people, you still want to destroy our Dragon Phoenix Empire? Dream on.
Face the enemy. Mang Hong roared.
Kill.
The more than 1,000 soldiers of the Dragon Phoenix army also started to move. Even if it was 1,000 against 20,000, they did not show any signs of weakness. They did not even lose in terms of imposing manner. In the sky, the 5 insightful Emptiness Realm experts from Starmoon Kingdom fixed their eyes on Mang Hong and the other 2. Mang Hong and the other 2 did not show any signs of weakness. They gripped the weapons in their hands tightly, ready to fight at any moment. Soldiers versus soldiers. Generals versus generals.
In the face of an overwhelming power, no one dared to act rashly. General Xing, there's no need for us to act in a hurry. Today, we'll let everyone see the Heavenly Moon Soul Chaser that can match up to you. The Heavenly Moon Sect's Vice Sect Master, Tianyu Xinghua, revealed a faint smile on his face as he spoke to Xing Guanghan.
Tianyu chases the soul and seeks death, killing enemies thousands of miles away. Today, I want to experience it.
Xing Guanghan smiled and said,
Okay. Tianyu Xinghua revealed a proud expression. Tianyu chases the soul. He shouted softly. At this moment, at the back of the army, there was a group of 500 people. Their clothes did not fit the soldiers in front of them. There was no armor on their bodies, only a green light armor.
When Tianyu Xinghua finished speaking, the arms of the 500 people shook. Gorgeous bows and arrows appeared in their hands.
The 500 people narrowed their eyes and a trace of coldness appeared in their eyes. A special metal bow and arrow appeared on the bow.
Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh!
Before the 2 armies collided, terrifying arrows shot toward the Dragon and Phoenix army.
Defend!
The deputy commander at the front of the Dragon and Phoenix Legion saw the incoming arrows and his expression changed slightly. A huge earth shield appeared in front of him.
The rest of the people hurriedly defended. Because there were fewer people, the moment they blocked the arrows, the momentum completely disappeared.
Ah!
However, at this moment, a scream was heard.
The expression of the vice leader of the Dragon and Phoenix Legion changed slightly. Mang Hong, who was floating in the sky, also had a huge change in expression. He looked down and found that more than 10 people had been hit by arrows and were instantly heavily injured.
He stared ahead and his expression instantly darkened.
The 500 people didn't have the slightest expression as they drew their bows again and aimed.
Tianyu, Soul Chaser! The 500 people shouted at the same time and 500 terrifying arrows attacked once again. Not good, it's the Heavenly Moon Sect's Heavenly Moon Soul Chaser. Feng Huan, who was standing at the back, had a huge change in expression. The Heavenly Moon Sect actually used all of their elites.
It's the Heavenly Moon Soul Chaser. Oh my god. It's the Heavenly Moon Sect's strongest trump card. Heavenly Moon Soul Chaser. It's the Heavenly Moon Soul Chaser. In the past, Starmoon Kingdom had 2 large sects, but in the end, the Heavenly Moon Sect was directly destroyed in the battle.
At that time, the Heavenly Moon Sect's Heavenly Moon Soul Chaser was famous throughout the world and even the Starmoon royal family was extremely fearful of it.
Within Dragon Phoenix City, when some of the citizens heard their voices, shock appeared on their faces.
The Heavenly Moon Soul Chaser, 1 arrow killing.
Sky Moon, Soul Chasing, 1 arrow killing. This was a legendary existence in Starmoon Kingdom. There were only 2 legends in Starmoon Kingdom. One was the Starmoon royal family, and the other was the Sky Moon Island.
Now, 2 powerful factions had actually joined forces to attack their Dragon Phoenix City, causing the citizens in the city to reveal embarrassed expressions.
Whoosh!
Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, the second round of attacks arrived. Arrows pierced through the air and instantly appeared in front of the Dragon Phoenix army. Defend! The deputy leader of the Dragon Phoenix army roared. This time, even though they were prepared, more than a dozen people still fell to the ground under the terrifying arrows.
The Heavenly Moon Chasing Soul was not as simple as it sounded. Archers were like snipers on the battlefield.
Especially under such circumstances, their surroundings were all empty. There were 20,000 soldiers in front of them to help them defend against their opponents. Their 500 people did not have any worries at all. And among the 500 people of the Heavenly Moon Soul Chaser, all of them were top-tier existences. The weakest was at Transcendent Level Rank 6, and the strongest was at Half-Step Void Interpretation. When the two armies fought, if one side had archers behind them, the side without archers would definitely be afraid during the battle, because you didn't know when a bow and arrow would fly over and sink into your forehead. Especially such top-tier archers. The people of Dragon Phoenix City revealed embarrassed expressions. Those experts who went out to help in the battle were basically killed in an instant. Zhang Fengying, who had rushed out, would have been pierced through by an arrow if Ao Jian and the others had not helped to block the arrow. This made her extremely embarrassed as she stood there with clenched fists. I didn't expect that Star Moon Kingdom would actually send out so many experts. This is almost 2/3 of the entire Star Moon Kingdom's strength. Feng Luan frowned, her expression somewhat unsightly. King Feng, what should we do now? The other party actually sent out so many experts, and there's even the Heavenly Moon Sect's Heavenly Moon Soul Chaser. Jin Chenyuan came to Feng Luan's side and said with an unsightly expression, "Kill!" As he spoke, the Dragon Phoenix Army's 1,000+ people had already collided with Star Moon Kingdom's army. The first to bear the brunt was the powerful Black Fiend battle team. 1,000 men against 20,000 men. If it weren't for the 500 archers at the rear, they wouldn't have been afraid at all. However, the archers at the rear forced them to guard against the arrows that suddenly attacked them. Moreover, as the core strength of the Heavenly Moon Sect, the Heavenly Moon Soul Chaser could easily hit a person even in a densely packed crowd. Even for such an expert, he could even control the trajectory of the arrow. The instant collision caused the Dragon and Phoenix Legion to be at a complete disadvantage. Mang Hong and the other two saw the archers behind them. Their faces revealed a furious expression as they tightly gripped the weapons in their hands. However, at the opposite position, 5 auras locked onto them. Hee, let me show you how terrifying our Tianyu Soul Chaser is. At the back, 500 people stood in a row with proud expressions on their faces. A middle-aged man's lips curled up slightly and his face was filled with confidence. Feng Wan stood there and watched as dozens of soldiers were killed in less than a minute. She clenched her fists. These were the subordinates that she had painstakingly groomed. Every time she lost one of them, it would cause her great heartache. The war between soldiers has already been lost. I can only... Feng Wan's eyes were filled with determination as she looked at Mang Hong and the other two. Wait, it's not over yet. However, before she could finish her sentence, Wang Xian patted her shoulder and looked to the left of the battlefield. Huh? Wang Xian, what do you have? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as she opened her mouth, she heard the sound of arrows piercing through the air. Every round of attacks would result in the deaths of at least a dozen soldiers of the Dragon and Phoenix Army. Now, they were already fighting with the soldiers of the Star Moon Army. Without any defense, there would be more casualties. Feng Luan frowned and quickly looked over. Arrows shot at the soldiers of the Dragon and Phoenix Army from a tricky angle. Oh no! They are no match for them. Those 500 guys with archers are too cunning. It's over, it's over. Our Dragon and Phoenix Empire will not be. At this moment, not only Feng Wan's expression was extremely ugly, even the citizens of Dragon Phoenix City were somewhat desperate. This suppression was too great. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as everyone's faces were filled with embarrassment and even closed their eyes, the sound of wind whistling came from the left. Numerous green light spots were like meteorites that fell from the sky. It's over. I'm going to die. On the battlefield, dozens of people from the Dragon and Phoenix Legion looked at the arrows that were almost in front of them, their eyes filled with despair. Haha, go to hell. Beside their ears, the excited roars of the Star Moon Legion soldiers could be heard. Bang, bang, bang. Just when they were filled with despair and thought that they were going to die, an intense collision sound suddenly rang out in front of them. The arrow that was right in front of them was directly struck by an arrow that was condensed from green wind attribute energy, and it fell towards the ground. The soldiers of the Dragon and Phoenix Legion revealed shocked expressions on their faces. Even the soldiers of the Star Moon Legion who were surrounding them also had shocked expressions on their faces. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment, the sound of an arrow piercing through the air rang out once again. The expressions of the soldiers of the Dragon and Phoenix Legion instantly changed. However, when they glanced behind them, they were shocked to discover that the heavenly moon soul chaser behind them did not attack. The sound came from the left. Cloud-piercing arrow. A soft shout came from the left and everyone hurriedly looked to the left. Xingguang, the 5 insightful void martial experts, Mang Hong, and the other 3, as well as Feng Luan and everyone in Dragon and Phoenix City, all looked to the left. What entered their eyes was a group of green-colored demonic beasts with long arms and 2 horns on their heads flying over. Their bodies were emitting green energy, and they held a longbow in their hands. This green longbow was much larger than an ordinary bow. Everyone's faces were filled with astonishment. Ah! At this moment, a miserable cry sounded on the battlefield. Everyone looked over and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. A hollow position appeared in the center of the entire battlefield. Corpses lay on the ground, their bodies crisscrossing the entire battlefield. There were people who were still alive on the ground, groaning in pain. Out of over 300 arrows, 3,000 to 4,000 people had fallen. Even the members of the Black Fiend battle team had dozens of people lying on the ground, not moving at all. A neat bloody scar appeared on the battlefield. A cloud-piercing arrow, and a bloody cloud. Hiss. Looking at the thousands of corpses on the battlefield, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. What terrifying archery skills! An arrow actually pierced through so many people. This is simply too terrifying. Is this our queen's trump card? This is too powerful. What kind of demonic beast race is that? What formidable strength, what terrifying archery skills. In Dragon and Phoenix City, everyone looked at the cyan-colored figures flying towards them in shock. Their slender bodies and arms, as well as their cyan-colored skin, gave off a different kind of coldness. Musician's gaze was like a torch. His cyan-colored pupils scanned the surroundings. His gaze landed on Wuxia and flew towards him. A group of more than 500 strong people from the Wind Eye clan was emitting a cyan glow. They arrived in front of the east gate of Dragon and Phoenix City in an instant. Compared to 6 to 7 days ago, the current Wind Eye clan had undergone a huge change. After cultivating the Wind Attribute Divine Dragon transformation, their bloodline had undergone a huge transformation, even though they had only stayed in the Dragon Palace for 6 to 7 days. However, with the spiritual energy in the Dragon Cave, 1 day of cultivation was equivalent to 16 days outside. 6 to 7 days of cultivation was equivalent to more than 3 months of continuous cultivation without sleep. The transformed Wind Eye clan was even more powerful. This was also the first time Wuxia saw the archery skills of the Wind Eye clan. Back then, Mao Zedong only shot 1 arrow and landed on Xiaolan. As a koan, the most powerful thing was its defense. At that time, Xiaolan was not injured at all. After that, she became a member of the Dragon Palace under the threat of Prime Minister Gue. Now, the Wind Arrow clan of the Dragon Palace. The weakest among them was at level 6 of the Extraordinary Realm. Now that they had undergone a metamorphosis, their strength had been raised to a whole new level. There were more than 300 members of the Wind Eye clan. The weakest among them could even fight against a level 7 of the Extraordinary Realm. The Wind Eye clan, which was already quite strong, was now even more terrifying. Today, they could be considered to have completely displayed the strength of the Wind Eye clan. King! Mao Zedong flew to the front of Wuxia and greeted him respectfully. In front of the others, Wuxia did not reveal his identity as the Dragon King to avoid causing unnecessary trouble. King! The members of the Wind Eye clan behind him also greeted Wuxia respectfully. Assist them. Wuxia did not say much and ordered Mao Zedong directly. Yes. Mao Zedong nodded and flew into the sky. A group of people from the Wind Eye clan lined up in a row. Mao Zedong, who was standing at the front, had no emotion in his eyes. Boom. Damn, it's Lord Wang's subordinate. Haha. Lord Wang has called people over. Oh my god. That cool creature in the center seems to be a void interpretation level powerhouse. It's too powerful. Their archery skills are so strong. Now that Lord Wang has called people over to help, we are not afraid of them at all. What is Lord Wang's identity? Even void interpretation experts call him king. The people of Dragon Phoenix City who were not far away heard the words of Mao Zedong and the others and looked at them in shock.
Looking at the same line of the Wind Eye clan, they were excited. That cloud-piercing arrow just now killed thousands of people. It was simply too cool.
This.
Feng Luan's eyes flickered. Her eyes were also filled with shock.
He was very clear about the strength of the Dragon Palace. When he left, there was not a single person at the first level of the extraordinary realm. However, now, there was actually a subordinate at the insightful void realm leading a group of powerful subordinates. She knew that the increase in Wang Xian's strength was very terrifying. However, the speed. Wasn't it too fast?
He stared at Wang Xian in disbelief. What greeted him was Wang Xian raising his head slightly proudly, which made her feel amused.
Where did this demonic beast come from? How could it be so strong? The one standing at the front is an expert at the insightful void tier. I can't tell his actual strength.
Meanwhile, Xing Guang and the other 5 people in the sky saw the sudden appearance of the Wind Eye clan, and their faces immediately darkened.
Especially when they saw a profound void tier powerhouse appear out of nowhere, their expressions became somewhat solemn. They actually have the help of the Demon Beast clan. Lei Feihu's face was also filled with shock and his gaze flickered as he stared at Mao Zedong.
Up until now, the queen of the Dragon Phoenix Kingdom had yet to appear. Instead, another profound void tier powerhouse had appeared, which made their hearts even more vigilant.
This demon beast race is somewhat familiar. The Heavenly Moon Sect's Heavenly Moon Star Flower looked at the wind-eyed race with a contemplative expression.
However, while the group of profound void tier experts were conversing, the battle below continued.
Archery, what kind of demon beast is this? It actually wants to compete with us in archery.
At the Heavenly Moon Soul Chaser's position, a group of 500 people stared at the members of the wind-eyed race in the sky from afar. Their faces revealed an icy expression.
No matter what kind of demonic beasts they are, since they want to compete with us in archery skills, let's show these beasts our strength, hee. A middle-aged man from Sky Moon Soul Chaser laughed with confidence. He moved his arm and took out a special arrow. Shoot them all down. Another old man shouted and instantly pulled the bowstring to its maximum.
Tornado arrow.
In the Wind Eye clan, an old man from the Wind Eye clan ordered in a deep voice. Buzz. In an instant, all the members of the Wind Eye clan drew the bows in their hands. Their arms lit up with a green light. Whoosh. 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 In an instant, the attack of the Wind Eye clan was launched while the members of the Heavenly Moon Chasing Soul clan were preparing to attack.
A green arrow was spinning rapidly at the tip of the arrow, as if it was about to tear through the air and attack Sky Moon Soul Chaser's 500 men.
Damn, what speed! Sky Moon Soul Chaser's members' expressions changed slightly. If the opponent's attack was launched, they had to dodge or shoot down the arrow. No matter which one it was, it would cause them to lose the initiative. Whoosh! 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 They directly released the arrows in their hands and shot at the tornado arrows. Boom!
The arrows collided one after another, causing the arrows of both sides to lose their direction. Meanwhile, the arrows of over 100 Sky Moon Soul Chaser experts who were not attacked continued to attack the Wind Eye clan.
Buzz! Over 100 members of the Wind Eye clan waved their arms, drew their bows and arrows, and shot them out casually. After the arrows were shot out, they turned into shields under everyone's astonished gazes. When Heavenly Moon Chasing Soul's arrows landed on the shields, they instantly lost most of their power.
What? The arrows are being released to freely transform. What kind of archery technique is this? When they saw that the arrows shot out by the Wind Eye clan actually turned into shields, Heavenly Moon Chasing Soul and the others' expressions changed slightly, and they revealed shocked expressions.
This seems to be the Wind Eye illusion arrow. Wherever the arrow reaches, there will be a myriad of changes. Killing comes first. That's right, it's the Wind Eye illusion arrow.
Suddenly, the Heavenly Moon Sect's Vice Sect Master, Tian Yuxing Hua, who was standing in the void, saw the scene and thought of a legendary demonic beast race. His face revealed a shocked expression. What Wind Eye illusionary arrow? Xing Guang heard Tian Yuxing Hua's words and frowned as he looked at him. You still remember?
Tian Yuxing Hua recalled as a hint of shock flashed in his eyes.
Just as he was speaking, the elder from the Wind Eye clan looked ahead with a calm expression.
Let them witness our Wind Eye clan's new divine ability and let them know that the Wind Eye illusion arrow has returned. As the elder spoke, he slowly drew the longbow in his hand. There was nostalgia, coldness, and a trace of killing intent. Yes. All the members of the Wind Eye clan nodded, their eyes revealing a cold green light. Wind Eye illusion arrow, Wind Dragon. Wind Eye illusionary arrow, Wind Dragon. The old man shouted, and all the members of the 2 rows shouted. Wind Eye illusionary arrow, Wind Dragon, was the first divine ability they had comprehended after possessing the divine dragon bloodline. It was also the most powerful divine ability they had mastered. Attack! More than 300 members of the Wind Eye clan lined up neatly, their bodies emitting a dense green light. Roar! The moment the bow was fully drawn, a dragon's roar was heard from above. Roar, roar, roar! The moment it was released, an inviolable pressure was emitted from the arrow. This pressure carried traces of pressure. Not good. Just as he was introducing the Wind Eye illusion arrow to Xing Guanghun, he heard the roar and hurriedly looked over. A frightened expression appeared on his face as he hurriedly looked down. He moved and wanted to attack, but at this moment cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He looked over and found that the Mayazine arrow was aimed at him. On his bow, a 1-meter-long wind dragon was circling above it as if it could launch a fatal attack at any time. Tianyu Xinghua's pupils contracted slightly, and he quickly shouted to the group of Tianyu soul chasers below, "Hurry up and dodge." Eh? The Tianyu soul chasers who had their bowstrings fully drawn were already prepared to face the Wind Eye clan's incoming arrows. They were momentarily stunned. Attack! At this moment, Yu Qingzi, who held a feather fan in his hand, swept his gaze across the Wind Eye clan. When he saw this situation, he directly said, "Haha, kill?" Mang Hong heard Yu Qingzi's words and roared loudly. His entire person was like a prehistoric ferocious beast as he directly attacked Xing Guanghun. Yan Wanshan, who was at the side, slightly moved the red staff in his hand. A terrifying chain directly attacked the vice commander of the Star Moon Army. A battle at the profound void tier was about to erupt at any moment. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying explosion sound came from the sky. The vice sect master and elders of the Heavenly Moon sect did not have the time to bother about the Heavenly Moon soul chaser below. They hurriedly faced the battle. HMH, break for me. One of the elders of the Heavenly Moon soul chaser snorted coldly when he saw the green arrow coming at them. The arrow in his hand directly shot out. Bang! The specially made metal arrow, which was accompanied by the sharpness of various attributes, collided with the green attribute arrow, producing an intense sound. Roar! However, just when everyone of the Heavenly Moon soul chaser thought that they could easily cancel out the arrows of the members of the Wind Eye clan, a roar suddenly came from the green arrow. The ordinary arrow directly turned into a terrifying dragon head. The 3 to 4 meter long dragon head directly attacked Tianyu soul chaser. What? When Tianyu soul chaser and the others saw this scene, their faces revealed a shocked expression. Dodge, quickly dodge! The old man in the middle hurriedly shouted with a face full of fear. Everyone from Tianyu soul chaser hurriedly dodged to the side. Their speed was incomparably fast. As archers who specialized in long-range attacks, their close combat strength was very poor. However, their speed had always been something that they were proud of. Roar, roar! However, what caused them to be frightened was that the enormous dragon head suddenly opened its eyes. Its green eyes seemed to have come to life completely. The dragon head followed their bodies and chased after them at an even faster speed. What? This time, everyone from the Heavenly Moon chasing Soul Clan had terrified expressions on their faces. Even the half-step to profound void martial experts were shocked. They glanced at the people from the Wind Eye clan in the distance and were shocked to find that their eyes were glowing. Their eyes were controlling the attack through the eyes of the dragon head. What kind of demonic beast race is this? Everyone's faces were filled with shock. Roar! Ah! Right at this moment, a scream came from the side of their ears. Ah! Following that, the screams continued without end. What? At the center of the battlefield, the Star Moon Army soldiers looked over, their faces filled with shock. Just now, that demonic beast race had killed thousands of their comrades with one arrow. Now, they were actually separated by more than 3,000 meters,
directly killing the experts of the Sky Moon Soul Chaser. That was the Heavenly Moon Soul Chaser. The threat of the Heavenly Moon Soul Chaser had even caused their Star Moon army to be extremely fearful. Especially that archery technique it was impossible to guard against.
That's right, it's definitely a wind eye illusion arrow. Wherever the arrow reaches, there will be a myriad of changes. Killing is the first priority. The Heavenly Moon Starlight's gaze swept downwards as he roared loudly. The first sentence, where the gaze reaches, the arrow will reach. This was the most powerful aspect of the Wind Eye clan. They could use their eyes to control the arrow. As long as it was within their sight, the arrow would be able to attack. As for the second sentence, there were countless variations, killing first.
This was another terrifying aspect of the Wind Eye clan. They were able to transform the arrow that they attacked into other forms. They could defend and attack, but killing the enemy first was the priority.
Miserable screams rang out one after another. Soon, half of the 500 Heavenly Moon Soul Pursuers were killed.
This caused the Heavenly Moon Soul Pursuers who had dodged this disaster to be filled with fear.
Fuck, they're so strong.
They're so strong. Heavens. What is this? The arrows can transform into a fierce beast and can be controlled at will.
Haha, it's too powerful. With them around, we will definitely win this battle.
In Dragon and Phoenix City, when the crowd saw this scene, their faces revealed a shocked expression.
Although they didn't see many people die from the distance, they could clearly hear the miserable screams. Their gazes looked towards the Wind Eye clan that was lined up in the sky, and their eyes were filled with shock.
Whoosh!
At this moment, Mao Zedong's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He pointed with his arm and shot an arrow at Lei Feihu.
Lei Feihu, who was besieging Yu Chengzi with the deputy commander of the Star Moon Army, felt the sharpness of the arrow. His expression changed drastically and he quickly dodged to the side. As far as the eye can see and as far as the arrow can reach, it seems that many people have forgotten the fame of our Wind Eye illusory arrow. Mao Zedong's eyes revealed a trace of contempt when he saw the city lord of East Sea City, Lei Feihu, dodge his arrow. Even though both of them were at rank 1 of the exceptional realm, his eyes were still filled with contempt. Their Wind Eye Demon Beast clan was once famous, and they had shaken the neighboring Wind Howl Kingdom. At that time, their reputation was well known even in the Star Moon Kingdom. Before joining the Dragon Palace, Mao Zedong's strength had been at the peak of the first level of the Profound Void tier. Now that he had obtained the Divine Dragon bloodline and cultivated the Wind Dragon transformation, his strength had faintly reached the second level of the Profound Void tier. Now, the only thing missing was a bit of time and the process of transforming his divine ability into a Dharma idol. Whoosh! Lei Feihu dodged Mao Zedong's attack and heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt a sense of danger coming from behind him. His expression changed, and with a flash, he appeared several thousand meters in the air. Looking at the arrow that was still chasing after him, his eyes revealed a cold expression.
Lei Mang.
He was wearing a blue glove in his hand, and he clenched his fist tightly as he attacked the arrow below.
Boom! A bolt of lightning that was 7 to 8 meters thick turned into Lei Mang and attacked the arrow.
A terrifying explosion sounded and the arrow disappeared. Mao Zedong did not continue to attack Lei Feihu. He turned his head and drew the bowstring in his hand. Green light flashed on the bowstring and a 1-meter-long arrow shot toward the Elder of the Heavenly Moon sect in the sky.
Only Lei Feihu and the Elder of the Heavenly Moon sect had the strength of the first level of the Profound Void tier.
Once they were attacked by Mao Zedong, they would be injured. Whoosh!
An arrow shot across the sky and directly attacked the Elder of the Heavenly Moon sect, who was 4 to 5,000 meters away in the sky. The Elder of the Heavenly Moon sect and the Deputy Sect Master of the Heavenly Moon sect were jointly attacking Yan Wanshan, who was holding a magic staff. The two of them were working together to attack one person. But at this moment, their faces were filled with vigilance. They were somewhat shocked. This middle-aged man holding a staff and attacking with flames in his hand was simply like a ghost or god. The terrifying control, the terrifying temperature of the flames, as well as the terrifying abhijna, caused the two of them to be in an extremely sorry state. Even the elders of the Heavenly Moon sect were almost injured.
On the other hand, Yan Wanshan was as calm as a breeze and did not feel the slightest bit of pressure. This made people's faces extremely ugly.
After all, Yen Wuxian was the empress who personally taught him the art of fire 1,000 years ago. She was once the empress who was at the peak of the Transcendence continent.
Under his teachings, if he could not crush those of the same level, then Yen Wuxian would be able to smash his head into a rock. The sound of arrows rang out, causing the expressions of the elders of the Heavenly Moon sect to change greatly.
He already knew the identity of the Wind-Eye clan, the Wind-Eye Demon Beast clan that had shaken the entire Howling Wind Kingdom a few hundred years ago.
If it wasn't for the conflict between the royal family of the Howling Wind Kingdom and the Wind-Eye clan back then, the Howling Wind Kingdom might have become several times stronger now.
Hearing the sound of the arrow, the Heavenly Moon sect elder hurriedly wanted to dodge to the side. Hee. However, at this moment, a disdainful laugh suddenly sounded in his ear. The Sky Moon sect elder's expression changed drastically. He looked around and saw many fiery red chains writhing around him. Deputy Sect Master. He quickly cried out for help. Break for me.
The Sky Moon sect Deputy Sect Master waved his arm and numerous thorns attacked the arrow, breaking the arrow that Muzison shot out.
First, pin down the Wind-Eye Illusion Arrow's insightful Emptiness Realm expert. Otherwise, his attacks can even threaten a second-level insightful Emptiness Realm expert. Get close to him and tie him down. The Heavenly Moon Sect's Deputy Sect Master roared loudly. Lei Feihu, tie him down. The Star Moon Army's Deputy Commander gritted his teeth and fought against Yu Qingzi. He swept his gaze over and roared loudly. Good. Lei Feihu hovered in the air over 2,000 meters high. He stared at Mao Zedong and a fierce expression appeared in his eyes. Dharma Idol, Thunder Tiger Roar. Having witnessed Mao Zedong's powerful archery skills, Lei Feihu did not hesitate at all and directly unleashed his most powerful attack.
Thunder Tiger Roar.
He heavily slammed both of his hands toward the area below and the thunder and lightning all over his body exploded and gathered in front of him. Boom boom. Roar. A thunder and lightning tiger that was at least 100 meters in size roared. It stared at the area below and directly dashed forward. The crackling sound of lightning exploded in the air, causing everyone's scalps to go numb.
Mao Zedong saw Lei Feihu charging towards him, and an illusion appeared in his hand.
Wang Wang Wing.
In an instant, a dense number of arrows flew towards Lei Feihu in just a second. Roar! Lei Feihu's expression changed slightly. With an angry roar, the 100-meter-long Lei Hu opened his huge mouth and attacked the wind arrows. Mao Zedong looked at the Lei Hu who was only a few hundred meters away from him. His expression did not change as the green glow on his arm intensified.
Wang Xian, tell your men not to attack. Let me do it.
At this moment, Wang Xian, who was watching the battle with a smile on his face in Dragon Phoenix City, suddenly heard the voice of Feng Luan from the side. He was slightly taken aback. He looked over and realized that Feng Luan was like a volcano that was about to erupt. His heart skipped a beat and he immediately sent a voice transmission to Mao Zedong. Mao Zedong was slightly taken aback when he heard Wang Xian's words. His figure flashed slightly and instantly pulled away from Lei Feihu by 1,000 meters.
Don't even think about escaping. Lei Feihu saw that Mao Zedong wanted to dodge. His eyes revealed a cold glint as he growled in a low voice.
Boom! However, at this moment, a will of death instantly enveloped his heart. Lei Feihu's expression changed drastically, and his forehead was instantly filled with cold sweat. A great fear descended upon him.
To everyone's surprise, a small fireball that was almost condensed to the extreme flew towards Lei Feihu's location.
The fireball's speed seemed very slow, but Lei Feihu did not even have the time to react. The fireball landed on the lightning around him, and the lightning instantly ignited a red flame.
No! Sensing the terrifying danger contained within the fireball, Lei Feihu's scalp almost exploded and he let out a terrified roar.
This roar spread across dozens of miles.
Boom! The explosion wasn't very big and it only covered an area of 3 to 4 meters.
The explosion exploded Lei Feihu's body. Finally, the ball of flames, including Lei Feihu, turned into white smoke and disappeared.
The terrified screams and the muffled sound of the explosion caused the entire battlefield to fall into dead silence.
Xing Guang and the other 4 insightful void martial artists looked over, and their expressions changed drastically. An instant kill. A level 1 insightful void martial artist was actually killed in an instant. He did not have any strength left to resist, and he did not even leave behind a trace.
What kind of strength was this?
He was at least at the 3rd level of the extraordinary realm, or even higher. Fear flashed in the eyes of the 4 of them. Get out of our place. Otherwise, none of you will be able to leave.
Feng Wan's emotionless voice rang out, causing the hearts of everyone in Starmoon Kingdom on the battlefield to jump.
Only Wang Xian, who was standing beside her, saw Feng Wan's trembling arm.
She was making a scene. The entire battlefield fell into a slight silence. Xing Guanghuan, the 2 insightful Emptiness Realm experts from the Heavenly Moon sect, and the Deputy General of the Star Moon Army kept changing their expressions.
He hurriedly distanced himself from Mang Hong and the other 2, and looked over with uncertain expressions. Insta-kill. The effect of an insightful Emptiness Realm expert being insta-killed shocked everyone.
Especially since the one who had attacked just now was the mysterious Queen of Starmoon Kingdom. None of them knew how powerful this mysterious queen was. This was also the first time they had seen this mysterious queen attack. The moment she attacked, she shocked all of them. The 4 of them looked at Mang Hong, Yu Qingzi, and Yan Wenshan with embarrassed expressions.
In the battle just now, they had witnessed how terrifying these 3 people were.
In a one-on-one battle, they had always been suppressed. If they fought for a long time, they would definitely lose. These 3 people were all top-notch existences of the same level. Their gazes looked towards the center of the battlefield and their expressions became even darker.
The entire battlefield was in a one-sided situation after the Heavenly Eye illusory arrow sniped the Heavenly Moon Soul Chasers experts. The Dragon and Phoenix Core 1,000 plus experts quickly massacred their Star Moon Core soldiers. More than 20 half-step Void Interpretation Realm experts and more than 100 Transcendent 9th rank experts. Even though their numbers were relatively small, it was still not something their core could withstand. In the short 2 minutes after Heavenly Moon Soul Chaser was attacked, at least several thousand of their subordinates died.
As for the experts of the Dragon Phoenix army, they suffered very little losses. They were defeated.
They knew that their attack on the Dragon Phoenix Empire this time had already failed. In fact, if the mysterious queen did not stop until she died, they might lose even more. When they came, they had never expected that a dynasty that occupied their town and established a kingdom would have so many terrifying experts.
Especially the appearance of the Heaven-Eyed Demon Beast clan, which completely defeated their attack this time. In the current situation, the mysterious queen had killed a rank 1 Void Interpretation expert with only 1 move. 2 peak rank 2 Void Interpretation experts and a peak rank 3 Void Interpretation expert. There was also an expert from the Heaven's-Eye Demon Beast clan.
They had completely defeated them. Retreat!
Xing Guangheng roared with an embarrassed expression. The Star Moon Army's soldiers hurriedly retreated. The Dragon and Phoenix Army did not pursue them. They stared at them coldly.
I'm establishing a dynasty here and establishing the Dragon and Phoenix Imperial City. Does your Star Moon Kingdom have any objections?
At this moment, Feng Wan flew into the sky, her veil completely covering her face. This time, she did not exude the aura of an expert. Instead, she exuded the aura of a superior from within. She did not exude any aura, but the aura of an emperor who controlled the world was completely unleashed.
The former great empress had unleashed her might. His strength is definitely not lower than the Star Moon King.
Cough cough, even if his strength is not unleashed, just this demeanor is definitely not an ordinary profound void martial artist. The Vice Sect Master and Elders of the Sky Moon Sect looked at Feng Wan, who was standing in the sky. They almost had the urge to worship her in their hearts as they growled in astonishment. Even when they met the Star Moon King, they did not feel this way. Xing Guanghuan stared at the mysterious queen of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire in the sky, and his expression was extremely grave. He realized that he did not even dare to look her in the eye. This queen's strength is absolutely terrifying. He thought to himself, and his expression kept changing. Go, retreat.
Xing Guanghuan gritted his teeth and said to all the soldiers of the Star Moon Kingdom in a deep voice,
"If there's a next time, my Dragon Phoenix Empire will make sure that you all never return."
Feng Wan's eyes flashed with a trace of joy when she saw them leave, and she spoke coldly.
Xing Guanghuan's body stiffened, and without the slightest expression, he directly flew forward.
He had suffered a great defeat.
Moreover, once they left, it also meant that the Dragon Phoenix Empire would be officially established and their Starmoon Kingdom would be unable to do anything about it.
We won, haha, we won.
Starmoon Kingdom admitted defeat. They actually admitted defeat. That's great. The Queen is mighty, the Queen is invincible, and she instantly killed a void interpretation expert with a single move. That's too amazing.
The citizens of Dragon Phoenix City revealed excited expressions as they waved their arms in excitement. They had won, they had actually won. As citizens of Starmoon Kingdom, they were extremely clear about the power of Starmoon Kingdom. However, Starmoon Kingdom had actually returned in defeat.
Those legendary missions had been defeated by the experts of their kingdom. Their former city lord had been instantly killed by the Queen in one move.
They were as powerful as the Starmoon Kingdom. And as citizens of the Dragon and Phoenix Dynasty, they were incomparably happy. Even if they were only a small city now, they would definitely become a powerful dynasty in the future.
As citizens of the Imperial City, their lives would also become better and better.
This caused everyone's faces to be filled with excitement. Feng Luan saw them leave, and a trace of a smile appeared on her face. She knew that the Dragon Phoenix Dynasty could be considered to have completely stabilized.
Her deterrence had also played a sufficient role.
The Starmoon Kingdom would definitely think that she was a high-level, insightful emptiness realm expert. In addition to the experts under her, the Starmoon King did not dare to take the risk to come and attack them.
After all, this was only a small city in Starmoon Kingdom.
Go and rest for a while. Wang Xian's voice rang in her ears, causing the smile on her face to become even more radiant. She moved and landed beside Wang Xian. I have to thank you this time. If not, it would be troublesome.
Feng Wan looked at Wang Xian and said with gratitude in her eyes.
If it wasn't for the sudden appearance of the Heaven's Eye demonic beast, the Dragon and Phoenix army would have lost at least half of their strength.
No need. It's just a small matter.
Wang Xian smiled and shook his head.
Sister Feng Luan, it's my duty to help you. Hee hee. Guan Shuqin and the other girls walked over and said with smiles on their faces. Our Dragon and Phoenix Empire is officially established in the Transcendence continent. As the citizens of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire, you will be the founding members of the Empire in the future. With the Empire around, you don't have to worry about the ferocious beasts attacking the city. Here, everyone has the chance to become a powerhouse. Everyone has the chance to become the founding general of the Empire. Feng Wan turned around and looked at all the citizens of Dragon Phoenix City.
Long live the Dragon Phoenix Dynasty!
Outside of Dragon Phoenix City, Mang Hong shouted loudly.
Long live the Dragon Phoenix Dynasty!
The experts of the Dragon Phoenix army also shouted loudly. Long live the Dragon Phoenix Dynasty!
Long live the Dragon Phoenix Dynasty! All the citizens of the Dragon Phoenix Dynasty shouted excitedly.
They naturally knew what benefits would come with the rise of a dynasty. The current policies, benefits, and security were dozens of times better than in the Star Moon Dynasty. He's too powerful. Our army, our general, is simply too powerful.
Haha, that's right.
However, the most powerful one is still Lord Wang Xian. Lord Wang Xian actually called for a powerful demonic beast race. His archery skills are simply too domineering.
General Mang Hong is also very impressive. That gigantic saber radiance seems to be able to split the heaven and earth apart. Xingguang is a legendary figure in Starmoon Kingdom, yet he was still chased and beaten by Lord Mang Hong. The most domineering ones are the experts of the Wind Eye clan. They are simply too cool. They killed their enemies from thousands of miles away. That powerful Heavenly Moonsect's Heavenly Moon Soul Chaser was directly killed by more than half of the experts of the Wind Eye clan.
Lord Muzison is also very cool. He directly shot and killed an expert of the first and second rank of the Profound Void Realm. With Lord Wang in our Dragon Phoenix Dynasty, there is no enemy that we can't defeat. I just feel that Lord Queen is the strongest. She killed an expert of the see-through realm in a single move. TSK, I almost knelt down at that time. When Feng Wan, Wang Xian, and the rest flew towards the city lord's residence, the citizens of Dragon Phoenix City were talking excitedly.
They looked at everyone in the Dragon Phoenix army with admiration and yearning on their faces. The fact that Dragon Phoenix City withstood the attack of Starmoon Kingdom was undoubtedly a reassurance for everyone in Dragon Phoenix City. Following that, the thoughts of all the citizens became active.
The current Dragon Phoenix Empire was just as the Queen had said. Everyone had the chance to become a powerhouse, and everyone had the chance to become a founding general. The Dragon Phoenix Empire possessed the power of the Star Moon Kingdom, and it would definitely develop in the future. Those who advanced together with the Empire would definitely receive top-notch treatment. The Dragon Phoenix Empire had just been established, and many positions were vacant. If they could join, they would be able to rise above others and live a better life. If the dynasty was strong, they would be strong as well. Moreover, now that the Dragon Phoenix dynasty had established the Dragon Phoenix Academy, the experts of the second level of the insightful emptiness realm would personally guide them. Their children would enter the academy and become the first batch of students. In the future, they would definitely be able to have an official position and enjoy extremely high treatment. Lu Qianjun, Lu Hanhai, and Lu Qianhai, in today's battle with the Star Moon Kingdom, did not fear death. They fought to the death and died in the battle. As the hero of the Dragon Phoenix dynasty, the Queen will reward the only descendant of the Lu family, Lu Qing, with the bloodline of a group of demon beasts of the second level of the insightful emptiness realm, and the Lu family with their sacrifice for the Dragon Phoenix dynasty. In addition, in this battle, all the sacrificed citizens will be rewarded by Her Majesty the Queen. At this moment, Yu Qingzi's voice suddenly rang out in Dragon Phoenix City, causing all the citizens who were discussing to reveal shocked expressions on their faces. What? Reward the demon beast bloodline of the profound void second-rank Wind Eye clan? Oh my god. If this is the Lu family ascending to the heavens in one step, I can't believe it. Is this true? They actually offered such a generous reward. The bloodline of the profound void's second-rank demon beast is able to make the Lu family a top-notch family. Oh my god, the Lu family is a family that escaped from Shilai Town. It's an aristocratic family of mercenaries. When Shilai Town was destroyed, more than half of the family members died. After Lord Wang saved Dragon Phoenix City, they were very grateful to Lord Wang. This time, when Star Moon Kingdom invaded, the furious Lu family trio were the first to rush out. I didn't expect that the Queen. The Queen actually rewarded such a terrifying thing. Everyone in Dragon Phoenix City froze. Many of them were trembling, and their eyes were burning. The sacrifice of 3 members of the family had exchanged for a demon beast bloodline at the second level of the profound void tier, and for the chance for their descendants to become top-tier experts. This was simply a great thing. As long as one pays for the Dragon Phoenix dynasty, one will receive a huge reward. These words appeared in the minds of all the citizens of Dragon Phoenix City, and their faces were filled with determination, gathering the hearts of the people. At this moment, the hearts of the people of the Dragon Phoenix Empire were 100% gathered. Under the protection of the powerful array formation, the Queen wasn't stingy with her rewards, and the entire Dragon Phoenix Empire was united. This time, if someone came to attack Dragon Phoenix City, millions of people would rush out to fight. The one who won the hearts of the people would rule the world. Even if this was a matter where the strong were respected, this sentence still worked. Thank you, Queen. In the future, I, Lu Qing, am willing to bleed all the blood for the Dragon Phoenix dynasty. At this time, in the city lord's mansion, a young man knelt there with a respectful face and vowed with a resolute gaze. I believe that. Go infuse your bloodline into your body. The Dragon Phoenix dynasty will nurture you into a top-notch expert. Feng Wan said faintly to the young man who was kneeling in front of her. It's the Queen. The young man left respectfully. His body was trembling slightly. Thank you, Wang Xian. I don't know how to repay such a valuable item. In the hall, Jin Ganyuan, Mang Hong, and the rest were sitting on both sides. Wang Xian was sitting below Feng Wan. Beside him was Mao Zisen. Who are we? Don't be so calculative. I don't want to watch. When I'm already at the top of the supernatural continent, you're still working on a kingdom. Ha ha. Wang Xian laughed and said nonchalantly. Feng Luan looked at him and smiled. She rolled her eyes at him and said, All right, then I won't stand on ceremony. Hee hee. Wang Xian smiled faintly. I'm really envious of you. I can help you take care of the matters of the Dragon Palace. Feng Wan looked at him with slight envy. She looked at Jin Qianyuan and the rest and said, after this, the Dragon Phoenix City will be expanded rapidly. We will use the power that the entire Dragon Phoenix City can use. In addition, we will recruit city guards. It's the queen. The group of people nodded respectfully and walked out. I don't know who young Master Wang is to be able to make the queen so close to him. Moreover, that wind-eye illusion arrow is actually one of young Master Wang's subordinates. The Wind-Howl Kingdom wanted to obtain the wind-eye illusion arrow's bloodline, which was why it broke apart. I didn't expect that Lord Wang would directly give it to the queen. The four people walked out of the hall and said with a slight sigh. Jin Shenyuan, in particular, had a shocked expression on his face. He had given away the bloodline of a void interpretation level demon beast just like that, and the queen had even directly rewarded the Lu family. Such a large sum of money made even his eyes burn with passion. This made him even more determined to follow the queen. After the Star Moon Kingdom's invasion ended, the entire Dragon and Phoenix dynasty emitted a sense of vitality. Hundreds of thousands of people from the Dragon Phoenix dynasty began to expand the Imperial City. According to the plan, the Dragon Phoenix City would be expanded at least tenfold. Moreover, this was only the first expansion. The Dragon Phoenix dynasty had completely stabilized and the Dragon Palace was also developing rapidly. Ao Qitian, Ao Qi, and the others led their subordinates to hunt fierce beasts in the surrounding waters. The corpses of fierce beasts turned into dragon blood. The strength of the members of the Dragon Palace was increasing every day. At this speed, it wouldn't be long before the entire Dragon Palace would be turned upside down. The spiritual energy in this Dragon Palace is even richer than some of the kingdom's paradises. I really don't understand why the difference between the Phoenix inheritance and yours is so great. Inside the Dragon Palace, Feng Luan looked at the Dragon Palace that covered an area of 80 kilometers with a shocked expression. On Earth, the Dragon Palace only had an area of 20 kilometers. However, the size of the Dragon Palace here had increased by 4 times, and the spiritual energy had doubled. A dragon palace as vast as the bottom of the sea was miles away from the current Dragon Phoenix City. Feng Luan, who had stayed in Dragon Phoenix City for more than 10 days, followed Wang Xian and the others to the Dragon Palace. She looked around in shock. Sister Feng Luan can come to the Dragon Palace frequently in the future. She can even stay here. It's proven that it's so close to Dragon Phoenix City. It's only a 10-minute flight. Guan Shuqing and the rest said with smiles on their faces. The Dragon Phoenix City was not very far from the Dragon Palace. With Feng Wan's speed, it would take less than 10 minutes. This is a good idea. Feng Wan did not refuse and nodded with a smile. In the next few days, Feng Luan spent most of her time in the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian was also dealing with the matters of the Dragon Palace. Speaking of which, there was nothing much to do. Prime Minister Gui could handle the development and planning of the Dragon Palace. The only thing that required him to handle personally was the Dragon Assassin Organization. Currently, the Dragon Assassin Organization was preparing to enter other cities. With the current strength of the Dragon Assassin Organization, more than 100 level 6 extraordinary light assassins could definitely assassinate a level 8 extraordinary powerhouse. In addition to the group of 20 level 7 extraordinary individuals, the Dragon Assassin Organization could completely cover the entire Star Moon Kingdom. The speed at which the Dragon Assassin Group earned resources couldn't be matched by all the members of the Dragon Palace combined. What? Feng Luan, who was in the Dragon King Palace to check on the situation in Dragon Phoenix City, suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Her eyes were sparkling as she looked at the information she had brought this morning. Floating Sea City? A floating sea city actually appeared in the sea area next to Star Moon Kingdom. Feng Luan's eyes flickered. She stood up slowly with a contemplative look on her face. Wang Xian, let me show you some information. She hesitated for a moment before walking over to Wang Xian, who was also reading the information. She passed the information in her hand to him. What? Wang Xian revealed a curious look on his face. He looked over and asked, Floating Sea City on the sea? What is this? He asked in surprise. It is similar to the floating island on your Earth. It is the private island of the strong. As the island is huge, it is also known as Floating Sea City. Feng Luan explained to him. The private island of the strong. What is the information on it? Will there be treasures or inheritances left behind by the strong on this island? Wang Xian looked at Feng Luan and asked her. It's possible. According to the information I got, there is a formation on this island. However, there is no one on it. It is an ownerless floating sea city. The appearance of this floating sea city has caused a huge commotion. Many forces are rushing there. To be able to possess an expert of the level of floating sea city, one must be at least at level 5 of the see-through realm or a powerful sect.
Feng Luan explained to Wang Xian.
Do you want to go and take a look? Wang Xian looked at Feng Luan.
If you want to develop rapidly, you must have sufficient resources. If Dragon Phoenix City has the spiritual energy density of your Dragon Palace, how crazy would that be? Of course, it's impossible to have the spiritual energy of your Dragon Palace. However, you have to fight for some resources on your own.
I have used up a lot of the information I have at the moment. Currently, the Dragon Phoenix Empire has not opened up any trade. It's all because I have taken out the resources. It won't last long.
Feng Wan's eyes flickered. I want to go and take a look. You will go personally?
Wang Xian looked at her in astonishment.
Yes, the Dragon Phoenix Empire is stable now. I can go and take a look. Are you going? Feng Luan asked Wang Xian.
Is it near Bright Moon City?
Yes, I'll go there too. Wang Xian thought for a moment and nodded. The development of the Dragon Assassin organization was about to start in another city. Bright Moon City was the second largest city in Star Moon Kingdom. He could make arrangements for the Dragon Assassin organization this time. Alright, I'm only going to take a look this time. There might not be any gains.
Feng Wan reminded Wang Xian. I'm going to deal with the Dragon Assassin organization. The matter in Floating Sea City is just a side issue.
Wang Xian smiled. Feng Luan looked at him and shook her head speechlessly. Let's go. If there's nothing else, let's set off now. Feng Luan said to him.
Sure. Wang Xian nodded his head and left with Feng Luan after talking to the girls. He didn't bring Shu Qing and the rest. They were a little weak and their operation this time might be dangerous. Wang Xian and the rest flew towards Bright Moon City with 40 strange demons. I hope we can get a good harvest. After the expansion of Dragon Phoenix City is completed, we can carry out the next step. Feng Wan was obviously in a good mood these few days. While flying in the air, she said with a smile on her face. Such a huge floating sea city has been discovered. By now, it should have been completely plundered, right?
Wang Xian looked at her and asked.
Don't worry. With the strength of Star Moon Kingdom, they don't have the ability to plunder the entire floating sea city. They might not even be able to enter now. Right now, the floating sea city has only revealed 1 foot. The rest of the places are still in the maze formation.
Feng Wan said to him.
That's good. I hope we can get a good harvest.
Wang Xian nodded his head. Bright Moon City was very far away from Dragon and Phoenix City. It would take at least 2 days to fly at full speed. Bright Moon City was much bigger than East Sea City. Its overall strength was only below Star Moon City. Flying in the sky, Wang Xian could be considered to have seen the vast supernatural continent. There were all kinds of plants and creatures as well as all kinds of terrain.
There were even trees that were thousands of meters tall. On the trees, there was a type of bird and beast whose strength had reached level 5 or 6 of the supernatural realm.
In the wild, it was a paradise for ferocious beasts. They even saw a few groups of demon beasts.
Wang Xian and the rest did not dare to make a move rashly. In Star Moon Kingdom, there were at most 20 human insightful emptiness realm experts. However, there were at least 40 to 50 or even more ferocious beasts in the wild that had reached the insightful emptiness realm.
In the wild, if one were to kill wantonly, it would definitely attract the attention of powerful ferocious beasts and demon beasts. In the past 2 days, people were out of town. Today, the 3 chapters were all written in the hotel. There was only so much to write. There were still things to do. It felt like the quality of the writing had dropped a little.
I'm sorry, readers. There will be an update on the 23rd or 24th of this month. There will be 40 updates on the same day.
When I'm done, I'll go back and save my manuscript. I'll update it at the end of the month.
Where's that?
Star Moon Kingdom was located at the seaside. Bright Moon City's terrain was somewhat similar to East Sea City.
It was close to the vast ocean. However, when they flew over, they saw a shocking scene 2 to 3 kilometers into the ocean.
In the ocean, there were at least tens of thousands of densely packed martial artists. Even at the edge of the city, there were tens of thousands of people standing there looking at the location of the ocean. Wang Xian looked over with a shocked expression on his face. In the ocean, There was a building that was 100 meters tall floating on the surface of the ocean. It was similar to a tower in the city. The entire body of the building was aqua blue and emitted a strong water elemental energy. The building that appeared out of thin air on the ocean naturally attracted everyone's attention. It's a formation. Moreover, it's a very powerful formation. One corner of the formation was destroyed, so it revealed a little of the situation inside. Feng Luan's eyes flickered as she stared at the location of the building. The two of them flew towards the seaside together. There are quite a number of experts. When Wang Xian and the rest approached the seaside, he swept his gaze across them and revealed a surprised expression. Around them, there were 4 insightful emptiness realm experts, half-step insightful emptiness realm experts, and even transcendent level 9 experts. There were dozens of them in total. There are 13 insightful emptiness realm experts in the royal family of Star Moon Kingdom. There are 2 here. There is 1 insightful emptiness realm expert from Heavenly Moon Sect and 1 from the royal family of Fengshao Kingdom. Feng Luan's gaze swept across them and her voice rang in Wang Xian's ears. The people of the Fengshao Kingdom are here as well? Wang Xian revealed a hint of surprise. The Fengshao Kingdom is close to Star Moon Kingdom and is slightly stronger than Star Moon Kingdom. In the past, the Fengshao Kingdom was very strong. However, after the break with the Phoenix-eyed demonic beast clan, half of the insightful emptiness realm experts of the Fengshao Kingdom died in that huge battle. As Feng Luan spoke, she looked at Wang Xian who was beside her. Now, the Feng-eyed clan was Wang Xian's subordinate, a member of the Dragon Palace, and the former Feng-eyed clan. They had a good relationship with the Fengshao Kingdom. However, as the Fengshao Kingdom grew stronger at that time, they wanted the bloodline of the Feng-eyed clan's demon beast. As a result, a series of conflicts occurred. In the end, for some unknown reason, the Feng-eyed clan and the royal family of the Fengshao Kingdom had a huge battle. More than half of the Wind Howl Kingdom had lost their insightful emptiness realm experts. On the other hand, almost all of the Wind Eye clan's insightful emptiness realm experts had been wiped out. Wang Xian nodded his head slightly. He didn't know much about the past of the Wind Eye clan. This formation is so powerful. Even the expert at level 3 of the insightful emptiness realm in the Wind Howl Kingdom was unable to open the formation. This is a combination formation. A combination formation at level 3 of the insightful emptiness realm. The formation covers an area of 10 kilometers around the entire island. To break it, 5 to 6 insightful emptiness realm experts must join forces. This formation is really impressive. I wonder who left this island or what faction it belongs to. I wonder how long this island has been drifting in the ocean. I heard that the royal family of Star Moon Kingdom will send another expert of the void interpretation stage today. If we wait any longer, more experts will come. In the surroundings, the martial artists were conversing softly. Wang Xian looked over. His eyes were flashing with a demonic luster. The outline of an island appeared in his line of sight. However, due to his low strength, even the light-dark fire dragon eyes could not see what was inside. However, with Wang Xian's Abhijna, the light-dark no formation, he could ignore the formation outside and enter directly. The group of strange demons could also follow him and enter directly. He didn't choose to enter rashly. It was a mysterious island. No one knew the situation inside. If there were void-seeing creatures inside, it would be suicide to enter. Can you break this formation? Wang Xian asked Feng Luan who was beside him. Yes, I can. However, when I break the formation, others will notice me. Moreover, once the formation is broken, others can enter as well. Feng Luan nodded her head with a contemplative look on her face. Judging from their looks, it will be difficult for them to break the formation within a short period of time. Let's go to Bright Moon City first, Wang Xian said to Feng Luan. She nodded her head and the two of them flew straight into Bright Moon City. When they arrived at Bright Moon City, they realized that the city was a little crowded. City guards were patrolling around vigilantly. It was obvious that the arrival of so many strong people had put a huge pressure on the security of Bright Moon City. Find a place to stay. We will stay in Bright Moon City for a few days, Wang Xian said to Feng Luan. He wanted to wait for the arrival of the Draconids before he started to set up the Dragon Assassin organization in Bright Moon City. Sure. Feng Luan nodded.
She also knew the strength of the Dragon Assassin organization. This was a force that made her very envious. Once this assassin group was fully developed, the power of the Dragon Assassin group would be an existence that could shake the world. What a coincidence! Our restaurant only has one room left. Now, in the entire Bright Moon City, only the Western region's restaurant still has rooms. The other restaurants are all full. Entering a restaurant, the manager smiled at them and said, "There was only one room in the legends. A man and a woman living together in the same room?" The truth was the same. "Yes. Cultivate in the room for the next few days," Feng Yuan said expressionlessly. With their cultivation level, cultivation could replace rest. Their bodies were free from dirt and didn't need to be cleaned. There was nothing inconvenient about it. "All right, please come upstairs." The shopkeeper brought them to the third floor with a smile and opened a room for them. "You have to settle your matters as soon as possible." She looked at Wang Xian and reminded him. Within 2 days I will command the Dragon Assassin organization to shake the entire Bright Moon City," Wang Xian said confidently. "There are many strong people in Bright Moon City now. Be careful," Feng Luan reminded him. Ao Yao, who was the strongest, was able to avoid the detection of a level 1 see-through void martial artist. However, a level 2 see-through void martial artist could already sense him. "I know." Wang Xian nodded his head with a solemn expression. The good thing was that the 40 strange demons that he brought this time were the 40 strongest among the strange demons. 20 of them had the ability to assassinate a level 9 supernatural realm expert, while the other 20 had the ability to assassinate a level 8 supernatural realm expert. There was also Ao Yao. "Young master, miss." Wang Xian ordered some food. Feng Yuan was constantly paying attention to the information in Bright Moon City. She held the communication stone plate and kept checking. Not long after, there was the sound of knocking on the door as well as some noisy conversations. "What's wrong?" Wang Xian opened the door and asked a waiter curiously. Behind the waiter stood 3 young men and a group of middle-aged men. "I'm very sorry, sir. Our restaurant has to vacate the entire 3rd floor." The waiter at the door said to Wang Xian with a smile on his face. "Vacate the entire 3rd floor? Where are we staying then?" Wang Xian raised his eyebrows when he heard the waiter's words and asked directly. "We will give you double the compensation. Young master, please find another room to stay in." The waiter replied with a smile. "I don't need double the compensation." "Why?" "I have already stayed here for a night and now you want us to leave." At this moment, a furious voice came from the side. Wang Xian looked over and saw a burly middle-aged man staring at the waiter in front of him with bell-like eyes. The aura of an extraordinary level 6 was pressing down on him directly. "If I tell you to scram, scram immediately. Don't bring trouble on yourself." Before the waiter could speak, 2 young men and a group of middle-aged men who were standing in the middle of the corridor looked over. A thin middle-aged man stared at him coldly. He looked extremely cold-blooded. The burly middle-aged man's face turned pale as he stared at them in fear. This is Bright Moon City if you dare to make a move here." "Scram!" The burly middle-aged man's face turned ugly as he spoke. However, before he could finish, the skinny middle-aged man interrupted him, looking at him coldly. The skinny middle-aged man's eyes didn't have any emotion. The aura of a rank 7 transcendent enveloped the burly middle-aged man. A killing intent that could penetrate one's heart caused the burly middle-aged man's expression to change drastically. He staggered slightly. "All right, we'll leave now." The burly middle-aged man's eyes were filled with fear. Such a bone-piercing killing intent was definitely not an ordinary martial artist. An ordinary martial artist's body had more killing intent, which was obviously different from killing intent. However, the thin middle-aged man in front of him had a dense killing intent which was obviously condensed from killing many people. "Hurry up and get out of the way." The 3 young men standing at the front revealed a faint mocking expression, and one of the young men directly shouted. When the young man finished speaking, the middle-aged men around him revealed a terrifying killing intent in their eyes. For a moment, the entire corridor of the 3rd floor was extremely cold. "Hurry up and scram." When the 3 young men saw this scene, a faint smile appeared on their faces as they spoke arrogantly. When Wang Xian saw the scene, he raised his eyebrows. "Young master." When the waiter saw Wang Xian's indifferent look, he frowned slightly and shouted, "Eh?"
The rest of the people on the third floor left. Only Wang Xian remained standing there without moving an inch. Everyone's gaze was directed at him. What's wrong?
Feng Wan's puzzled voice came from inside. It's nothing. A bunch of self-righteous fellows.
Wang Xian said indifferently and closed the door. Kid, are you courting death?
Everyone's expression changed slightly when they heard Wang Xian's words. The skinny middle-aged man looked at him.
Scram!
Wang Xian's expression turned cold instantly. The aura on his body trembled and a terrifying pressure was directed towards the group.
A group of middle-aged men and 3 young men. The strongest one among them was only at level 8 of the extraordinary realm. How could they chase him and Feng Luan away? The 3 young men and the group of young men felt the terrifying aura and their expressions changed slightly. Young master. The waiter standing in front of Wang Xian trembled and fell backward. His face was filled with fear.
Don't disturb us. Wang Xian glanced at them with disdain and closed the door with a bang.
This was the world of the strong. Even the owner of this restaurant could not chase people out casually. This was because offending a strong person would result in the retaliation of the strong person. This was especially so for a top-notch strong person like a transcendent level 9. Wang Xian's aura just now was that of a transcendent level 9. The 3 young men looked at the tightly shut door and their expressions changed drastically. Young masters, we... The waiter's face was extremely pale as he looked at the 3 young men.
Young mastering, I can't let the city guards make a move in Bright Moon City. Furthermore, the other party.
The young man standing on the left had a change in expression as he spoke to the young man in the middle with a dark expression. I know. Young Master Ing nodded with a dark expression as he looked at the tightly shut door. What an arrogant fellow.
I'm warning you. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you have the strength of a transcendent 9th rank. Don't think that you'll be safer in Bright Moon City either. Be careful.
He said coldly to the door with a dark expression as he threatened.
Haha, you're courting death. Don't come and disturb me. Otherwise, you have to be careful too.
Hearing the threatening voice from outside, the corners of Wang Xian's mouth curled up slightly as he replied sarcastically. All right. Just you wait.
When young Mastering heard Wang Xian's words from inside the room, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Following that, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he muttered sinisterly, "You dare to say such words to me?"
Interesting.
When the 2 young men beside him saw his expression, their hearts trembled slightly. The group of middle-aged men behind them looked at Wang Xian's room in unison. Go and investigate them. I want to see who gave him the right to be arrogant. Young Mastering said to the skinny middle-aged man behind him in a deep voice.
The skinny middle-aged man immediately nodded his head. This time, my father spent a huge amount of money to obtain a few lingu fruits and nurtured 2 subordinates who are at the half-step void interpretation level. It's just right for them to give it a try. Young Master Ing walked towards a room as he muttered to himself. A faint smile appeared on his face.
That dragon spike has brought us great pressure. However, fortunately, we have Sir here. This time, we have added 2 half-step profound void martial stage powerhouses. In the future, the world will still be ours.
The young man on his right said with some flattery. Humph, Dragon Spike? If he dares to enter another city, then we will play with them. Young Master Ying's eyes were sparkling. But this time, my father has paid a huge price to obtain the lingu fruit.
It's definitely worth it for the reward.
The young man on the right said hurriedly. Young Master Ing smiled and looked at the room at the side again. I don't need to use my strongest strength to kill you. Many people have already forgotten that Undercurrent is the king of assassins in Star Moon Kingdom.
Who are those people?
In the room, Feng Luan asked Wang Xian calmly. I don't know. No matter who he is, it's best that he doesn't provoke me in the next few days. Otherwise...
Wang Xian smiled. Otherwise, he would dare to kill him even if he was the prince of Star Moon Kingdom. Then he announced the arrival of the Dragon Assassin Organization.
Time passed slowly and the moon gradually rose. Bright Moon City was still bustling with activity at night.
The appearance of Floating Sea City caused many mercenary groups and powerful families to rush over. At the seashore outside the city, Star Moon Kingdom sent a team of over 1,000 experts to stand guard there, waiting for the formation to be activated. Clap clap.
Around midnight, Feng Luan sat cross-legged on the bed to cultivate while Wang Xian sat cross-legged below. The faint sound of water could be heard suddenly.
Feng Luan and Wang Xian, who were cultivating, opened their eyes and looked at the door.
A pool of liquid was slowly flowing into the room.
Feng Luan looked at Wang Xian. Wang Xian nodded his head slowly and a name appeared in his mind.
Undercurrent.
Undercurrent Assassin Organization. It's actually an extraordinary level 9 assassin. When Xue Lu entered the room, Wang Xian revealed a look of astonishment. According to the rumors, the Undercurrent Assassin Organization could only assassinate people at level 9 of the supernatural realm. Now, they were sending top-notch assassins to kill him?
His eyes flickered slightly as he looked to his left and right.
At this moment, in the room on the left, a young man was sitting cross-legged on the bed. Beside him was a devilish blue mask. He was looking over with a smile on his face.
It seems like this guy is part of the Undercurrent Assassin Organization. Furthermore, it is very likely that he is the descendant of the Master of Undercurrent. Wang Xian looked over and was deep in thought. He sat cross-legged and did not move. Feng Luan also slowly closed her eyes and ignored him. Feng Luan did not think much of an extraordinary level 9 assassin. Moreover, the first target of this assassin was Wang Xian.
An assassin who dared to assassinate me? Wang Xian was slightly mocking. He felt an energy attacking him. The terrifying penetrating force was so strong that even if he was hit, he would still be injured.
However, when the assassin with his calm eyes came to Wang Xian's surroundings, an invisible dagger attacked him instantly. The sound of penetration was heard, but the killer revealed a look of despair. He looked at his chest in disbelief. A ball of dark energy blocked his mouth, and he couldn't make any sound.
Undercurrent Assassin Organization. Wang Xian looked at the killer who was in disbelief. A faint smile appeared on his face.
Boom!
Boom! Boom! At this moment, a terrifying trembling sound was heard, causing Wang Xian to be slightly stunned.
Feng Luan immediately stood up and looked at Wang Xian. The sound from Floating Sea City should be the sound of void interpretation experts breaking the formation forcefully. There are at least 3 to 4 second level void interpretation experts.
Let's go! Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and said directly.
Feng Luan nodded. Without any hesitation, she opened the window and jumped out.
I'll let you live a little longer.
Wang Xian looked at the room next to him and quickly flew toward the Floating Sea City.
What's going on?
It's the sound from the Floating Sea City. Someone is breaking the formation. Let's go quickly. If we can enter, there might be the inheritance of a void interpretation stage expert. It might even be the lair of a demonic beast race. At dawn, the terrifying attack that came from the seashore caused the entire Bright Moon City to tremble. Some of the martial artists hurriedly flew towards the seashore. At this moment, no one cared about the rules that forbade flying in the city.
It's an expert from the royal family of Starmoon Kingdom. Starmoon Dove, it's a demonic beast. Starmoon Dove, the guardian demonic beast of the royal family of Starmoon Kingdom.
Wang Xian and Feng Luan quickly flew towards Floating Sea City. Cries of surprise could be heard from the surroundings.
In the sky, 2 Starmoon Doves, which were about 10 meters in size, flapped their wings. They were exceptionally eye-catching in the sky. Half-step void interpretation demonic beast, Starmoon Dove.
On top of the Starmoon Doves stood a group of people. On top of the Starmoon Doves stood 4 void interpretation experts, including the City Lord of Bright Moon City.
The Starmoon Dynasty sent 4 insightful Emptiness Realm experts.
In addition to the 4 from the Starmoon Dynasty, an elder from the Heavenly Moon Sect was also close to the 4 from the Starmoon Kingdom.
In addition, the Windhowl Kingdom had 1 level 3 Insightful Emptiness Realm expert and 1 level 2 Insightful Emptiness Realm expert.
At this moment, this group of Insightful Emptiness Realm experts were working together to attack the array formation, breaking the array formation with force. At the back, there were at least 10,000 warriors, including half-step Insightful Emptiness Realm experts and level 9 Transcendents. There were quite a number of such rare experts.
At most, we will have to attack more than 10 times before the formation will be broken.
Feng Luan watched as more and more buildings appeared. Her gaze was slightly focused.
They are obviously united. In a while, without a team of void interpretation powerhouses, it will be impossible to enter.
Wang Xian glanced at Feng Luan and said softly, "No, everyone can enter. The outermost part of this floating sea city is an illusion formation. Below the illusion formation is a killing formation. This floating sea city is not that simple. There will be dangers inside."
Feng Wan's eyes sparkled. "Are you saying that we need someone to scout the way?" Wang Xian looked at her. "Yes, the killing formation inside is not complete. Clearly, there are a lot of problems due to the long duration. However, the more it is like this, the more it will reflect the danger of the floating sea city. It might even threaten the life of an insightful emptiness realm expert." Feng Wan nodded her head. "There's no need to rush. We can just follow the crowd in." "All right." Wang Xian nodded his head. His divine ability, the light and darkness formation, could ignore the formation. However, this did not mean that he could ignore the elemental attacks of the formation. However, he would not activate the formation. Without anyone controlling it, even if he were to barge in, he would not be in any danger. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying attacks landed on the formation one after another, causing everyone around to reveal horrified expressions. This time, the kingdom of Howling Wind has really crossed the line. On the body of a star moon dove, a young man dressed in yellow clothes with his head slightly raised looked at the group of experts at the profound void tier and frowned slightly.
"Third Prince, the kingdom of Howling Wind has been getting restless in recent years, and their hands have been stretched out very long."
An elder beside him said respectfully. Now that father's strength has broken through, he really thinks that we, Starry Moon, are afraid of them."
The young man snorted coldly, standing on the body of a half-step void interpretation demonic beast. He looked down at everyone below, the corners of his mouth slightly mocking. "A bunch of chess pieces," he said indifferently, his gaze turning towards the huge floating sea city that was gradually exposed, his eyes burning with passion. "This should be the 100-beast city of that beast tamer from 300 years ago. If I can obtain the inheritance of the 100 patrol beast tamer senior."
As he spoke, his eyes burned with passion.
Boom! At this moment, a loud explosion sounded from the front. Everyone looked over, their eyes filled with excitement.
The sky started to shatter like glass. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared intently inside. "What is this?
What dense spiritual energy! The spiritual energy here is almost double that of the outside world. 100 Beast City. Look at that huge inscription over there."
Tens of thousands of people in the surroundings looked over and shouted in shock.
"Charge, charge, we'll charge over immediately. The first one to charge over will definitely reap more rewards."
"Isn't 100 Beast City the lair of the 100 Patrol Beast Tamer, who is a 6th-level profound void martial artist? Could it be?" When the formation was completely broken, a primitive floating sea city with a circumference of 10 kilometers appeared in their sight. The formation was broken. When everyone looked at the floating sea city that was gradually becoming clearer, their faces were filled with shock. An island that looked like a city appeared in everyone's sight.
However, this city was not like the humans. Instead, it was built with many nests. All kinds of nests were strangely shaped, causing the entire island to look extremely strange.
At the edge of Floating Sea City, there was a huge inscription. On it were 3 powerful words, 100 Beast City. Around these 3 words, there was a pattern of all kinds of demonic beasts. When the array was broken, everyone around had excited expressions on their faces.
All of them looked into Floating Sea City with fervent gazes. "It's the 100 Patrol Beast Tamer, the 100 Patrol Elder, who once shook the entire flowing sea region. Oh my God! This is his 100 Beast City."
Rumor has it that the 100 Beast City is extremely mysterious. There was once a dynasty that offended the 100 Patrol Elder. In the end, the 100 Patrol Elder led his ferocious beast army to attack that dynasty's imperial city and destroyed it in one night. How terrifying!
When everyone looked at the 100 Beast City, some of them immediately recognized the origins of the 100 Beast City.
The 100 Patrol Elder was a Grandmaster Beast Tamer. Beast Tamers, alchemists, and weapon refiners were all relatively special professions, especially Beast Tamers.
Beast Tamers learned from demonic beasts.
Demonic beasts could control fierce beasts through their bloodlines, and some of the human experts had studied and learned this technique.
However, Beast Tamers had a huge restriction, and that was that one had to have high-level demonic beasts and fierce beast bloodlines.
However, the Bison Elder was a legendary figure, which was why he was passed down in the area of the Flowing Sea. One had to know that the Flowing Sea area contained more than 20 countries, with a population of over 10 billion people. The Bison Elder only possessed the bloodline of a half-step void interpretation level demon beast. However, he used his unique beast taming technique to allow himself and a 6th level void interpretation tarsal bone demon beast to enter his body. Tarsal bone demon beast, as its name implied, was a special demon beast. This demon beast could enter the body of other creatures. It could bestow power to the person being possessed, and it could also make the person die quickly. Old Man Bison completely controlled this rank 6 void interpretation tarsal bone demon beast, so his strength was comparable to a rank 6 void interpretation level demon beast. No one knew the process, but Old Man Bison's strength and reputation were known by everyone in the entire Flowing Sea region. He was once the strongest person in the Flowing Sea region, an existence that could destroy an entire country with just one person. Charge, hurry up and enter. Haha, the 100 Beast City of the 100 Patrol Master. If I can obtain the tarsal bone demonic beast, then I will be able to ascend to the heavens in one step. Enter. We must enter. In the surroundings, tens of thousands of martial artists flew towards the 100 Beast City with excited faces. In the sky, 7 profound void martial artists floated in the air, their eyes flickering as they stared at the 100 Beast City. They were not the first to enter. 100 Beast City. I didn't expect it to be the 100 Beast City of the 100 Patrol Master. However, the 100 Beast City before us is only 10 kilometers in radius. It seems like this is only a part of the 100 Beast City of the 100 Patrol Master. An old man from the Star Moon Kingdom dressed in a python robe looked down as he muttered. It is rumored that 300 years ago the 100 Patrol Master offended a kingdom in the vast sea region, causing the tarsal bone demonic beast to be heavily injured. Since then, the 100 Patrol Master has disappeared from everyone's sight. Could this place be? An old man holding a staff beside the old man in the python robe said softly. This matter concerns the 100 Patrol Master. This 100 Beast City is definitely not simple. You must know that the 100 Patrol Master once controlled more than a dozen void interpretation level demon beasts. He even had a 5th level void interpretation level demon beast. The few void interpretation level experts had solemn expressions. This matter concerned a peak level void interpretation level 6th level expert. They could not afford to be careless. In the sky, the 7 insightful emptiness realm experts looked at each other, but they did not make a move. They needed the group of people below to scout the way. If there was danger, they could also respond. Among the surrounding 10,000 experts, 50% of them hesitated for a moment before flying directly into the 100 Beast City. The things left behind by a top-tier expert in the Flowing Sea region, even if they only obtained a little, were enough for them to go all out. As martial artists who frequently dealt with life and death situations, their courage was unimaginable. One by one, the martial artists sized up the 100 Beast City warily and landed in different places. Let's go, we'll go as well. Wuxia's pair of dark fire dragon eyes swept across the 100 Beast City. He looked at Feng Luan and said directly, "All right." Feng Luan nodded her head. Even if she didn't have powerful ocular skills, with her past experience, she wasn't someone that could be compared to an insightful emptiness realm expert. At this moment, the two of them were wearing a black mask. A shadow mask, a void interpretation level concealment mask. After wearing the mask, one would be able to conceal one's figure, and outsiders would not be able to see clearly whether it was a man or a woman. The two of them moved, blending in with the tens of thousands of people, and flew directly towards the 100 Beast City. In the sky, the 7 void interpretation experts still did not move. Standing on the Star Moon Dove, the third prince watched as the group of people swarmed towards the 100 Beast City, and a faint smile appeared on his face. "Let's go, we'll go too." With that said, the third prince's body moved, and he directly flew towards the location below. Yes. The 2 old men and 4 middle-aged men beside him immediately followed behind. Let's go in. We can't be the first to enter, but we can't fall behind either. Some clans with transcendent Tier 9 experts also began to move at this moment. Each of these nests has an array formation. Moreover, the level of the array formation is not low. The owner of the 100 Beast City is really powerful. When he landed at the edge of the 100-beast city, Wang Xian looked at the nests in front of him with a shocked expression on his face. Each of the nests had an array formation covering them. How big of an effort was this?
According to what I heard from the surroundings, if this old man by soon possesses the strength of a level 6 void interpretation expert, it wouldn't be difficult for him to build a 100-beast city.
Feng Wan sized up the surroundings. Wang Xian nodded his head slightly. It was indeed the case. A level 6 see-through cultivator could definitely build a dynasty. The wealth of such a powerhouse was far beyond the imagination of others.
Roar!
Ah!
At this moment, the sound of a beast's roar was suddenly heard along with a scream.
Wang Xian turned around and saw a level 7 supernatural beast rushing out from a nest.
Its eyes were bloodshot as it attacked the group of people in front of it in a frenzy. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and sized up the surrounding nests. There were at least tens of thousands of nests in the entire 100-beast city. Some of the nests had ferocious beasts in them. These ferocious beasts were sleeping in their nests. The operation of the formation maintained their vitality.
And just rushed out of the fierce beasts, the formation was destroyed, fierce directly mad.
Kill this ferocious beast. Hurry up! Hurry up! Angry voices came from afar as the group attacked the transcendent level 7 ferocious beast. There might be ferocious beasts in the nest. The weakest one should be at transcendent level 7. Everyone be careful. Don't open the array formation and see if there are any spiritual herbs.
Some of the weaker ones looked over and warned loudly in fear. Any random array formation would be a transcendent 7th rank. Among the 10,000 people present, there weren't many that could be dealt with. Haha, pet egg, the pet egg of a transcendent 7th rank ferocious beast. We're rich.
However, at this moment, an excited roar suddenly sounded, causing everyone in 100-beast city to be slightly stunned. What? A pet egg? There's a pet egg in the nest. A pet egg, a transcendent 7th grade pet egg. This is worth 10 million middle grade spirit stones. Oh my god!
The news of a pet egg in the nest caused everyone to go crazy. Everyone knew the value of a pet egg. Even a transcendent 7th grade pet egg was worth tens of millions of middle grade spirit stones. Tens of millions of mid-grade spirit stones was a huge amount of money to a powerful family. To those mercenary groups, it was even more precious. Break the nest's array formation, everyone get ready.
Anyone who wants to join forces, let's open the array formation together and request for a 7th rank transcendent expert.
The eyes of the martial artists began to heat up. Everyone looked at the surrounding nests, their eyes filled with greed. Pet egg? Feng Wan's eyes flickered when she heard the voices of the people around her. The value of a pet egg was also of great use to her. A pet egg? Wang Xian revealed a smile as he scanned his surroundings.
At this moment, a group of people in front were trying to crack the array formation. The level of the array formation of the ferocious beast nest was not very high, and it was not a defensive or protective array formation. Therefore, it was not difficult to crack it.
However, no one knew whether the interior of the lair was a violent ferocious beast or a pet egg.
The probability of a violent ferocious beast was higher. Can you investigate the situation inside?
Wang Xian looked at Feng Wan and asked her directly.
No, but even if it's a ferocious beast in the lair, it's easy to deal with it.
A faint smile appeared on Feng Wan's face. Should we split up?
Wang Xian looked at her and said with a smile.
All right, you won't get anything by my side either. Feng Wan said confidently. Her strength had already reached level 1 of the see-through realm. Furthermore, with her experience, she could fight against a powerhouse at level 2 of the see-through realm. Even a powerhouse at level 3 of the see-through realm would find it difficult to kill her. If she wanted to break the formation of the surrounding lairs, it would be a piece of cake. Even if there were ferocious beasts inside, she could easily kill them. She also knew Wang Xian's strength. He had yet to reach the see-through realm. There was a huge gap between him and her if he had yet to reach the see-through realm. All right.
Wang Xian smiled faintly. After shrugging his shoulders, he walked to the side. Feng Luan smiled and walked in the opposite direction.
Hee, this place is a treasure trove to me. Wang Xian's eyes flashed with a demonic glow. His body moved and he floated in the air for 10 meters. His demonic eyes scanned through the nests.
Some of the nests were made of wood and some were made of stone. The bigger ones were more than 10 meters in size, while the smaller ones were 3 to 4 meters in size. Before the formation was broken, the ferocious beasts inside could not be seen at all. They could only rely on their own luck.
However, this was only for others. The level of the formation was not high. Wang Xian's light dark fire dragon eyes could completely penetrate it.
He looked at the 7 insightful emptiness realm experts in the sky outside. At this moment, the 7 of them were frowning as they looked down. Clearly, the pet eggs were quite attractive to them. However, their attention was placed at the center of the hall. There was a majestic hall. The corner that was exposed not too long ago was a corner of the hall. This hall was extremely fast. It was different from the ordinary human halls. The hall there was more like a huge nest.
Ao Yao, be careful. Stay away from those insightful emptiness realm experts.
Wang Xian retracted his gaze and his voice was transmitted into the minds of the surrounding strange demons. It's the Dragon King.
The group of strange demons immediately responded. There's a pet egg in that black wooden nest.
There's one in the white jade nest as well.
There's a pet egg 300 meters ahead.
There's one in the nest that the 20 people on the right are preparing to break open.
As Wang Xian spoke, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. He had seen all the lairs within a radius of 1,000 meters.
Ao Yao and the rest immediately accepted the order. They entered the lairs silently. That's right, they entered directly. The Light Thorn's ability had no formation. Could ignore the formation.
The group of strange demon gods entered without anyone noticing. They easily took out the pet eggs one by one. The formation was not damaged and there were no fluctuations.
14. The harvest is not bad. Wang Xian moved his body and immediately flew to another location at a rapid speed.
More than 10,000 people entered the 100-beast city, causing the surroundings to be filled with people.
Wang Xian flew in the sky and did not stand out at all.
After flying for 1,000 meters to the left at a rapid speed, Wang Xian's dragon eyes of light and dark fire scanned his surroundings again. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Wang Xian scanned all the places and transmitted his voice to Ao Yao and the rest.
His speed was so fast that it could almost be described as sweeping.
One by one, the pet eggs were easily discovered. Then they quickly shifted their positions.
The 100-beast city was only a radius of 10 kilometers. With his speed, Wang Xian had already swept around 5 kilometers in a short 5 minutes.
Fuck! I've broken through more than 10 nests, but I didn't find any pet eggs. Yeah, my luck is really bad. Come. Let's go to the central area to take a look.
Wang Xian was floating in the sky. A level 9 supernatural realm expert and his subordinates around him roared with an embarrassed look on their faces.
Roar, roar. At this moment, an even more majestic beast roar was heard. Everyone looked over at the same time.
It's near the central area. This roar is at least at transcendent level 9. Someone is near the central area. Should we go and fight? The beasts inside the nest are no longer something we can deal with. Compared to the outside, there are more than 1,000 nests inside. It's very likely that they are all at transcendent level 9 or higher. However, if we can get a transcendent level 9 pet egg, we will be rich. Many people looked forward. There was fear and desire on their faces.
Danger and opportunity coexisted. Wang Xian's figure moved. Without any hesitation, he flew straight towards the center. The powerhouses who were at half-step void interpretation also gave up on the lairs outside and rushed forward.
Transcendent level 8, transcendent level 9, half-step void interpretation.
When Wang Xian walked forward, his gaze swept across the lair in front of him. When he saw the level of the ferocious beasts inside, his face revealed a look of surprise. This was not the most central location. The most central location was the main hall. On the left and right of the main hall, there were 2 lion-shaped lairs. The 2 lairs were 20 meters in size and were golden in color. Compared to the other lairs, they looked extremely majestic.
That was the most central area in the entire beast city. Wang Xian had a hunch that there were at least void interpretation level ferocious beasts inside. Let's get the pet eggs here first. Wang Xian's eyes flickered as he started to scan his surroundings.
There were only over 1,000 lairs in this area. The formations in the lairs were more powerful. It was slightly strenuous for Wang Xian to use his light and dark fire dragon eyes to check.
Fortunately, these formations were only at transcendent level 7 or so. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, Wang Xian felt a powerful aura flying towards him. He turned his head and saw a young man in a yellow robe flying towards him with his subordinates. The young man scanned his surroundings coldly. His gaze landed on Wang Xian before he turned to the side. Level 8 of Transcendence, 2 half-step Void Interpretation and 4 Level 9 of Transcendence. This young man's identity is not simple. Wang Xian took a look and thought to himself. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, an even faster and more terrifying aura descended, causing Wang Xian's expression to change slightly. Not good, the Void Interpretation experts are here. Wang Xian looked over and saw 7 Void Interpretation experts flying over. It seems that the Void Interpretation experts could no longer sit still after realizing that there was no danger. Wang Xian thought to himself. Even Feng Luan thought that there would be danger here. However, after such a long time, there wouldn't be any danger unless they broke the formation of the lair. Facing the pet eggs one by one, they immediately took action. Quick, quick! Wang Xian turned his gaze to the side. His eyes flickered with a demonic luster as he looked into the lairs one by one. Ao Yao, tell him to stay away from the insightful emptiness realm experts. He must not be discovered, Wang Xian said hurriedly. With a move of his body, he flew into one of the nests. Under the circumstances where no one was paying attention to him, he entered the nest directly and put the pet eggs into the storage spirit bag. As the pet eggs were alive, the interspatial ring could not store pet eggs. A small pet egg was about half a meter in size and was very eye-catching. However, Wang Xian, who possessed the storage spirit bag, did not have such concerns. Ha! When Wang Xian came out of the nest, the yellow-robed young man frowned slightly and looked in his direction. Wang Xian sensed his gaze and stood there without moving. He scanned his surroundings and ordered the Ao Yao Yao to enter the nest. Everyone, evacuate from here. Otherwise, die. At this moment, a terrifying aura came directly towards them, causing Wang Xian's expression to change drastically. The Transcendent Level 9 and half-step Void Interpretation experts who had rushed over also had a slight change in expression. Only the young man in yellow robes and the other experts who were dressed in the Sky Moon sex attire remained unperturbed. Everyone's faces revealed a trace of bitterness when they saw the cold and murderous gazes of the 7 insightful Void Martial experts. These 7 insightful Void Martial experts clearly wanted to monopolize this area and prohibit anyone from entering. Scram! The 2 insightful Void Martial experts from the Howling Wind Kingdom saw that they had yet to leave. They slightly raised their brows and roared in a low voice. A terrifying aura swept down like a tornado. Cold sweat broke out on the foreheads of everyone who entered this area, and they retreated in fear. Who is it? It's disturbing our master's slumber. However, suddenly, a muffled voice sounded. This voice caused everyone's hair to stand on end, and their pupils constricted slightly as they looked towards the Great Hall 1,000 meters away. Ka. On the left and right side of the Great Hall, there were 2 enormous metal lions. At this moment, the eyes of these 2 lions actually slowly opened, and they looked towards the 7 insightful emptiness realm experts in the sky without the slightest reaction. What? When the surrounding people saw the 2 golden lions that were 20 meters in size 1,000 meters away, their faces revealed a stunned expression. Everyone thought that the 2 golden lions were a nest. That was because they could not see any signs of life on the golden lions. Their mouths were wide open on the ground and there was a deep hole. Everyone thought that this was a nest of ferocious beasts. Even Wang Xian thought so. However, he did not expect that this was a Void Interpretation level ferocious beast that possessed life. Moreover, these 2 beasts could even speak human language. It's a burst-mouthed golden lion. It's actually a burst-mouthed golden lion. Moreover, it was trained by the 100 patrol elders to be able to speak human language. Oh my god! A half-step Void Interpretation expert revealed a shocked expression. Burst-mouthed golden lion was a metal-type beast. Its strength was incomparably terrifying. And these 2 burst-mouthed golden lions did not seem to have any life force on their bodies. One could not tell the depth of their strength. Hiss, not good.
Our aura has disturbed them. The heavenly moon sect's insightful emptiness realm expert's expression changed slightly, and he stared at the 220-meter large golden lions with a grave expression. The Howling Wind Kingdom's insightful emptiness realm level 3 expert also slightly frowned. You dare disturb Master's slumber. You deserve to die. Ka 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 ka. The two golden lions slowly stood up, their bodies emitting mechanical sounds, and the coldness in their eyes slowly turned into savagery. Not good, their strength is at the 3rd level of the Profound Void tier. 2/3 level of the Profound Void tier, we're in big trouble. No, the aura on their bodies is a little weak, perhaps it's because they haven't eaten for a long time. The 7 Profound Void tier experts in the sky revealed an embarrassed expression. Looking at the golden lions that were gradually becoming savagery, they held the weapons in their hands with vigilance. Clang, clang, clang. At this time, the 2 explosive golden lions suddenly raised their heads. Their mouths that were 7 to 8 meters in size slowly revealed their golden teeth. 2 huge fangs that were 10 meters long extended out, looking incomparably violent. Bang! A terrifying aura was emitted from their bodies. They bent down and directly slashed towards the 7 Profound Void martial experts in the sky. The expressions of the 7 Profound Void martial artists changed drastically. Their bodies are weak. Let's kill them first. An expert from Star Moon Kingdom shouted loudly. Kill! The 7 people did not hesitate in the slightest as they directly charged towards the 2 explosive golden lions. What a good opportunity! The 9 Profound Void martial experts launched a great battle in the sky, causing the expressions of the people below to reveal excitement. Earlier, the 7 insightful Void tier experts had wanted to chase them out, but now that the insightful Void tier experts were being held back by 2 ferocious beasts, it was actually an opportunity for them. As for the group of martial artists at the edge of the 100-beast city, when they saw the might of the insightful Void tier experts, their expressions changed drastically, but they still gritted their teeth and continued to break through the array to search for the pet eggs. Ka ka ka. However, at this moment, something that no one had expected happened. Crack, crack, crack. Roar, roar, roar. The entire 100-beast city, along with the roars of the 2 golden lions, underwent a terrifying transformation. All the nests and ferocious beasts were directly awakened. One nest after another trembled slightly and the array formation shattered like a mirror. This scene caused all the martial artists in the 100-beast city to be stunned, especially those who were preparing to break the array formation. When they saw that the array formation was broken and the roars of fierce beasts came from inside, their faces showed fear. Roar! 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 At this moment, the entire 100-beast city suddenly emitted a terrifying roar. One fierce beast after another rushed out of their lairs with blood-red eyes. They looked at the surrounding humans and pounced on them as if they were bloodthirsty. Not good. All the arrays have been broken. All the ferocious beasts have come out. Oh my God! Run, run! In an instant, the faces of everyone in the surroundings were filled with terror. There were over 10,000 ferocious beast lairs in the entire 100-beast city. In each of the lairs, the weakest ferocious beast was at the 7th rank of the extraordinary realm. And in this group of them, in the span of half an hour, they had only opened over 1,000 lairs. There were still many lairs that they had yet to open. However, when all the ferocious beasts in the lairs came out, it was no less than a huge disaster for them. Everyone had a look of fear on their faces. Without any hesitation, they fled into the distance. Wuxia, who was close to the central area, was also slightly stunned. He raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw the ferocious beasts that were emitting a terrifying aura coming out of the lairs. Around him, the weakest among the huge nests was at level 8 of the supernatural realm. The strong ones were able to reach half-step void interpretation realm. However, this is also a good opportunity to fish in troubled waters. A faint smile appeared on Wuxia's face. He quickly scanned his surroundings. This was because at this moment, there was no need for him to use his light and dark fire dragon eyes to check. There must be pet eggs before he could rush out of the nest of the ferocious beasts. All deviant demons, make your move! Since the void interpretation experts in the sky were restricted, Wuxia did not hesitate to let the deviant demons and the rest make their move. Under this chaotic environment, the 40 deviant demons were like fish in the water. Wang Xian looked at a sealed lair and rushed towards it. Buzz. The spell-free divine ability allowed him to enter directly. When he saw the 2-meter-sized pet egg, he revealed an excited expression.
Half-step void interpretation.
The half-step void interpretation pet egg that Feng Luan had auctioned previously was worth billions of middle-grade spirit stones.
After keeping it in his spirit pouch, Wang Xian immediately rushed out.
Who is it?
However, the moment Wang Xian came out, a cold voice was heard. A few pairs of eyes were staring at him. Wang Xian looked over and raised his eyebrows slightly. He immediately rushed to another place.
This guy, the third prince, who was dressed in a yellow robe, frowned as he stared at Wang Xian's figure. His eyes flickered as he looked at the formation behind him that was still unbroken.
That mysterious person's strength is not weaker than a transcendent level 9. He should have some special treasures on him that can enter the lair directly.
An elder beside him said to Wang Xian in a deep voice, Pay attention to that kid. We should take this opportunity to look for the pet egg. The third prince nodded. The surrounding ferocious beasts did not pose much of a threat to them. The strength beside him was sufficient to deal with these ferocious beasts.
Boom!
Boom!
The 2 old men beside him waved their arms. Their attacks landed on the ferocious beasts that were attacking him and killed them immediately. Their target was also the surrounding ferocious beasts that didn't charge out of their nests.
Many people around them had noticed this. However, with their strength, they couldn't escape in time when facing the thousands of top-notch ferocious beasts around them. Compared to the rest, the strange demons entered the nests one by one and easily took out the pet eggs and handed them to Wang Xian.
Wang Xian revealed a big smile. Take them for me. I'm going in. At this moment, Feng Wan's voice rang in his ears. Following that, he saw 6 pet eggs being thrown in front of him. 4 of them were at Transcendent Level 7, 1 of them was at Transcendent Level 8, and 1 of them was at Transcendent Level 9. Wang Xian quickly looked over and saw Feng Wan flying directly towards the central hall. TSK, Feng Wan, this is the real fish in troubled waters. Wang Xian chuckled and placed the pet egg into his storage spirit bag. Then he looked towards the front once again.
At the back, all the nests had been searched by the strange demon and the rest. Only the dozens of nests at the front had not been checked. Wang Xian moved his body and flew directly towards the location closest to the central hall.
There's one.
When Wang Xian saw the dozens of nests at the front, he was pleasantly surprised. He moved his body and flew over. Get lost!
At this moment, a cold shout came from behind. Wang Xian swept his gaze across and frowned slightly.
However, he ignored it and flew straight towards the nest.
Crack!
Crack! However, just as Wang Xian flew to the front of the nest, the formation of the nest in front of him suddenly broke apart.
He frowned slightly and a demonic glow flashed in his eyes. Just as Wang Xian was about to check out what kind of ferocious beast was inside, a small head popped out.
It was only the size of a fist. One of its blue and one of its red eyes looked at Wang Xian curiously.
Meow!
It opened its mouth and meowed. Its body twisted slightly as it emerged from the formation.
It had a red and blue glow and looked extremely exquisite. What was even stranger was that it had 2 tails.
The red tail and the blue tail looked very cute.
Ice Fire Civet Cat, it's an Ice Fire Civet Cat. Suddenly an excited voice sounded from behind. Wang Xian sensed a pair of fiery eyes looking in his direction.
Ice Fire Civet Cat, a rare demonic beast cub. A rare dual attribute demonic beast. The exact strength of its bloodline is unknown. However, the strongest Ice Fire Civet Cat has reached the terrifying 5th level of the Void Interpretation realm. I must get it. I must get it.
A low roar of intense desire was heard.
However, at this moment Wang Xian's body started to move. Without any hesitation, he directly grabbed at the Ice Fire Civet Cat. Meow!
When the Ice Fire Civet Cat saw Wang Xian pouncing towards it, it actually pounced towards him.
Wang Xian was slightly delighted. A smile appeared on his face as he grabbed the Ice Fire Civet Cat and flew into the distance. Stop right there. Hand it over to me. Quick! Hand it over to me.
From behind, the third prince was flustered and exasperated as he roared with all his might.
Chase after him.
You must catch up to him.
You must get the Ice Fire Civet Cat. The third prince shouted at Wang Xian with bloodshot eyes.
He must get the fire and ice civet cat cub. Once he got it, the throne of Starmoon Kingdom would be his in the future.
In Starmoon Kingdom, the current king was a peak existence at the 4th level of the Void Interpretation realm. A Void Interpretation expert possessed a lifespan of 1,000 years. As a king, he could have several hundred descendants.
The third prince was only one of them. He had over 100 brothers and sisters.
Although their father was young now, all the princes had to think about their future.
The third prince's current extraordinary 8th rank cultivation was not bad among the princes, but he was still far from inheriting the throne.
At the very least, he had to break through to the profound void tier before he had the right to inherit the throne. However, to become a profound void tier powerhouse, even if he was a prince, it would be very difficult. He might not even be able to advance to the profound void tier in his entire life. He was not confident, but if he could obtain the Frostfire Civet Cat's cub, he would be able to ascend to the heavens in a single step.
In history, the strongest Frostfire Civet Cat had reached the 5th level of the Void Interpretation realm. Its strength at the 5th level was already higher than his father's. If he obtained the Frostfire Civet Cat, then in the future, even if he had not reached the Void Interpretation realm, the throne of Starmoon Kingdom would still belong to him. No one had the ability to compete with him.
This was also the instant he saw the Ice-Fire Civet Cat, the roar of desire and loss of self-control. Ice-Fire Civet Cat.
The two elders next to the third prince were slightly stunned, and then their eyes revealed a fiery expression. They naturally knew about the Ice-Fire Civet Cat, and they also knew what the Ice-Fire Civet Cat was surprised by for their third prince.
Originally, the third prince was one of the advantageous competitors for the throne. They were willing to follow the third prince because they hoped that he could inherit the throne. But now, as long as the third prince obtained the Ice-Fire Civet Cat, he would be able to obtain the throne with 100% certainty.
This was extremely important to them.
Hand over the demon beast cub in your hands. Otherwise, you can forget about escaping even if you go to the heavens or the earth.
The two old men roared coldly. Their bodies moved and they chased after them at a terrifying speed.
The third prince's eyes were also burning with excitement. Fuck! They are still chasing after us. Since I have taken it away, why would I let you guys take it back?
Wang Xian looked at the group of people who were chasing after him at a fast speed. A hint of coldness appeared on his face.
He sped up and ran straight towards the beach.
Fire pattern roar.
Arcane art traction.
At this moment, two cold voices came from behind him. Wang Xian instantly felt two terrifying attacks coming towards him.
Fire patterns that were like fire snakes interweaved in the sky and attacked Wang Xian rapidly.
Under the ground, thorns emerged from the ground and twined around his body. Wang Xian's expression changed slightly. The two half-step void interpretation stage powerhouses launched their attacks directly. Even he had to use his full strength to deal with them. Especially in his human form, it was a little troublesome. Earth Dragon Shield. His body shook and pieces of earthy yellow dragon scales appeared faintly on his body. Following that, the dragon scales floated up and surrounded him.
Boom! Boom!
Boom! The flames and thorns landed on the Earth Dragon Shield, causing it to tremble violently. The Earth Dragon Shield was Wang Xian's only defensive ability.
Crack! Crack!
This is bad. I can't block it unless I transform into a divine dragon.
Wang Xian's expression changed slightly. However, if he were to transform into a divine dragon, his identity would be exposed instantly.
When he was in Shahai Town, everyone knew that he could transform into a huge demonic beast. The experts from Starmoon Kingdom would also know about it. Once they knew about it, they would definitely kill him.
Damn it! Wang Xian's entire body trembled. Numerous scales appeared on his body and he took the remaining attacks head-on.
A mouthful of fresh blood couldn't help but be spat out from Wang Xian's mouth.
Meow! However, when Wang Xian spat out the fresh blood, the Ice-Fire Civet Cat in his embrace revealed an excited expression. It moved its mouth slightly and sucked the fresh blood into its mouth.
Meow! Its blue and fiery red eyes stared at Wang Xian's mouth excitedly. It couldn't help but lick its tongue.
Wang Xian was slightly speechless when he saw this scene.
If he is still running away, kill him. At this moment, the third prince's furious roar came from behind. Wang Xian's expression changed slightly. A hint of killing intent could be seen in his eyes.
Since you want to die, I shall fulfill your wish.
Wang Xian could guess that the identity of the young man was definitely not simple. It might even be related to the royal family of Starmoon Kingdom. However, at this moment he was tempted to kill him.
Go to a strange demon and kill him.
Wang Xian ordered directly.
Yes. A strange demon of Transcendent Level 9 responded immediately.
The third prince was only at Transcendent Level 8. It was more than enough for a strange demon to assassinate him.
Wang Xian moved his body and quickly dodged a ferocious beast in front of him. He continued to run forward.
Buzz. Who is it?
Who dares to assassinate me?
In less than 2 seconds, a furious voice came from behind.
The third prince, who was chasing after Wang Xian, was emitting a golden glow. The glow completely enveloped his body. At this moment, he was looking around in fear. In the instant just now, he felt the threat of death. This caused him to be filled with fear. If he didn't have the protection of the void interpretation level armor on his body, he would have turned into a corpse by now. This caused him to break out in a cold sweat. He shouted out loud in fear. In the instant just now, he didn't even see clearly whether the person who tried to assassinate him was a human or a ferocious beast.
Third prince, what's going on? Third prince.
The expressions of the two half-step void interpretation stage powerhouses who were chasing after Wang Xian changed drastically. They hurriedly looked behind them.
Someone is trying to assassinate me. Don't bother about me. Chase after him.
The third prince looked at the armor on his body and looked ahead. When he saw Wang Xian's disappearing figure, his eyes turned bloodshot again as he shouted loudly. Oh no, he's going to escape. The two elders turned their heads and looked at him with an embarrassed expression. The third prince's expression changed drastically. He gritted his teeth and took out a small cyan knife from his interspatial ring.
The small knife was spinning with cyan light. The moment the small knife appeared, the surrounding space seemed to tremble. Go to hell.
I must get the ice-fire civet cat. The third prince ferociously attacked Wang Xian with the small green knife.
Buzz.
The small green knife trembled slightly and began to rotate violently.
When the two old men saw this scene, their faces revealed a pained expression.
Buzz, buzz, buzz.
The small green knife rotated and attacked Wang Xian at a terrifying speed.
The densely packed ferocious beasts that were blocking in front of them instantly revealed a look of fear.
However, before they could react, the cyan knife pierced through their bodies and continued to attack forward. Quick, go and bring the ice-fire civet cat over. Help him collect his corpse. I want to see what he looks like.
The third prince stared at the green knife that had disappeared in a flash. A hint of coldness appeared in his eyes.
He had obtained this green knife from an ancient tomb of an expert. This green knife had the ability to attack an expert of the see-through realm.
Any martial artist below the see-through realm would definitely be killed. At this moment, at the edge of the floating sea city, Wang Xian's body had already left the floating sea city and was falling towards the beach.
He was holding the lightning strike wood in his hand. In front of the lightning strike wood, there was a small green knife. A terrifying force was transmitted from the small knife. It almost wanted to tear apart the lightning strike wood. Meow meow meow.
The ice-fire civet cat in Wang Xian's arms was extremely happy at this moment. It looked at him spitting out fresh blood as it stuck out its small tongue and licked non-stop.
What a terrifying small green knife. If I didn't sense it with my light and dark fire dragon eyes and blocked it with the lightning strike wood, this strike would definitely have taken my life. A prince? That young man is actually the third prince of Starmoon Kingdom. Damn it. Wang Xian's eyes were filled with anger. His internal organs were almost torn apart under the terrifying force of the green knife. Large mouthfuls of blood could not help but flow out. Phew! Seeing the green knife gradually disappearing, he heaved a sigh of relief. However, when he saw a group of figures chasing after him, he gritted his teeth and jumped into the sea. The dragon energy on his body quickly healed his body. I actually consumed 130,000 dragon crystals.
Wang Xian entered the sea and immediately began to recover from his injuries. He flew in another direction at a terrifying speed. Where is he?
Damn it, where's that kid's corpse? Why did it disappear all of a sudden? Could he have entered the sea?
Soon, at the edge of the floating sea city, the third prince and the rest arrived. They scanned their surroundings and jumped into the sea as soon as they saw no corpse. Look for it. You must find it for me. You must get the cubs of the ice-fire civet cat. The third prince roared with his fiery red eyes. It's the third prince. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts and immediately jumped into the sea.
This fellow is really addicted to drinking my blood? Wang Xian waited for the cubs of the ice-fire civet cat from another direction. He smiled as he looked at the cubs of the ice-fire civet cat who was licking the blood on his face.
He sized up the fire and ice civet cat carefully, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Fire and ice civet cat. Transcendent level 8. This fire and ice civet cat looks like it was just born not long ago. It has the strength of a transcendent level 8 when it was just born. This is too abnormal. Wang Xian stared at it with a twinkle in his eyes.
The fire and ice civet cat also stared at him with its beautiful eyes. It licked its lips as if it still wanted more.
Little fella, stay in the spirit storage bag.
Wang Xian grabbed it and placed it directly into the spirit storage bag. Meow. The ice-fire civet cat, which had just entered the spirit storage bag, started to scream in panic. It kept screaming in the pitch-black space. Stop screaming. Stay in there for a while. Wang Xian comforted it and looked at the center of the city of beasts. The beasts roared and the group of people who came in from the island fled into the distance in fear.
There were tens of thousands of people gathered at the east gate of Bright Moon City. They watched from afar and didn't dare to come forward.
Even the army of Bright Moon City was guarding at the east gate, afraid that ferocious beasts would break into the city.
Tens of thousands of ferocious beasts with the lowest level 7 were definitely a terrifying force for Bright Moon City.
To be able to get 1/10 of the people who entered the 100 Beasts city out alive is already considered pretty good. Wang Xian sighed slightly. Everyone thought that it would be an opportunity, but they didn't expect it to be a disaster.
Before one has the strength, human lives are like ants.
Wang Xian's eyes flickered. He raised his head and looked at the sky. 7 insightful emptiness realm experts were fighting against the 2 explosive golden lions of level 3 of the insightful emptiness realm.
In terms of level, the 2 golden lions of the insightful emptiness realm could completely defeat the 7 experts. However, due to their prolonged hibernation, their strength was not at 50% of their peak or even less.
The 2 golden lions were being suppressed by the 7 insightful emptiness realm experts.
Even so, there were 2 insightful emptiness realm experts whose bodies were covered in blood. Ao Yao, you will enter the main hall with me. The rest of you will secretly store the corpses here into your interspatial rings.
Wang Xian instructed Ao and the rest. It's the Dragon King.
The group of strange demons hurriedly replied.
Wang Xian did not hesitate and flew directly to the main hall. Feng Wan had already entered the main hall. He did not know if she had gained anything.
His body moved and easily dodged the ferocious beasts one by one.
He swept his gaze across the void interpretation stage powerhouses in the sky and rushed straight into the main hall. Right at this time, the Windhowl Dynasty's Type 3 void interpretation expert, who was fighting a golden lion alone, felt something and he looked down.
Someone actually entered the main hall after taking advantage of the situation. He's really courting death. I'll let you scout the way.
The expert's gaze was cold and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Roar. Not good.
At this moment, his expression changed drastically. The golden lion with its mouth opened its mouth and attacked him with all its might. The violent attacks made him palpitate in fear. Did these 2 golden lions sense that someone has entered the hall? He was bewildered and began his final attack with an embarrassed expression. The hall only covers an area of 1 kilometer. It's not a huge area. Wang Xian, who had just entered the main hall, saw sculptures in the shape of ferocious beasts around him. Every sculpture was lifelike. Entering the main hall was like entering an ancient place of worship. There were all kinds of ferocious beast patterns everywhere. Wang Xian frowned slightly. Walking in the middle of 7 to 8 meters and more than 10 meters of ferocious beast sculptures, there was always a feeling that made one's heart palpitate. The entire hall was in a mess. Even if Wang Xian flew to the top, he could not see what was going down ahead.
Bang! At this moment, a shattering sound was heard. Wang Xian was slightly stunned. His body moved and he flew directly to that location. Wang Xian.
When Wang Xian flew over, Feng Luan's voice was heard. Feng Luan, how is it? Did you get anything?
When Wang Xian saw Feng Luan, he flew over immediately with a smile on his face. He looked in front of her and saw that a ferocious beast sculpture had been broken by her. No. Feng Luan frowned slightly and looked at the dried blood in her hands. The entire hall is filled with these ferocious beast sculptures. It is very chaotic. There is a drop of the blood of these ferocious beasts in the sculptures. Some of them have dried up and are completely useless. I have seen so many ancient tombs, tombs of emperors, and land of heritage.
This is the first time I have seen such a strange one. Feng Luan frowned as she looked around and slowly said. When they came in, the two fierce beasts said not to disturb their master's sleep. Could it be that there's a hidden compartment here? Wang Xian's eyes flickered with a demonic expression as he carefully observed his surroundings. The light and dark fire dragon eyes penetrated the surroundings and directly penetrated through the sculptures. Just as Feng Luan said, there was a drop of blood of a ferocious beast at the head of each sculpture.
Some of the blood had even dried up and formed a lump.
There are no hidden compartments in the surroundings, nor are there any other spaces. I have checked all the positions. If there are any abnormalities, these sculptures are the only ones. Feng Luan said to Wang Xian. But I have already broken more than 20 sculptures, and there aren't any abnormalities at all.
Then why? Could it be that the two ferocious beasts outside are lying? Wang Xian frowned slightly. The main hall occupied a radius of 1 kilometer and was more than 200 meters tall. The hall was densely packed with sculptures of ferocious beasts. There were more than 1,000 sculptures of ferocious beasts in the entire hall. Among them, the most important one, the tallest and largest one, had been destroyed by the phoenix. However, there was nothing inside.
Why did this 100 patrol master, a beast tamer, make so many sculptures?
Wang Xian felt a headache coming on. This old man Bai Sun didn't play by the rules at all.
If this was the last place where he died, you should at least make a coffin and place it in the middle. You should either place your treasures together with yourself or put them in your interspatial ring. All of these sculptures were a mess of ferocious beasts. What a weirdo. According to my understanding, this old man is very talented. He went from an ordinary powerhouse with half-step void interpretation bloodline to a top-notch powerhouse in the Luhai region. The process is beyond everyone's imagination. Maybe he has a unique mind. Feng Luan frowned and analyzed from the side. It's just that he has some mental problems. Wang Xian said bluntly.
Feng Luan rolled her eyes at him and looked around. The answer is definitely in this sculpture. Therefore, I plan to destroy all the sculptures. Wang Xian nodded his head slowly. This was the only way to deal with this kind of eccentric fellow.
Roar.
Suddenly, 2 shrill roars were heard, causing Feng Luan and Wang Xian to frown slightly.
Those 2 explosive golden lions have been killed. They are coming in.
Feng Luan said.
Then let's hurry up.
Wang Xian nodded his head and waved his hand at the sculpture beside him. Peng. However, what surprised Wang Xian was that his casual attack did not break the sculpture. This sculpture is made from the mud at the bottom of the sticky sea that is 100,000 meters deep. It can only be broken by a powerful strike from a level 9 transcendent. Feng Luan looked at it and said with a smile. Are you mocking me for being weak?
Chu Xian looked at her speechlessly.
I am a little weak.
Feng Luan said straightforwardly. Air.
Wang Xian was speechless. His current strength was indeed much weaker than a void interpretation expert.
Brat who sneaked in just now. Come and face your death.
At this moment, a cold and murderous voice was heard, causing Wang Xian to frown.
Boom. Boom.
Boom.
At this moment, 6 figures appeared at the entrance of the main hall. The 6 of them did not barge in directly. Instead, they observed their surroundings vigilantly. When they saw the sculptures, they frowned.
At this moment, all 6 of them had serious injuries on their bodies. Even the level 3 insightful emptiness realm expert from the Winhal Kingdom had a terrifying wound on his chest.
The 2 golden lions had gone all out in their attacks, causing 1 void interpretation expert to fall on the spot, while the others were all heavily injured. However, they did not hesitate and directly entered the main hall. Now that someone had entered the main hall, they were afraid that all the treasures would be taken away.
Feng Wuji, are you sure that someone has already entered?
The old man in the python robe from Star Moon Kingdom asked in a deep voice.
Of course.
Feng Wuji replied coldly. He scanned his surroundings and said, "Enter the hall and those who are strong will get the treasures." As he spoke, he flew to the highest position and swept his gaze forward.
The other 5 people didn't have any objections as they scanned their surroundings. Who is it? Someone has indeed entered. Fish in troubled waters, kill them. The old man dressed in a python robe quickly looked towards Wang Xian and Feng Wan. His eyes were flashing with a cold expression. The other 5 insightful emptiness realm experts moved and looked over. A terrifying killing intent gushed out from the 6 of them and locked onto Wang Xian and Feng Wan.
Wang Xian's expression changed instantly when he saw them. Hee. Feng Wan, who was at the side, looked at the injuries on their bodies. Instead, she smiled gently and stared at the 6 of them, who were flying over with a smile on her face. On her body, a terrifying flame rose slowly. A phoenix started to rotate slowly around her, making her look extremely majestic.
Wang Xian retreated backward. Everyone, those who are powerful, will know about the treasure. Feng Wan looked at them and said indifferently without any hint of fear.
Her voice didn't have the slightest fluctuation.
What?
An insightful void martial artist.
He actually took advantage of us to enter the main hall.
Damn it. The expressions of the 6 of them changed drastically. They had fought to the death just now, but they didn't expect that someone had already entered the main hall. They had suffered heavy injuries in order to enter the main hall, and one of them even died. I saw that you were all fighting, so I didn't disturb you all. Feng Wan's gaze swept past them. The terrifying flames and the mystical phoenix made them look mysterious and powerful.
The 6 people's expressions changed. Feeling Feng Wan's aura, they felt some fear in their hearts.
The 6 of them looked at each other and then looked at their own injuries, their faces turning somewhat black. If they were to fight at this moment, they might lose their lives here. Just now, a profound void martial artist was injured. Did you guys get any treasures?
The level 3 profound void martial artist from the Feng Shao Kingdom asked with a gloomy face.
If we got any treasures, we would have already left. You guys can take a look around and see if we got anything. Feng Wan shook her head lightly. The 6 insightful emptiness realm experts looked at Feng Wan and then at Wang Xian. They did not have any pet eggs in their hands. They looked at the broken sculpture on the ground. They could not sense any spiritual artifact fluctuation on it. Bang! A insightful emptiness realm expert scanned the surroundings. With a wave of his arm, he shattered a sculpture. Other than the dried blood of the ferocious beasts, there was nothing else in the broken sculpture. The expert took a look at the blood and began to search the surroundings again.
HMPH, let's search. The group of people snorted coldly. They scanned the surroundings and began to search for treasures.
Before they confirmed that there were treasures, no one would fight to the death.
The insightful emptiness realm experts had a lifespan of 1,000 years. They cherished their lives very much.
Let's continue.
Feng Wan looked at Wang Xian and said directly, "All right." Seeing that the 6 insightful emptiness realm experts did not make a move, he heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. Wang Xian's gaze swept across the surroundings as he looked at the 6 insightful emptiness realm experts heading to different places. He was slightly fearful.
Even though these insightful emptiness realm experts were heavily injured, they were still able to kill him in one move. Go.
If they dare to attack, I will avenge you.
Feng Wan looked at Wang Xian and smiled. With a wave of her arm, the phoenix that was circling around her came directly to Wang Xian. The flaming phoenix circled around him. If someone were to attack him, the phoenix would be able to defend itself immediately. Wang Xian nodded his head helplessly. The flaming phoenix circled around his entire body. With a move of his body, he flew directly in a direction.
Bang!
Wang Xian's arm smashed directly at a sculpture. The sound of collision was heard throughout the entire hall. His attack caused the other 6 insightful emptiness realm experts to look over. What the fuck?
However, what surprised the 6 insightful emptiness realm experts was that Wang Xian's attack did not break the sculpture when it landed on it. Wang Xian's face was also filled with astonishment. His face turned slightly black. He had used 60% of his strength just now. Hee trash. HMPH, how dare a piece of trash come in? Two mocking voices rang out, making Wang Xian even more embarrassed. His face turned black. Some of the sculptures are solid and hard to destroy. Feng Wan saw Wang Xian's embarrassed look and sent him a voice transmission. Wang Xian almost wanted to vomit blood. The 6 insightful void tier experts turned their heads in disdain. They saw Feng Wan breaking the sculptures one by one and tried to break them as well. Furthermore, they were checking each other out. Once a treasure appeared, it might be the time for a fight. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows slightly and his gaze started to change. The mud in the sculptures was too sturdy. He decided to use his ocular technique to observe. There was no other energy in the mud. This allowed him to see through and see the situation inside. Why is there only a drop of fresh blood in every sculpture? What is the use of this fresh blood? Wang Xian looked at the sculptures one by one and frowned as he pondered. There were all kinds of sculptures of ferocious beasts. They were flying in the sky, swimming in the water, running on land, having 2 legs, 3 legs, 4 legs, and even more than 10 legs. It was like an exhibition hall for sculptures of ferocious beasts. Wang Xian looked at one sculpture after another of ferocious beasts, but there was nothing inside. Suddenly Wang Xian was slightly stunned. He looked at a ferocious beast that was lying on the ground. It was about 10 meters long and looked like an alligator. In the middle of this ferocious beast, there was a ball of liquid. The liquid was about half a meter long and was emitting a sparkling luster. This is the bloodline of a ferocious beast. It should be at level 9 of the supernatural realm. Wang Xian's eyes revealed a burning glow. He moved his arm and attacked the sculpture directly. He didn't destroy all of it. Instead, he created a half-meter wide hole. I got it. Wang Xian's eyes were filled with joy. The bloodline of an extraordinary level 9 ferocious beast was worth close to 10 billion middle-grade spirit stones. However, when Wang Xian broke open the sculpture and saw the situation inside, he immediately froze. The bloodline of the ferocious beast inside was actually gone. Couldn't be said that it was gone. Instead, it had completely dried up. There was no sign of life at all. Everyone looked over when they saw Wang Xian breaking a sculpture. Wang Xian ignored the gazes of the people around him. He broke the sculpture completely with one punch after another. There was nothing left. Indeed, there was nothing left. The ferocious beast bloodline that was filled with life in his line of sight had actually dried up to the point where there was no sign of life at all. When the people around saw that there was nothing inside, they immediately turned their heads around and attacked the sculpture in front of them again. With a casual wave of their hands, they directly broke more than 10 sculptures. They didn't dare to use too much strength. If there really was a treasure inside, they would cry. Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from the side, attracting everyone once again. Dried blood, and there's quite a lot of it. Isn't this the bloodline of a demonic beast or fierce beast? Will it lose its vitality after a long time? The insightful void martial expert from Star Moon Kingdom said with a dark expression as he looked at the large pool of dried blood beside him. His words immediately caused the expressions of the surrounding people to turn ugly. Old Man Baisun specialized in beast taming, and beast tamers were related to bloodlines. It was normal for him to possess the bloodline of fierce beasts and demonic beasts, but if the bloodline of fierce beasts and demonic beasts didn't have any energy for a long time, they would die and become ordinary blood. Damn it! It can't be that there's nothing. The level 3 void interpretation expert from the Kingdom of Windhowl waved his black-faced arm forcefully, and the dozens of sculptures in front of him shattered. There was nothing inside, but one of them contained a large piece of dried blood. This scene caused Feng Wan's face to turn black. However, when Wang Xian saw this scene, he revealed a contemplative look. How could this be? He clearly saw the bloodline of a ferocious beast that was filled with vitality. How did it turn into dried blood after it was opened? It was impossible for the dragon eyes of light and dark fire to be wrong. Something must have gone wrong. Wang Xian looked at the dried liquid in front of him, then looked at the one beside him. He walked forward while deep in thought. After checking dozens of them consecutively, Wang Xian's gaze landed in front of a sculpture of a flying bird and ferocious beast. His eyes were sparkling. In his line of sight, there was a ball of liquid in the stomach of this 4-meter-sized flying bird sculpture.
It was 1/2 meter in size and was exuding an exuberant vitality. Blood of the flying bird in flowery clothing. Level 8 extraordinary.
That's right. This can't be wrong. That one just now wasn't wrong either. Looking at the information that the system had sent back, Wang Xian sized up the sculpture of the flying bird in flowery clothing carefully.
The slender neck flew upwards. Its sharp mouth and bright eyes looked as if they were real.
The feathers on its body were lifelike. Even the position of its buttocks was only left with a hole. However, the hole was covered by the feathers.
Wang Xian looked at the hole and the corner of his mouth twitched. He touched the feathers beside the hole and pulled them away forcefully. Looking at the hole, Wang Xian fell into deep thought.
By son, that old thing shouldn't have such a strong taste, right?
Wang Xian clenched his fists slightly. He had the urge to hit someone. Damn, go and take a look. If it's not what I think, I will smash all of you. Wang Xian's face was dark. With a wave of his arm, he plucked all the feathers in front of the hole. He moved his body and went straight into the cave.
The insightful void martial artist, who could sense every trace of Wang Xian in the surroundings, was slightly stunned when he saw that Wang Xian had gone straight into the cave.
This trash. He is too weak to break the sculpture. He came here to embarrass himself. I want to slap this trash to death.
Idiot!
The 3 insightful emptiness realm experts from the Star Moon Kingdom laughed mockingly. Wang Xian's situation had actually eased their frustration. After all, there was a clown performing for them.
Haha, you guys are a bunch of idiots. A bunch of trash.
Wang Xian, who had entered the sculpture, couldn't help but laugh maniacally in his heart. He didn't expect that the by-soon old man's taste was so strong.